Everybody, welcome to Ally All-Stars presented by Ally. Yesterday, we got to watch Europe go down, and congratulations to Team Alums for taking home the W, but it's North America's turn, and I can't do that alone. Obviously, I'll be your host steering you through the action, but along with me, some All-Star talent as well. Welcome to the broadcast, both Chixa and Taco. We're going to start with Chixa to start things off. Obviously, this has been a really fun and exciting way to come about a tournament. We've been watching 3 different showdowns take place, but now it's time for the top dogs. Tell me your thoughts and how you're doing. It's been a bit since I've gotten to talk to you.
Yeah, it's been a little while, and I'm excited to be here on the show today. I was here last Open number 2. I had skipped number 3, so it's nice to see that the talent, the accumulation of points has gotten the best of the best in the women's scene here in a co-ed event with some amazing content creators and other semi-pro players that are here to also play and show themselves off. So all of that together makes for a really fun experience.
Oh, I'm excited to have a lot of fun, and we can't do it without the one and only Danger Taco, a staple of this community. Good to see you, buddy. How you doing? What's your opinions on how things are going to go today?
I think it'll be entertaining. I mean, that's really what all the Ally events have been. I think we've gotten a lot of parity over the years within the women's scene, but now that you shuffle everything up, a lot of other draft-style formats. I'm a huge fan of this format because you get to see all the players you do love as well as new players coming into the fray. And then you just get to mix everything up, and then it still turns out to be really nice because even if there is like a skill differential, it kind of all gets evened out. It's like you're sifting everything down, and then it's like, okay, mostly everything is evenly distributed here. So therefore, all the games are unique. All the players get to play with people they wouldn't ordinarily get to, and you get to make bonds between the content creators we got coming in and maybe the women's players maybe don't interact with them as much or at least as frequently.
I think that's going to be the word of the day is parity. I'm expecting some chaos today, and I'm all about it. But before we get into that, we got to talk about what we're playing for. If you want to take a look at the prize pool, $7,800 up for grabs, and the lion's share being $3,000, $1,000 per player. Pretty exciting stuff, Chixa, if you're coming in to play what is a co-ed tournament for fun, right?
This is more than for fun. We know we have some competitive people out there. Is it for fun? Yes, absolutely. Will people have fun? Yes. Are they chasing this prize pool? Absolutely. It has been phenomenal to see the combined prizing between NA and EU throughout the entire year. We have had a lot of money go through, and I think everyone continues to compete to their best because they want to place in that top 4.
Oh, you hit the nail on the head. $75,000 over the course of the year. Shout outs to Radiant, Psyonix, and everybody else coming together, and Ally obviously for putting it all together. Without them, we definitely can't put this stuff together, so greatly appreciated. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things are going to go down today here in a little bit. Kind of getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, Taco. Overall, I think we got to see a lot of competition where favorites yesterday really took home. I think a lot of us believed in the Alums team, but today a little bit more parity, like you mentioned. I'm very excited in our first match today. Not to jump too far ahead, is going to be Nacho and Courtney, so you guys watching can look forward to that. But anybody else while looking at this bracket that you're kind of keeping your eye on?
And particularly, I think you have to pay attention to Karma, who's just chilling there in the very top row here. Even has a little italic, it looks like, on the text, just to be able to be like, hey, keep in mind, it's like, this is Karma playing really at the peak of her powers. Honestly, a really impressive performance for G2 Luna throughout the season, ripping that orc banner. So really nice to be able to see that play in action. But of course, like we've said, you look across a lot of these teams, you're like, yeah, that team's pretty good. Man, actually, like Team Snub, they're not going to be messing around too much. Team Bella's also really solid. And then you just keep kind of going through. So I think that's the team that sticks out to me the most is Team Karma. But at the same time, it's like with the draft format, everything gets thrown out the window because you don't know how everyone syncs up until you actually take the field.
Yeah, 2 things to really pay attention to. Obviously, this is a double elimination bracket, so if you do lose, don't worry. You drop down to the lower bracket, still have an extra life. It's all best of 5s until we get into those lower final areas where they will then transition into best of 7. So obviously, we want to make sure the best team moving forward into that final match. But again, you talked about the draft process. Chixa, you want to kind of tell people how we got these teams to form, how they came to be? Because in my opinion, it's one of the cooler things that we've seen in a tournament.
Yeah, throughout the year, we saw a lot of players get MVP performances and stuff like that. And the better you did, the more points you got as an individual player. And those top individual players got to be captains, got to pick in that snake draft format. And you know what? If you did well and you got those points, then you're here today and you got another chance for more prizing and to be in a co-ed event. So it's really exciting to see, again, the best of the best individually. Even if your team didn't do well throughout the season, you as an individual showed how you can play, and now you have an opportunity here at the end of the year.
Now, Chixa, you and I have both had experience being in snake style draft tournaments and know the process of what it is like to be the first draft and also the last draft and some of the advantages that can with that. So I'm going to go to Taco, who may be a little bit more removed. Strategy wise, when we're talking about draft, do you think it's better to be early because then you can draft your favorite player right out of the gate, but then you got to wait for the last pick, kind of dodgeball style? Or where do you normally want to be? What's your kind of strategy thinking about it?
I mean, both Chicks and I have worked in other formats that have used this exact type of format where you do have a draft. And typically everyone's saying, well, I mean, if you draft first, you can pick whoever you want. And that's exactly what you want to see. And the issue is that when you do have a draft, there's some players that are like, okay, this is the person I really, really want to draft. And then all the way to the tail end, there's like, okay, maybe I'll pick them up, but like, I'll push them a little bit later on in terms of priority picks. But the people who go a little bit lower on, like in the middle of the draft order, they tend to be going a little bit further down into the draft bracket, and they actually have better results. I feel like just because you're picking two players that maybe are not at the very highest point of the draft picks, but they're closer to each other, and therefore you don't have to worry about one player maybe being a little bit slower or maybe a little bit off-putting for basically what you want your strategy to be. And so I think even though you want to look at the top draft picks to see like, oh, who's the like superstar pick going to be, who's whatever going to be, I think the players a little bit lower on are going to have the advantage. So I would like to be proven wrong by that. The first pick actually in a draft style format we did recently actually did go pretty far in that tournament. So anything is possible regardless of where you land.
All I know is Karma's got some heavy lifting with Kevin on our team. And shout outs to Tryhouse. Much love to you, buddy. We share the exact same birthday. I got to throw him some hate. Jokes aside, though, we're going to focus in on our first match of the day. It is going to be Team Nacho versus Team Courtney. A little bit of a surprise at the tail end for those that don't know. Originally, it was supposed to be Lethamyr, but due to personal reasons, not able to attend. But a really solid duo that's coming in instead is going to be Jamaican Coconut filling in that spot. Taco, talking about that, obviously, you guys kind of in the same realm of area as well. What are some of the traits that you think this team should look out for?
I mean, this is one team that definitely has a lot of high-level skill within it. Nacho and Jamaican Coconut obviously are great. B, in her own regard, is stellar throughout a lot of the competitive experiences within North America, making a lot of these main events. So I would say the mechanics on display are definitely going to be really on point. But if I know anything, I've played with Nacho probably more than any other woman player within the scene. Very smart. Really good at breaking down strategy, being able to like utilize the ideal approach to each team and each game that they come into. So definitely feel like even though this is kind of a pickup team, I don't know how much they're practicing beforehand. I feel like the between game talks and the adjustments are going to be really solid.
So you're telling me they've got brains and talent with mechanics. That sounds like a scary team. But on the other side, one we cannot discredit by any means, and probably one of my favorites, I think, of the tournament, Chicks, it's Team Courtney.
Yeah, Courtney, Sanoki, Gyro, shout outs to Verum that was here for a short time in the women's scene. Courtney and Sanoki on the team together. I managed them for a short time, so a little biased there, but I know Courtney has played with Gyro before as well, so this is a team that has a lot of chemistry behind them and just a lot of heart. So really nice to see Courtney. It's a little bittersweet. Courtney officially kind of retired from playing in Rocket League, so this is her last hurrah. Really, I think she hit, she was laughing about it, 10 hours past 2, double digits. It's been a lot for her to warm up recently, but still, Courtney's been such a stellar player throughout the years in the scene, and definitely a big loss, but a big shout out to her to be here today and to put out so much. I know Mama Courtney is going to be out there watching as well. She's always in the background, so there's going to be a lot of heart on the field in this roster.
Taking some notes from that X-Oxygen roster at the major. Going 10 past 2 is still quadruple what Archie had, so we'll see how much it plays off. But again, usually with those teams, the more they play, the better and better they look, so should be exciting stuff. But I'm about ready to jump into this next match. Obviously, there's a lot of things to talk about. I'm not going to force you guys to do predictions or anything like that because nobody wants to hear what we have to say. We just want to watch these people play. So with that in mind, I'm ready to throw it to you two. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, when we do look at these teams, I think we both have a lot of expectations when it comes to this Chicks. And I think it's only natural that we do have a favorite like Courtney. Also, I have no idea who allowed Courtney to be able to grab Sanoki for the first pick. There's immediate, we're talking about, oh, everything's randomized. Is it even really when you get your longtime teammate there?
You know, looking at a lot of these rosters, you could definitely tell there wasn't a let's pick who's maybe mechanically best or best in points next. It was let's pick who I've teamed with before, and that's how we see a lot of these rosters together. You would have been like, oh, maybe someone went a little earlier, a little later than expected. Well, I've also played thousands of hours with them before, so I'm picking them thereafter. So it's a little bit different than our regular Snake Draft format just because we have a lot of teammates working together, but Nacho cleaning up that play already gets on the board first.
Courtney's trying to get in there, but honestly, I have just a lot on her mind, particularly Jamaican Coconut cutting through, forcing that bump, and I do like that from Nacho, just kind of glancing and not hesitating too much, just understanding, okay, that touch is finally going to get cleared. Actually, it might not. You know, I should probably just dive in and see what happens, and apparently just dust everyone to the ball, so a nice little opening goal, an unfortunate one to give up for Team Courtney.
Coconut, I know, was streaming right before this, prepping as soon as he got the call to step up for Lethamyr, so exciting to see him on the pitch. Curious to see how Nacho will do with them. Great pass over to Gyro. He ends up dodging one. Does this sneak in? Nacho's able to find the save. B gets bumped, and that one goes on in for Sanoki.
That is a solid response right here on this shot because Gyro just plays it a little bit soft, but I actually like those placements. When you actually hit the ball lighter, it becomes, in a way, more difficult to clear for the defender because obviously you can read it faster, but the thing is, half of clears, especially when it comes off the wall or going to deflection, is really just redirecting the pace of the initial hit and rather than actually generating it yourself. So I really do like Gyro just throwing it in a weird position, seeing as the defender gives it up, and more importantly, everybody else crashes on the ball to make sure that that does go in. So more or less 2 goals off of punishes to begin us here in our first game of the day.
Ooh, a miss, and that one barely goes by the wayside by Gyro. Close calls. I think both teams are getting their footing as a 3 set. We said we were unsure how much they've been playing as the 3 that they drafted, and I doubt it's been more than a couple hours. B just sneaks that one in, top left corner. No one for Team Courtney ready.
But again, Sanoki does what she needs to do, and B does also what she needs to do, just being able to tap that into the back post. I also like how you can see the car angling down, almost leaning forward a little bit to the left just to hit it on the corner, but also just going for a pure placement, which is really an underrated aspect of shooting in Rocket League. Everyone goes for power all the time, and half the time, if you just shoot it as hard as possible, it goes right at the goalkeeper. Did you really do anything to really threaten the defense if they could just kind of swat it away?
Oh my goodness. Growing pains, I think, for the start. The placement on defense has left some to be desired, but Coconut, a fantastic 50 allows B on this follow-up. I mean, we've been getting goals like candy at this point.
And I really do like it. Coconut, I mean, talk about goals like candy. I mean, that was a treat just to be able to say that pass, pinch off the ceiling, and not only that, B just cuts rotation. That's still a really difficult adjustment. You really don't have a lot of time before that ball just sails over your head and becomes unreachable. So to be able to set that one up is one thing. Being able to then extend it off the kickoff is so punishing. Now every single player on our orange side has a goal.
Ooh, Coconut. I like feigning the fact that he has 0 boost in the tank, and Sanoki respecting the touch there, I think a little bit too much. Should have either pressured Coconut earlier or found just a little bit more momentum to be able to save that shot. That's a one-on-one that Coconut plays really well. And now Team Nacho have widened the gap of scoreline quite quickly in this one, and with half the game left and 5 goals scored, you have to wonder if the rest of the series is going to show itself similar.
You'd like to think that a lot of these games are just like, you know, it's kind of a weird first game thing, but I feel like generally it's just really good offense. I haven't really seen the defense be struggling. They're just getting put in positions that are really difficult to get themselves out of, which isn't even necessarily a failure on their part. I think it's just really just clinical offense. And I think when we looked at the rosters for these 2 lineups, that we were not going to be super surprised that that is the case. There's a lot of skill on display, and even if these are more or less pickup games, you know there can be a lot of damage done. How about that from Gyro all the way across?
My mouth just got wider and wider and wider as I saw Gyro carry this across the entire field. He beat everybody by himself. That was a crazy controlled carry and a solo play coming out of Gyro himself. Like, that was outstanding to watch. And I think it gave a little bit of momentum back to Team Courtney. Can Team Nacho take it right back? Gets the demo, but can't get the shot. And now Team Courtney looking for more pressure, getting those touches upfield. They're so much more aggressive. This game has amped up in speed and in aggressiveness quite quickly. Gyro puts another on the board.
Yeah, when it got to 4-1, we were talking about, man, I wonder if this goal scoring will keep up. And we weren't even talking about the fact that this game is probably over, because it's not. There was 2.5 minutes remaining, and this is exactly why. You can't really root this team out. Gyro gets 1 goal off finesse, and the other one just off of straight speed and power, drilling that one top corner and off of a really nice setup as well from Courtney. He's just trying to make sure they can kind of fend off this blue side of the air dribble, but unfortunately, to be as successful as the prior 2 blue team attacks.
Sunoki taking time to touch this past the wall. Fakes out Courtney a little bit, and Gyro to come through, clean it up, keep it on this orange half. Gets it past Nacho as their follow-up. Sunoki just can't get it underneath the bar. The Team Courtney, they're still pressuring. This one by Courtney will be saved away, followed by Sunoki will go mid. Gyro, just a little boost. Pass it back to Sunoki, but can't get past the defenders. Team Nacho set up well defensively, but can they find a clear out, release some of this pressure that's been so overwhelming? The shot too wide. Nacho credited with that save as well. Can't get the ball out just yet. Gyro has been an absolute madman upfield.
That's exactly what you want out of one of your picks. You want them to be able to just lob a ball forward, do something with it, but also you want them to be able to cause chaos as well as being able to really throw the defense off. That's one shot. A second one is saved. B making sure her positioning is flawless. Problem is only so much boost on the field. Needs help. Gets it from Nacho. Now again off the backboard. Gets the long clear for B to deal with.
B off the corners. That one actually almost on in. Almost has the spectacular angle, but instead Courtney now carrying 0 boost in the tank. Can't get a contact on Nacho either. Just 20-some seconds remain for Team Courtney, trying to put the last and final push in to tie the scoreline. Courtney, flip reset here, tries to go underneath, gets it past 2, and there is the tying goal needed.
Final contact might not have been clean, but Courtney, I don't think your hours are going to be a problem. It's just natural skill. It's like riding a bike. Immediately gets it past 2 defenders, and both of them just kind of flailing in front. You know, if you give Courtney that much space, usually you're going to pay for it.
Well, do we really get overtime in game 1? Are they going to set the tone for the rest of the series that we see today? It has been a phenomenal game 1. And Courtney may be trying to get out of overtime as quickly as possible, but instead we do indeed see overtime for game 1 of our first series of the day of this stacked tournament. But Gyro managing off kickoff finds the goal. Team Courtney swing 4 goals back in a row to come back in game 1.
Not only that, Gyro with the hat trick, 50% shooting. So clearly no game is safe, at least within this series or maybe even this whole bracket based on what we were talking about. These teams are all pickup, maybe not the chemistry quite there, but obviously Courtney and Sunoki, they are the exception, and Gyro, he is really just the guy right now, being able to pop off when needed. And if you have anything to deal with as Team Nacho, that's got to be a weird mental to enter game 2 with.
Yeah, Gyro certainly going to be the target for bumps, demos, for early challenges. He just came alive at the latter half of this game, and he was unstoppable. Again, it all started from not only that bump that we saw there, but the pure carry across the field. As soon as they got something going, the momentum seemed unstoppable for Team Courtney. Valiant effort for Team Nacho. They got ahead to an early lead, but as soon as they faltered a little bit, it was so hard to come back in this one.
Yeah, when you do really figure out your play style, I think that's one thing. And I think for a lot of these teams, especially when you and I, Jixa, have casted in different draft style formats, it does take a little bit. The early rounds of any tournament are usually going to be something where it's like, oh, I see, you really like to be aggressive. Okay, I'm going to back off a little bit. Oh, you like to be able to dish past the middle. Okay, I'll look for that a little bit more. It felt like it was like the first half, Team Courtney didn't really know what they wanted to do. And then after that, they're like, oh, I get it. And then they just clicked, and it immediately worked from there. Granted, yeah, you could say Gyro scoring a bunch of goals, but notice how many of those are off assists or just drilling through the middle or being able to get a quickly on a read because they're in the right position. It's a really solid performance, and I think that's really what all Team Nacho has to talk about. If you want to win these games, yeah, your offense is doing fine, but the defense is really what's going to secure those wins.
Yeah, and I think defense is also a lot harder to come together in the draft style format. You see teams clicking on offense because they're so used to it, but just like six-mans or any draft like we've seen, defense is a lot harder to put together as a team. Nacho, though, gets past a couple. B trying to do her best to continue the efforts of her captain. This one pop-up for Coconut. Sidewall can't get past Courtney. The speed comes through. Nacho boost in the tank, sends it away. B's already up. This one off the ceiling. Does she get the final touch? No, Gyro in the way and finds the save for Team Courtney early. Sunoki the follow-up save, and that will certainly get rid of that pressure.
See be definitely starting to cook up some reads, and I do really like that the team started to facilitate that movement. Almost had that ceiling double, had Gyro kind of backpedaling, and it's always one of those moments where I think a lot of players get inventive. I think obviously mechanics are so important in the modern game, but you can get by without it. You can think through these plays, but it's always nice just to be able to bust something out in the last second, improvise really something out of ultimately nothing. And Gyro, probably one of the best at that. Off ceiling for the double, can't reach it in time. Nacho with 0 boost, has to shut down Courtney. Fortunately for her, she shares that she also has 0 boost.
Yeah, I love seeing this kind of Nacho Courtney battle in the field. One we saw often during our opens this season with full rosters, and now we're seeing it as our first game of the day as captains. And it's a similar story. We get this back and forth. We always see them tend to go the entire length of the series, so it's fun to watch this continue, that same back and forth action. Oh my goodness, Courtney almost finding the angle off that touch off the wall. Incredible effort. Everyone's just pulling out all the stops early.
Snowgi going to be light enough touch, but Courtney will be able to continue somewhat. Gets faked out by Coconut. Problem is, it's right into Gyro. Luckily, he did not have that angle off the post and out, as Nacho will be able to chase down. Gyro will allow her to do so, and so give up that double tap. Luckily, only into the corner for so long. B wants to crash, but fortunately, Nacho trying to extend that play. A little bit of cross wires, still looking at 0 goals for right now, and honestly, kind of a refreshing change of pace from what felt like a shooting gallery in game 1.
I think everyone's calmed down. We normally see this calm down effect, except Gyro. Gyro hasn't calmed down. 4 shots already halfway through this game and manages to just 50 past 1 and be a little bit stronger right on that goal line.
Yeah, and that's a tough one as well. I think Nacho actually had the right idea there. Bounced past her and says, that's fine. Just jump in front of it. The issue is that she gets a little bit to the outside of it, and also you can see in the air roll. Sometimes you do want to press down the air roll, change the angle of your car just to be able to get more favorable kind of flat end of your car on the 50, but instead it looks like she almost like matrixed the ball where it just kind of limbos underneath her. And that's so unfortunate to be able to see. So getting that first goal in is a little devastating, but at the end of the day, I think it's kind of to the pattern that we're seeing. That's 6 shots so far from Team Courtney, clearly still pushing a lot of the offensive momentum forward, and I think for their efforts, I think it's very well deserved.
Yeah, it's working out in their favor. Gyro has just continued to put on the show with his aerial control. Keeps getting controlled touches out into the offensive zone for Team Courtney, which is something we harp on a lot often. It's nice to see the transition so fluid and so in control. Often you get those long lofting clears, and where does it go? To the opposing team. Instead, Gyro is able to keep control always from the defensive zone to the offensive, and that allows him to be so consistent and so continuous in their offensive efforts upfield.
He's going to get a nice 50 on that one, as Gyro's going to be sent packing. Courtney, therefore, is fully boosted up, only up until it's thrown right into Nacho, trying to combine potentially with Coconut. He's going to need some help, so Nacho will provide 50 across, and Gyro is able to read this one and then some. Maybe Courtney trying to provide some help. Gyro tries to facilitate, and everybody's missing in front of the goal. That needs to get cleared. It eventually does. A little bit frantic in the back, but Team Nacho still holding firm, potentially even getting the counters. B's there, but also so is Gyro, just so cleverly sneaking that one away.
Yeah, I think Gyro may have been one of those kind of undercover picks in this draft. There was a couple others that went before him, but he has been showing why he is in the kind of content creator pro bubble player area of this draft tournament. He has been doing such a phenomenal job, and I think with the pressure, they're just going to be able to withstand the remaining part of this game by just burning down 30 seconds. If Team Nacho can't get into the offensive zone, then how are they going to be able to tie this game? It's been impossible to leave the half. And as they continue, 15 seconds left on the clock.
See Nacho take a dribble down. Nice little 45 flick, as Gyro will be able to save that first one. 50 on the second one means it's going to be one more chance. The problem is the momentum of the ball gets killed. Coconut needs to keep this one up, and he's going to get harassed for it. Courtney right in front, ball still chilled, but Sanoki says, no, you're not seeing any dramatics. A slap down, Team Courtney in game number 2.
Wow. Very different from last game. Certainly not as many goals as we saw earlier on. but just as many shots coming out from Team Courtney, if not more. Managed to get 8 on the board, 6 coming from Gyro, so still being that unstoppable offensive force upfield.
And being able to see a lot of this offense come to fruition, get these goals is one thing. The way the goal went in, it's a little rough, but that's really what a lot of these games come down to. I think we've seen the ultimate contrast of Rocket League offense when we've seen in Game 1, where it's just everyone is just trying to play free-flowing, they're getting used to the rotation and getting punished a decent amount, or maybe just you see some solid team play and just some excellent execution. In this one, it felt more like, okay, every shot has to be earned. You have to be able to think more strategically by just constantly whipping around the goal, being near the play. And honestly, when you're looking at the replay, Gyro's not even trying to just shoot that one right on target, just trying to actually play for the 50 and play for the best possible angle, and he happened to get it.
Yeah, he did. And it's been just nonstop effort for Team Courtney and Gyro in particular to just continuously get upfield. It's rare we see this sort of dominance coming out from one particular team, that they just can't get out of the offensive zone. And for Team Nacho, they just couldn't effectively get out of the defensive side, whether it was off of 50s, off of challenges. They couldn't control the ball out of the half just like Gyro is. Instead, they got some clears upfield, but we're often just running out of boost because of that constant pressure. So it was impressive to watch the adjustments that Team Courtney has made in such short period of time. I feel like it was very much heavily favored on Nacho's side for the first 3 minutes that we saw, and then ever since then, Team Courtney has had the momentum, had the lead, and had the game in their control.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Team Courtney is just making sure that the wires don't get crossed, and that's what I'm actually been most impressed by. Is that in Game 1, it looked a little janky, and then since then, it's almost like they're like, oh, okay, my mics are on now. So everyone goes for the ball. It's one player, one ball, and they're able to get these clears, get boost, and for the most part, they've been able to also balance the pace that they want to play in. I think a lot of teams love to play as fast as possible because obviously it's going to be hard to handle. The issue of playing really fast is that your rotations also have to speed up, which means if you need boost and you exit, it completely ruins everything. So sometimes it's actually really important to have those players like Gyro, who loves to take air dribbles, tend to be a little bit slower than the fastest possible movement you could take, but it gives your team a lot of time to get boost and then rejoin you on offense while you're still pushing forward. I think that's a huge strength of Team Courtney, that they never seem to be out of a play, and that's, I think, the biggest priority right now for Team Nacho. Obviously, play some good defense, but the offense needs to also compensate and maybe steal some notes from their opponents.
I think heavily agree, and looks like stealing some boost will be Nacho on Team Courtney's side to start in this one. Great 50 by Coconut, but not much follow-up. Granted, Gyro doesn't have boost, and Courtney can't be there either. It's a little bit late, but Nacho able to get the ground pinch, may have taken that away from the likes of B, but it's okay. A little bit of miscommunication, no worries early on. B getting the bump on Sanoki. Coconut flip reset, sends it over. Nacho tries to find the finishing touch and can't do so, but at least it's the most offensive pressure we've seen from Team Nacho early on. Can Coconut get back in time? Evades the bump, and Nacho comes through to find the save as well.
Really impressive from Coconut, getting bumped, but then immediately jumps over it and then saves the flip a little bit just to be able to flip that high front bumper to get the deflection. And not only that, his rotation is close enough to be able to compensate, get those saves away, and the comms seem to be locked in. Nacho should get this beat here, as I thought that it might have been past Courtney, but no, of course, Courtney's still in the way. Same again with this one, except it actually only deflects. Sanoki can't handle this one. And that is a chaotic first goal to open us up on Utopia.
That's my exact thought process. Chaotic. Courtney and Gyro all jump. Sanoki as well jumps, and they're all off to that left side, so they can't find any follow-up. And poor Sanoki's out of boost. Can't do anything much further to move on, and because of it, Team Nacho end up with the first goal. Keep in mind, they didn't score any goals last game. It was a singular one for Team Courtney to win the game. So already improvement. You can see they've made adjustments, and they also know their tournament life in the upper bracket is online. Let's keep in mind, Team Courtney have now won games 1 and 2. So this one is match point for them. They could get swept if they don't come back.
Yeah, and that's the dangerous aspect of being able to play in this. Obviously, everyone's starting in the upper brackets. You're not too concerned about a loss. Obviously, you want to win. It's a tournament after all. But if you're taking a loss, you are able to take some notes here. But being able to start off your day without a game win, that's really going to hurt the ego and, more important, the confidence moving forward. And you really need a lot of it, especially when Gyro's playing like this. He is just a man possessed. He's just chasing this ball constantly. And it seems like his teammates more than willing to allow him to do so.
Kokonen almost gets the double tap read. Sanoki there in time to send it away. Gyro gets the follow-up. We'll be looking to see what he can do. An extra touch too tough for a teammate to follow up on, but still just hungry, waiting in front of net. Can't get much better of a 50, and this one off into the corner of the other end. I mean, I don't think I've seen Gyro play in quite some time in a similar style tournament as this, but it must have been, I don't know, easily a year and a half, 2 years ago. So this is a pretty impressive performance from Gyro. I don't know how familiar you are with him, Taco, and how he is as a player, but I'm quite astounded early on.
I mean, one of the few times that I played in draft style format was actually with Gyro. I believe it was Twitch Rivals back in the day. So very good player. Also really friendly in comms. To just be able to work with you. Very understanding of everything. He's not really someone you can feel like has what I call the six-man sigh. You know, some competitive players get scored on and you just hear the it's fine, reset, I got kicked out, and stuff like that, you know? It's really lighthearted. I think it makes it a very easy and kind of like carefree atmosphere in comms, and obviously I think with an all-star event, it is a little bit more casual, kind of like a pro player, kind of pro bowl type of situation here, and right now, I would say it is all lighthearted up until we get scenarios like that. That was really tense on the goal line for Team Nacho, and yet, still holding on to that clean sheet.
Minute and a half looming over Team Courtney's head. What a touch by Courtney! Nacho finding the save instead to deny. But this is crazy. We have gotten clip row moment after clip row. Can Courtney finish? Now Sanoki has all the boost. Can she make a play? Nacho gets in front of it. And we have just got a highlight reel of plays, whether it's saves or shots. It has been consistent. Everyone pulling out all the stops. A minute left on the clock. Team Courtney need to find a way to score. My eyes are on Gyro and Courtney, but Sanoki can clean up a play if they wreak havoc upfield.
I do really like trusting in your angles from the Team Nacho. A couple times now they've been in situations where they needed to make a 50, and sometimes you just flail at it and hope you're the best, but other times you just pick your angle, trust your instincts, and say, okay, I'm just going to sit here and force you to react to it. And for the most part, they have been choosing correctly, or at least effectively, when a lot of these reads come through, because you see multiple times now, Team Courtney seems like they have a head of steam, they're going forward, and then look at that, Coconut cuts right in, gets that deflection, causes chaos, maybe even open shot if they can get on top of this. Courtney wisely chipping that one high, but unfortunately for her, the only player to get to that is Nacho first.
Coconut has time and a great touch up field, has some boost to work with, and an open net. I think there was a bump behind the lines, and that'll extend Nacho's team lead even further. What a way to get there. I believe Sanoki is evading that Nacho demo attempt.
And that's really why I like physical play. It doesn't even need to connect to basically do the exact same thing. You can see that rotation come through in the back end, and even if that bump doesn't go through, they know that if they aerial for this read too fast or too slow, they might be in danger. Speaking of, might want that one back. Unfortunate move from the captain.
Yes. It happens sometimes, and off kickoff has been a lot of the time where Team Courtney can come ahead. I mean, you saw the overtime end just that quickly with a similar situation, and at Gyro getting up in there. Sanoki messes up kickoff. That one goes to Gyro, though. Was that on purpose? Was it not on purpose? But that may be the end for Team Courtney in this game number 3. Can they get the ball to the other end off of basically zero boost? Does Gyro not get contested? Double bumped, and Team Nacho takes one to extend the series further.
There was a singular moment where I'm thinking, oh no, I see 2 players going for it, not off the ceiling. Fortunately, that was a deflection that was really heavy, so into the turf it goes. Take a deep breath, get that win, and also very nice. I just realized actually one aspect of all this that's really impressive is that games 1, 2, and 3 now all been really close, and the reads have to come in cleanly. And I forgot, Nacho currently playing from EU right now, actually visiting a friend. So right now, playing on a little bit of a ping disadvantage a little bit. So really impressive that she's able to actually still play at this level, get all these reads when basically playing on what appears to be a steady 120 to 130 ping.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen players play from EU and do just fine. I mean, there's plenty of examples, and I think Nacho is just one of those players that can adapt to that very easily. Impressed with what Coconut was able to do this game. I feel like the co-ed draftees have been doing a really great job of adjusting and having their shining moments throughout these games. So Coconut doing well to be more of an attacking force upfield. Kind of took a lot of pressure off Nacho and B to be the ones to score. And then when it comes to Team Courtney on the other end of things, I was impressed with how evenly displaced the shot count was between everyone. I feel like they've all been rotating really well offensively, and that's why they've been getting so much pressure upfield.
Being able to also distribute that, I really do like that point, because it does come down to that. You do have players that like to play fast, and therefore you just move toward the ball constantly, and you're constantly on top of it. And I think if that works, you fully commit to it. I think that's really what Team Courtney has been doing. Gyro, hey, you like to chase the ball? Then fine, I'll just let you do that. And for everyone else, then you just kind of play around that. And that can be a little bit weird, because I think everyone has their instinctual way of playing, and you don't like to change it midstream. But if it works, I don't think any player's really gonna mind, especially when you get passes like this. Potentially, Sanoki needs to be able to crash this one instead. Choose a really nice pass to Gyro, forces a triple commit Sanoki with minimal boost, trying to get the double Courtney there, but a nice last second deflection means no goal yet.
A great early pressure by the entire Courtney roster. Granted, Gyro, no, not the faded in front of net touch. I yell at players so many times. Don't make that mistake. You handed it right to Coconut.
The thing is, that touch is something you can get away with, but the problem is you can't rely on the defender to wait for you, or really on the that case, the offensive player, as Coconut was coming across on this one, and really that's a situation that only works if you're able to take that catch and then they delay their challenge, and then you're able to get behind him. Instead, Coconut just played his angles well, and again, trust your instincts. If you see an opening, you gotta go for it.
Now back towards Courtney's half. Gyro has some time and boost to work with. Will do his faded aerial. Can't get over B this time. I think Team Nacho well aware of what Gyro's capable in the air after those first couple games. Coconut and Nacho, though, a little bit of a double commit. B as well jumping in. Effectively a triple commit, but enough of time and bounces to at least give them a little breathing room. Courtney backboard, double tap read. That's as automatic as it gets. The team captain on the board.
It looks like free play here. Unlimited boost, fakes out the reset. As you can see, Coconut pre-flip forward, but then leaning forward into it. Even without a flip, he can still generate a lot of power. So much so, completely bamboozle everybody on the defense. Looks so clinical, and that's a great way to show exactly why you have been a frequent all-star all throughout the season.
Yeah, all-star past seasons as well. Courtney, one of those definitely historical players in the women's scene, and showing a little bit why that team captain energy is coming on through. Courtney managing a little bit boost in the tank now. Sees Courtney in midfield or Sanoki, but isn't able to find the connection. Gyro waiting patiently, has a lot of boost to work with just to get this read, a very difficult one off that top corner. But instead, they will get the turn. He has the shot, but it's just a little wide. Team Courtney, again, threatening on the offensive pressure, just can't seem to get it in the middle of that zone. Team Nacho have locked down that back forward and the sides much better than before.
Being able to, again, just be able to police all your rotations and get your boost is one thing, but stopping it when you can't quite do that is another. Gyro can't slot it much better than that. Good job by Sanoki, just making sure it is in a dangerous position in between all the defenders.
Yeah, very nice pass. Enough power as well to bounce back far enough in midfield that Gyro can collect it and find a nice shot on target through the defenders. All three players in orange were right in front of the net. But now, halfway through this game, we're seeing, again, the evenness between the two. Nacho knows she has time. Not getting contested yet, and will be contested, but not to the greatest. Down in front of net. B is there, but the follow-up isn't. B, though, almost effectively a squishy save touch in an attempt to direct it in, but can't get there. And now Gyro with boost will be able to get past the defense. Can Courtney put it on target? Coconut's there in time, and what a quick transition by Team Courtney. They just keep the offensive going, and it's so difficult to deny that transition.
I really do like this kind of paying back off in the reverse. Gyro this time playing the assist role, and it's more important than anything, you can make any pass scoreable by just going to it as quickly as possible. It doesn't even have to be anything too precarious. Snowky could have played that a lot of different ways. Just say, I think Nacho's probably close to that one. I think I'll back off, maybe play for 50. But instead, she's like, nah, I'm just going to rush that as fast as possible and see how she handles it. Turns out, not able to react in time, and that's exactly why you make those adjustments.
Coconut trying to do his best to get his team back in it. Nacho now down by 2. Still plenty of time left on the clock if they can get something going. Again, momentum seems so heavily favored on Courtney's side. That one just a little wide. Great pressure coming from Gyro. Shot by Courtney. You can't place it any better.
That's really exactly how you should describe it, Chixa. Courtney comes in with the flip, and poor Nacho has enough boost to reach almost everything. I would say 98% of that goal is covered perfectly, except for that back left corner. So, unfortunately, yeah, you can't stop anything. But at the same point, it's not necessarily the game-deciding goal. This is a 3-goal lead for Team Courtney, and they're starting to extend it and really just try to lay on the punishment here. With 90 seconds remaining, it's really going to have to take some concentrated effort on both sides of the ball, really, from Team Nacho to be able to come back into this one. And right now, it seems like they're more or less just living on defense.
Pop up here, Sanoki to come through to finish. The defense isn't ready. It's just been a domino effect, and it's unstoppable from Team Courtney. They're just getting in the way of rotations. Everyone a little bit too bunched up on the side of Team Nacho. They're in panic mode right now, trying to get back in this game, and I think they're just running out of time and pressure to be able to do so.
It can be so difficult to be able to engineer everything that you need to have happen. And I think there's moments where you see this fleeting issues of saying, okay, well, yeah, that doesn't work out, but that's fine. We'll just slow down a little bit next time. Okay, we're giving up way too much. Let's play a little bit more careful, and all that works out. But the thing is, Rocket League is a fluid game because it changes every 5 minutes. You have to make adjustments. You have to be able to choose a game plan and then potentially discard it the very next game. And right now, I feel like Team Courtney's just kind of settled into a rhythm, and right now, they're just playing off vibes. They've had to play a little bit different every game, but it's worked on the whole for them, and therefore, deserving of this win, being able to close out this series and be able to push on forward in the upper bracket. But I would have to say for Team Nacho, not necessarily anything I'd sound the alarm bells for, but certainly a disappointing way to keep the game so close and then have this one kind of just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think there was just pivotal swing points in the game that Team Courtney took better control of. And I mean, you can't stop the man Gyro, who has just been the most absolute madman on the pitch. It seems like he can't miss when it comes to it. Every shot is on target. Every pass is meant to be a pass and where it needs to be, and every aerial is so perfectly controlled. It's so hard to go against someone who's playing so consistent. We often talk about consistency across games in a series, and this team in Courtney has been consistent each and every time. They can't even get one for the road. Courtney denies.
Oh.
This one off the board and out. And so close, but yet so far as Team Nacho. They'll go down to our lower bracket, and Team Courtney will take the very first series win of the day on stream.
Only natural that Lawler also says, this is a team that I am most curious about, and you can see exactly why. A lot of goals starting to launch into the fray. You were able to see a huge display of the different strengths, and honestly, not too much that I'm too worried about. Typically when we watch players on stream, especially newer teams or newer on stream, when they know they're being watched and they're not just playing a little bit offline or just playing some ranked game, you know, where you don't really have the pressure on, the spotlight isn't directed at you. I think you do see some nerves. I didn't really see it that time. It was really solid all the way through, and I think if you're Team Nacho, you're not going to be too disappointed. I think you really just got started off with the worst possible draw. You played one of the best teams in the tournament, and they certainly played like it.
Yeah, I think they were like evenly matched in draft. It was kind of like the third and fourth, or fourth and fifth, or something like that. So that's where we kind of paired them together off of, I believe, that draft order. So yes, I think it is definitely one of those running teams that we thought of as being potential winners. They showed why Team Courtney's draft is so good, and I'm excited to really hear from Courtney potentially soon.
Yeah, and so in order to actually potentially do that, we have to be able to throw you to a quick break, but obviously stay with us here. You're going to be more of the Ally All-Stars right after this.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Ally All-Stars, Lawler, Taco, and Chixa, and an exciting first match of that. Very validating, as I just said off camera. Taco obviously paid attention to it at the very tail end of that series and about how my eyes were on Team Courtney, and at first a little bit of a hiccup, but we're unanswered to bring it together and really swing away with it as we take a look at these replays. Taco, what did you see in this that was the difference maker between these two teams?
I mean, obviously, Gyro was playing phenomenally. I think in the way you said, even off camera, he played with his boost tape down, it felt like, just constantly being around the play. Obviously, you see the finesse here with the cross-court air dribbles, but really the most impressive part for me is just the fact that you see the longtime teammates being reunited in Courtney and Snooki, and the chemistry was easy. And if you're a player like Gyro, it's not that hard to slot into a team when 2/3 of that team are already comfortable and know how each other like to play. Then it's just your job to be like, okay, you guys take care of this part of it, and then I'll just be the missing piece. And so for someone like Gyro, I'm not really going to be too concerned about that. So I think you saw the chemistry, and you see how many of these goals are assisted. They're off of direct passes into the midfield, and it's really hard to stop if you're on the other side of it.
What about you, Chixa?
Oh man, it's hard to, say anything more than what Taco said. It was chemistry. I've watched a lot of Courtney and Snooki together on their time at Verum, and both of them just have immaculate vibes. And as we've said, Gyro has the experience. He has the capability of just being comfortable in that duo, and he he melted right in. It didn't look like they haven't played at all. He was consistent throughout the series, and you see he's match MVP there, and phenomenal output by the entire roster. I think, again, I had mentioned throughout the series, it seemed like they were even when it came to shot count and offensive pressure at times. Did Gyro make the most impactful plays to swing the tides at times? Yes, but overall the team played very consistent as a whole.
Yeah, I think the Ally match MVP going to Gyro makes a lot of sense. You know, Taco talked about it a lot in that series as well, where there was certain moments where, yes, very fluid, very aggressive on their offense, but the difference maker of, okay, some of those air dribbles, while they may not lead to goals, it buys time for the team. It allows them to go get boosts, get back into rotation, and it keeps that, you know, siege-style offense, that onslaught that was being provided, continuous. So, yeah, I think difference maker both on and off. You also saw it. I want to pay attention to it too. The off-ball plays is something I always try to pay attention to. Courtney on those rotations, a phenomenal job on breaking those things down. So, again, everybody paying attention to kind of the little things, but also the direct impact of Snowkey. Beautiful pass. It's a free shot. Put it away. So, a lot of really good things. But rather than us kind of talking and praising, let's actually talk directly to the team. We're going to bring in Courtney to the broadcast. And first and foremost, congratulations on a phenomenal play. I got to start right off of game one. A little bit nervy, it felt, but for an answer to close it out, what was the vibes going on? What was the communication going on to bring you guys back in that OT?
Honestly, it was kind of funny because it was like we were down like 4-1, and we were like, you know what, guys? As the great Angie would say, it was just a warm-up. And then we found, like, in all seriousness, that we just turned on the Jets, realized I think we needed a little bit of time to figure out how to work with each other, and I mean, it got better as the series went on, so.
Yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal to watch. I talked kind of being one of the early favorites was Team Courtney. I thought you guys were going to be one of the, based on the selection process, really stable, not only in the competitive side, but also just immaculate vibes. I've been blessed to know Gyro for a very long time, and I assume you can confirm in comms, he is just a goofball. Can you kind of give people a peel back the curtain of what it's like in the communication department?
Honestly, like, in between goals, we're just saying something funny and laughing. Like, we're just having a good time. That's what these tourneys are all about. Yeah, it's about winning, but, you know, you want to have a good time and just enjoy it. He's definitely a goofball.
It's a very nice way of putting it. He is a affectionate person, both on and off the game, which is a fantastic vibe to have within the team. Moving forward, obviously, this is a long day, obviously with the double elimination, but trying to shortcut that by going through the upper bracket. Is there really any competition that you guys are worried about? I have a feeling that there's a lot of confidence for this roster.
I'd say we're definitely confident. I mean, the way I think about the game is if you don't go in confident, how are you going to expect to do well? There are definitely a couple teams we're looking like out for, but I'm not going to say them. We can't let them know. I'm not going to let them know. I'm smart.
It's the one thing I want to poke and prod about, but if you're immediately going to shut it down, then I don't even have to bother asking that follow-up. Outside of that, last question for you, Courtney. I want to give you the floor. Obviously, these events are far and few in between. I don't think there's enough representation, and I think Radiant does a really good job in partnership with Ally for that. But if I could give you the opportunity to make your shout-outs and say whatever you got to say, or, you know, your praises, the floor is yours to do so.
I'd like to give a massive shout out to my mom and my grandparents who are actually watching the stream, as it's my last tournament competing. So it's really cool knowing how much they support me, and also my family and everybody that supports me. Sanoki, we've been through like so much as teammates the past 6 months, and I couldn't be more thankful for her, not just as a teammate, but as a friend. Like, I genuinely cherish the time we spend together.
Couldn't have said it better
And also,
myself.
Shout out to everybody who makes these events possible. Shout out Radiant. You guys always kill it every single time. We're very thankful for the events and the hard work that everybody puts on. So seriously, thank you. Like, you guys make these things possible and allowed me to have a career that I did. So thank you.
It's one that I know we're going to look back on and be very proud of, but just know it's not done yet. We still got a whole day to go of Rocket League. Courtney, really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much. And again, the kind words, I know everybody greatly appreciates them.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Again, Ally All-Stars, we've got a whole lot of action to go, but before we do that, we have to take a quick break. When we come back, more Rocket League action here for the Ally All-Stars North American Edition. Don't go anywhere.
Words, no, I can't seem to find yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. I got rules and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Not my love, again. And I know you deserve respect. Yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we step or jello.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Ally All-Stars presented by Ally. Lawler, Taco, and Chixa back on the broadcast. You're stuck with us, I'm sorry. Jokes aside, we've got to look at what has gone down because while we just did one quarterfinal, there was a bunch of other ones going on and pretty convincing victories in two of those. Taco, Team Karma getting swept? What's your reaction?
I mean, that's also the issue sometimes of dealing with all this, because obviously Team Karma, you just have the name recognition of a player as good as her, but then you also have to deal with the fact that this is a team that is, as we mentioned, as always, a pickup team, and also with Trihouse, who is a little bit lower rank than pretty much everybody else in these two types of drafts for the content creators slash like the pro players involved. So I think that struggles because at times you're only going to be as strong as fast as the last player can play, and even though Trihouse does, I will say, to his own credit, play surprisingly well at a lot of these. It's just at a certain point, you are constantly just sprinting back and forth and feels like you're just out of breath.
On the other side of that bracket, though, we did get to see Bella and Lilo taking a 3-0 and going into our next match of the day. So we do have Team Lilo versus Team Kate up next. And Chixa, I'm going to kick it off with you. Obviously, there's a lot of focus about some of the star-studded lineups and the notoriety of some of these players. I think Team Kate is definitely on the upswing of that as well.
Yeah, Kate with Angie and Asfura, so certainly a roster to look out for. Asfura very dominant in the content part of the scene, and Angie has always just been such a good and consistent overall player. You know how she plays, you know what to expect from her, and she never really wavers from that. So it's always been impressive to watch Angie play. So I think Kate as well, of course, we've seen Kate play so much. I think this team will have a lot of dynamic to them that you wouldn't necessarily expect on the field.
Yeah, Taco, I don't really know how to put my finger on what this team is going to look like. And maybe that's just because Asfura is still like an anomaly in my head based upon the way that he operates on the social media. Maybe that's it. But can you try to dissect what expectations may potentially be for this team when we actually get on the field?
The big thing that people need to realize about Asfura is that he's like a personality and skill-based sleeper build. Because you watch him on on like all social media, and you're like, oh, I mean, he's a little goofy. Like he's got some like weird moments where everyone just kind of makes fun of him. But we forget that he's also a very high-ranked player, like a very skillful player. So when people look at that and say like, oh, is this just another content creator that's like going to be like okay? No, also a very high-ranked player. So definitely not going to miss a step. Definitely, I think, going to fit very well in with Kate and Angie.
Well, we got to talk about the other roster as well. Lilo Ren and Wavy, a young gun that has come onto the scene, and Wavy that has been very excited to watch under that TSM banner. Previously, Hey Bro. But pairing that is a different thing. I think, Chixa, I know you've been paying a lot to it. Wavy in the 1v1 scene has just been popping off lately. Did the exact same thing last time, but didn't get tryouts. A little bit different this time around. So I'm excited to see the pairing with the rest.
Yeah, I think Wavy and Lilo will be quite offensively aggressive. I expect a lot of clippable moments between the two. Granted, Lilo at times has struggled on the pitch, but I think today, showing up as a captain, having someone like Wavy on your team, it's just going to be like these bang pow sort of moments on the pitch. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, what is happening? Wavy did something crazy. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Lilo does something crazy. And they're just going to keep playing like that on the field. So I expect a lot of like very poppy plays that you just don't expect coming from them.
With Lilo in particular, obviously one of the last two captains to qualify in that top 8 percentile, but consistency was definitely there. There was a level of expectation that you got out of Lilo every single time. But I do like that X factor you're kind of mentioning, where the ability to say, hey, if they link up, like, you're going to turn some heads. And at the end of the day, those are the opportunistic moments that we definitely need within these tournaments, where that expectation is set. All of a sudden, you level up past that expectation. But I am using that word again. Expectation of this match is going to be an exciting one. So without further ado, I'm going to let you guys take it away and get us into our second match of the day in the semifinals.
And then being able to actually get right into it. There's actually no preamble at all, Jackson, because these players are ready to go. I mean, we were both sitting in the lobby, and these players are just basically itching, just yelling at the admin, please just let us off the hook, but you're able to join up and able to get into this one. And it seems like we're going to have an equally frantic game in game one as we might have looked at in the previous series.
I mean, you have Wavy and you have Asphira on two different sides of the pitch, and I don't think you can get any more chaotic than that at times. I think it's going to be a really fun one. I know everyone else can't see chat banter, but I hope to get some of it because I think it'll be really funny if we get to see anything. But excited to see how Wavy particularly does. It's always nice. I mean, we have, I guess I'll take one out of Lawler's book, expectations. Certainly of the women that are playing today and how much we've seen them throughout the season. And we know how a lot of these pros or content creators play off the side, but how they play together is a whole different story. So I'm really excited who's going to show up and show out early on and make that effect, that kind of bang pow that I was talking about.
Well, certainly we are seeing at least some pattern come forward, mainly Team Lilo mostly getting a lot of the offense exactly where they want it to be, especially with these kind of whiffs off these awkward angles. Angie able to make the last second save, but job's still not done. Ren wrapping around. Wavy will decide to vacate the space. Definitely going to be a highly patient player, is going to chase the ball around selectively, but all that ones training, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on, these kind of outside the scene tournaments, definitely going to pay off with being able to choose the right moment.
Wavy, no way. I expected him to go up, you know, aerial style play, you know, whatever like that, but instead just sees the field open up and sends a roller that goes on in, and that'll be first blood for Team Lilo.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. When you do see an open net, most players are going to be able to hit it, but it's also sometimes you don't realize until the hit comes in, when the ball's starting to fall from the ceiling, you don't realize that, oh, everybody's out in the corner. I just have a wide open shot. So putting it with enough pace is nice. Temporary misstep from the Team Kate, but I don't think it's really going to bother them too much, especially if they can lock down the side wall as Kate tries to go for that boost. Unfortunately, I think trusted Asphira to get that read.
Ren up off the side wall, can't really get past Angie. Kate and Asphira will go up at the same time, and that's a little bit of double commit drama that we know and understand can be difficult as a team finds their footing. Keep in mind, this is the second round. They've already won a series, and already seeing some of those mishaps, it makes me nervous. You think you would have gotten that kind of out of your system in the first series of the day, but instead, already some problems that could be happening, and maybe some openings for Team Lilo to come on through if we see more of those double commits. Wavy with time and boost in the tank, but can't get past the defense.
Asphira going to be able to at least police that first touch. Lilo able to beat out with speed. Thing is, it doesn't really benefit them, but I would like to see a little bit more possession here, or more orange side. Not quite getting the reads that they're looking for, so maybe a chance to be able to air dribble through the middle would be exactly what they're looking for. Kate, a nice reset to get past the first defender, but you need a follow-up to get past the second.
Wavy touch right to Angie, who's waiting patiently with this one. Kate sends it out, but Lilo's there, actually gets bumped almost into it. Asphira can't get it clear either. Maybe another opening for Team Lilo. Someone's getting chased in net, but the pinch manages to find its way into the corner. Wavy beats one, has no boost, can't get a bump out either. Team Lilo with tons of pressure upfield, but can't get more than off the corners. Oh.
Fiora trying to flick that one, and actually it does work out as Lilo almost hesitated, not really sure where that ball was going to go. Fortunately for her, that save from Wavy, able to keep things somewhat policed. Angie on the pre-flip, not going to work. How about the backboard though? Kate watching to see what Lilo's going to do with it. High lob to the side wall means another send right on back, and Angie already lurking upfield. Pass down to Asphira. I love the build-up. Ren does not. Exactly why she shuts that down.
Angie pokes it on target. Ren has a save, but not much boost. So quickly back to Kate, but Kate can't control the touch either. Angie, no boost in the tank, and we have a lot of low boost signs on both sides of the field. This one past a pop-up. Can Lilo get it fast? Can't get there either. Ren up, now Wavy up just as quick, but it seems like all the effort again. Can't get past the defense. Maybe Wavy will have an opening with some boost. Does he get the double tap read in front of net, but can't find the angle? All this effort, only a single goal. Is this one gonna be on? Fakes it, but the save comes through by Wavy. He has boost to the ceiling, gets the flip, puts it on, and Kate finds the save to deny.
Really well done to be able to wait for that shot. Wavy does kind of show his hand with going off the ceiling because you know he has to use that flip to get back to it, so there's no real need to be able to dive on in on it. But it doesn't mean anything if you get those saves and you can't convert it into something. It has to go all the way across field, and that touch from Angie, fortunately not going to find a teammate. Asphira looking for a double, doesn't have it. Instead, it's Ren setting up Wavy on near post. No goal, but none needed. 1-0, more than enough to take the dub.
A quiet game on the scoring front. A single goal from Wavy that came when the seas of cars parted, and he had an open rolling shot to go on in. So a pretty quiet game, but I like the defense from both of these teams. As you can tell, 6 saves Team Lilo, 5 for Team Kate. That one save could have been the difference between whether or not they won or lost. So very close game, and a very different game from the first one we saw today.
And not only that, but Wavy has the singular goal, but also want to point out those 4 saves, definitely trying to make sure that the back line is secure. And that's, I think, the most important part. I mean, keep in mind, yeah, we saw a lot of offense in this game, but the only goal is just off of a little bit of a tap in the middle, and the defense from Team Gate just a little too spread out to be able to compensate for it. A lot of moments in offense, yeah, you generate offense by just being clever and tricking the defense. Other times, it's just glancing upfield and being aware where everyone is and just taking a chance and shoving it downfield and seeing if it goes into the open net.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for these teams to adjust in the next game. We saw a lot of solo moments from Wavy as he tried to do things, and I think Ren did a really great job of setups across the field for Team Lilo. A little concern, as I mentioned, for Team Kate with Asphira double committing at times, but I like the setups we saw from Angie. She tried to not get in the way, and Kate sometimes was able to almost make a play because of it. Lots of potential and adjustments for game number 2. I think it'll stay just as close this entire series.
We'll see Asphira start things off with a nice kickoff and the chase. I really do like just forcing Ren to be able to get rid of that ball as quickly as possible. And now Kate has a chance to get another follow-up 50 off ceiling for Wavy to deal with. Gets the first touch, or at the very least tries to wait for it. Angie on the putback is going to put that a little bit lower than I think they would like to, especially now. Wavy's trying to lead the counter after the demo on Asphira.
Ren in midfield can only push it away. Asphira, time and some boost in the tank will take the air dribble. Lilo ends up finding a nice touch and follow-up to keep it in the corner. Wavy with some boost, but not with any time. Kate quickly challenges Asphira, trying to push it on in, and Lilo, to get in the way, finds the save and keeps the score at a 0. A lot of back and forth shooting opportunities. Angie trying to do something herself, almost gets past Ren, but the defense, as you can see for Team Lilo, still spot on.
Wayne's going to be a little late to that one. Kate says, no problem, I'll get that one. Would have liked a little deflection in the middle, but I don't think the comms were there, and now they need to because Angie has to deal with Lilo. Not only gets bumped out of the way, I don't know if she was saving that anyway.
What a setup by Wavy, and Lilo is there kind of cherry picking it. Ren finds the bump on the goal line as well. That is a complete team play. Ren may not get any points for it, but the points are in her head. It's in our book. That is a well thought out play and well executed by Team Lilo. They just get exactly what they need to do, and the pressure still almost overwhelming. Asphira will get this one upfield, but another demo on the back will make this very one note. Just that single touch there, the follow-up being blocked. Because that third person was demoed, they're all the way too far back to continue to be involved in the play.
Their long clear into open space from Wavy. He's actually choosing his parts really well there. Sometimes when you get the clear, yeah, you don't want to throw it all the way downfield, but as a last option, if you don't have a pass available or you can't solo it, yeah, just put it into open space. And I think that right now, there's a couple times now, it seems like Team Kate is moving forward and the ball gets cleared. And it's almost like they just roll their eyes like, oh, of course, now we have to readjust and be able to just ruin our rotation by having to slow down. And I think that's kind of the frustrating part, especially now that we've had a couple chances now for our orange side. They get some shots off. It looks like it's destined to go in the goal, and then right on the goal line, save away to the corner.
What a pinch by Wavy. Does someone get a follow-up? Asphira's touch dangerous. Ren puts it down. Asphira finds the save. Follow-up touch. Backboard. Straight down. Wavy to finish off. And you can't stop that onslaught of shots.
Just so much to handle. Asphira does well in the save. The issue is with those is that if you don't get them to the side a little bit, then it's going to just be right back into the blender. Wavy just kind of waits their turn in the rotation, gets the shot off, and obviously going to get a clean 2-0 goal, starting to extend the play. And in case looking for that first goal of the series, it's not like they haven't been trying. They have a decent number of opportunities. The problem is that most of them just get cut off right before that crucial moment, or at the very least, just a good positioning and solid angles being taken from our blue side to be able to deprive them of those ops.
Yeah, Wavy with those 4 saves last game. This time 2 for Ren, 1 for Lilo. So they're managing to spread out and find multiple people to be on the goal line when needed to defend. It's rotations that have been very clean. Always someone stepping up next for this ball. Be able to pop it up on the backboard. Actually, no touch can be found. Asphira also seems to be flailing. Ren to have a shot, places it right under that bar, and the lead for Lilo continues.
I really do like how the shot was taken because Angie's doing really her best in trying to be able to force that ball into a 50. Wavy then gets in the middle, and then Ren just kind of takes a little bit of pace off the shot just to make sure it's underneath the bar. And I think a lot of players try to over-hit every single read that they get, just try to hit it as hard as possible, make it more difficult to save. Sometimes just place it well, and that's all you really need to do.
Taco, you were a little bit louder than me, but I made the same noise.
I think we were basically the same exact sound wave.
Happening? No, Kate, you could tell stalling there because she's like, really, did that just happen? Yes, it did just happen. The bump comes up through, and Kate is not ready to follow up after that bump happens. Unfortunate. And the biggest concern for me, you mentioned it earlier, Team Kate has yet to score. That shot way high, no follow-up. Wavy has boosts already on the other end of the pitch. It's just been way too hard for Team Kate to successfully get past the defense, and we haven't mentioned it yet, but the amount of bumps and demos coming out of Team Lilo feels so overwhelming at times. They just keep on demoing on rotations out and to make important plays upfield. It's been incredible to watch the coordination to make these plays all come together when someone's off the ball and on the ball. Ren almost gets the cherry pick touch. Wavy finds the second effort for the post down.
I really thought, I was like, ah, man, that's a rough miss from Wavy. But no, instead, just gets the flip and then the reset on the crossbar read into an attempted musty. Man is just too good.
I mean, he's got that one's energy. He'll make the plays when it matters most. Demo there. Kate may have a very good look at this if she can find the double follow-up for Asphira. First goal for Team Kate in the series.
Yeah, no longer is the blue side's goal in mint condition. The seal has been broken, which is nice to be able to see from Asphira. It definitely is something that you score. And it's one of those moments where you score and it's not like, all right, let's go. It's like, finally, you just lean back in your chair. And honestly, it takes a lot of pressure off you. Now that you actually do have the goal, you avoid the lurking thought in the back of your head where it's like, oh god, we have to deal with potentially a perfect sweep here, because right now it is very much a task that they have to deal with. First game, they squeak by. Okay, that's a loss that we can handle. 5-1, this is where everybody's off the chain, and it's not just Wavy making good plays, everybody getting involved.
Yeah. Very much how chemistries work out in these series is how well can the drafted players work together, get things going as a team, make plays that are well thought out, well planned out, well executed, and Team Lilo has been giving you that. And again, Team Kate has been doing their best. They've been putting on shots on target. They've been finding ways to stop the defense at times, but it just hasn't been enough. There's way too many shots coming out from Team Lilo. The defense has been consistent as ever, and now they deny yet another one. Get that clear out upfield. Team Kate will go down in game 2, and now Team Lilo on match point in our series in the upper semis.
And this is the way you want to play. You start off, just make sure you get a good win, and then after that, you start experimenting a bit more. I think we saw a lot more demos coming through from Team Lilo, but more importantly, also just trying to make sure that they elongate offenses. Sometimes if you have a shot, yeah, you can shoot it on target, but if the angle is a little too difficult, or more importantly, if there's just a bunch of goalies in the way and you're not liable to score, just keep lobbing it off the backboard. We saw a couple plays that were just extended because it kept getting tapped high, tapped high, tapped high, and eventually defense is not going to be able to do that, especially if there are shots coming in quickly, because you're going to use all your boost in the first save, and then after that, you're just going to basically take your hands off the controller, put them together, and just pray that eventually that ball just gets cleared on its own right.
Again, love to see Team Lilo. 2 goals for Ren, 2 for Wavy, 1 for Lilo, 1 assist for Ren, 3 assists for Wavy, 1 for Lilo. It's very rare to have your team have both goals and assists on that scoreboard, but everyone being involved offensively. And then this time Wavy with 0 saves, but 4 for Ren, 3 for Lilo. Impressive. 2 savior medals in the same game. Again, I'm just astounded by how well this team has functioned as an entire unit. People are going on and off, being more defensive, and everyone's being involved upfield.
And if you are getting everyone involved, that is the ideal goal here, because a lot of players, I think they get fearful of not wanting to be a little bit too risky. I think that's a tendency that you have to kind of throw out the window. I think it's fine to take risks as long as your rotation is solid. And honestly, it's not even a problem to double commit in these lobbies. You just kind of laugh it off and say it's fine. I mean, we even heard from Courtney earlier, yeah, this is kind of like a casual event, but ultimately, I think once the game starts, everyone's competitive drive comes out a little bit. Nobody likes to lose, and obviously, if you're down by 2, no one wants to be swept. So we'll have to see if Team Kate can pull it all together on Utopia to be able to elongate the series.
Sphera with some boost in the tank is getting some bump pressure from Angie, but that one quickly put away towards the other end of the field. Lilo has the 50 Wavy, the follow-up shot saved by Angie, who is always there positionally when needed. A little bit stumbling on the wall, and Wavy's shot will be on target. Asphira to block the first one, but here comes the second one. Asphira blocking the second one as well. Those both will be thwarted away, and with that 50, clears out some space for Team Kate, but only temporarily.
Asphira going to bail on this one, and honestly, I even like that decision because Lilo does have the read, and actually the extension as well. Just deceptive amount of boost when it comes to being defended as Wavy also trying to show just how much they can stay involved in that play. Nice quadruple 50 it looked like against Kate, except other side's captain looking like they're coming out the better on this one. Back to the corner, however, so as long as this goal, these goals remain at 0 for right now, I think both teams more than content to kind of just eye each other down and continue to take 50s in front of the net.
Wavy, great 50 out in midfield. Angie's there to pick it up. Maybe an open opportunity if Asphira can continue to annoy Kate. The follow-up, this one passed. double tap read won't be made. Wavy in the way, and Asphira's shot will go back towards the backcourt as well. Lilo and Ren both occupying that same space. Ren demoed. Wavy 0 boost in the tank will occupy that 50. Manages to make it, and Kate's deflection is just off target. So for now, Team Lilo, they live, they get to clear up field, and they're able to make yet another defensive stand.
It's a really nice hit here. Asphira might actually get on top of this one. Ren actually able to pull the Houdini underneath one and then over top the other one. Asphira tries to rescue plays, but Wavy goes right for the demo on one, and now also chasing Kate, also going to be able to claim another kill there. As these are just going all over the place. Lilo getting involved. There's so much destruction, but there's no reward. Wavy back post, crossing across the goalkeepers for the first.
I gotta say, chef's kiss on the placement for our shots today. How many top shelf, bottom left corner. Kate just goes off that back post, creeps a little too far. All she needed to do was stand still and it would have been blocked, but instead, having so much momentum, blows by that back post and unfortunately gets caught for it. Great placement again by Wavy and Team Lilo. The destruction certainly part of their name. Wavy, how does he manage to find these touches?
I think that's a reason why you want to stay relevant in the play at all times, because this doesn't look like anything, but Ren gets a really solid pass. I would say it's even too hard, but it's not, because at the end of the day, Wavy's still able to wrap around the outside edge, get a little bit of deflection off the post to be able to pinch that one in. It's just really well worked again. It's a combination of solo play, but also just understanding that as long as you're vaguely around an area at the top of the box, you can be able to latch on top of pretty much anything. Wavy trying to just do an exception to that rule of all team plays and just get the solo, though that time not really working out as we're crossing halftime.
I gotta say though, if you make a solo play on Asphira, you're totally clipping it and putting it on Twitter. So I know that's what Wavy was looking for. Probably. All fun and games though. I think Wavy's been playing incredible as well as the rest of Team Lilo. Team Kate, I just feel are always in kind of this come from behind mentality. And they haven't been able to do so just because they're always behind. They're always getting bullied around with those demos. And look, Wavy just controls it throughout and manages to pull 2 defenders to him. And because of it, another lead ends up growing for Team Lilo.
And that's exactly why it can be so irritating to play against a player like Wavy. But more importantly, everybody on Team Lilo is policing the reads in the midfield really well. You can see even when there are plays where everyone on Team Kate is rushing toward the ball, you just see everyone on the other side just kind of staring them down, saying, all right, well, yeah, you're getting to this ball really quickly, but I don't know where you're going to go for it. So I'm just going to sit here, take a 50, and then it goes right back into the defense's faces they can't handle, and it just gets overwhelming at a certain point. I think that's really the best way you can describe a lot of the offense we're seeing. It is not capable of being handled because they're just coming in way too fast. Speaking of, another demo. That's a hat trick for Wavy.
Yeah, it's so hard to combat those demos, especially when all the boost has been in favor of Team Lilo. They're just an unstoppable force right now, and I think a front runner for very much potential to go even farther in this tournament, very hard towards the end of it. They've played an impressive game on all fronts, and we mentioned how important defense is and how much more difficult it can be to create that chemistry defensively with a team. But it seems like Wavy, Ren, and Lilo all understand how to work together and use those demos to their advantage, both on the offensive and defensive zones.
So at this point, I think these goals are just going to be for momentum as they try to carry through and be able to go into the next matchup that they're going to be facing right now. And honestly, it's a little difficult to be able to even process how that's even going to come about, because right now they're really struggling to get these clears, and that does not seem to be any issue on their movement or even from the angles. Wavy looking for a fourth from a wild angle and actually almost gets it to go.
Furia finding the one and only touch that he can make a couple times on the back. But yeah, this one will definitely be the time that's running out, that's ticking down. It has just been dominance from one side compared to the other, and you have to wonder what should Kate think about going into their next series? What are the things that they have to change most to continue their run in this tournament in the lower bracket?
Ooh, for the most part, for me, I just feel like keeping the ball closer. Even on offense, they want to constantly speed things up, and sometimes you just have to understand that you just don't have the boost for that. You got to be able to take a touch and slow things down. Half the time when you do take 50s, it's not just because, okay, well, I can't get it past them. It's because you're specifically saying, all right, well, if I can't do anything with this, then I'm just going to wait for my teammates to be able to get some boost, and we'll try again later. And not every offense has to be the killing blow, and I feel like right now it feels almost impatient from Team K. They're just trying to dive in on everything when sometimes just throw a fake challenge and then witness your teammates getting clipped on by Lilo. Look at the Breezy.
Yeah, that's beautifully executed against Aspira. Aspira goes, bro. I was waiting for that. He can't handle it. Get clipped on, bro. That's all I gotta say. I hope that makes Twitter, because that should hopefully make it. Outstanding performance for Team Lilo. A total, I'm not going to total the shots just in case they get one more. A total of 16 shots for Team Lilo in this game. 16-2. Taco, that is a large number of shot differential.
Yeah, not even actually within overtime. Normally when you see those statistics, you're like, all right, well, yeah, obviously they played extra minutes. Nope, they just played 5. That's all they needed, because it's really all that is required when you're scoring 6 goals. It's going to be hard to topple. Same with this team in its entirety. Nice little sweep to be able to end out the series. I think that's the extension of results that you're looking for from teams that are already playing fairly well on all their games. And then once they get into this matchup, they kind of just saw a strategy that worked and then never looked back. There's no reason to change it at that point. So just go for it and see how high you can run up those stats.
Yeah, it was a overall impressive performance. One-sided at times. I'm surprised we got the sweep we did, but we'll just have to hear more from Lilo in a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what our plan is going to be. So, again, stay with us a little bit. We're going to throw you to a brief break as we set everything up. Hopefully hear more from Lawler and also from Lilo after the break.
Grapes in hand, looking up. Endless wine fills our cup. Draped in fine, couldn't clothes. Always hair, skin blown. Music play, the fist begin. Fills the air, steps clicking.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Ally All-Stars North American Edition with Lawler, Taco, and Chicks. We just had an exciting game, and now yet another 3-0 for Team Lilo, looking dominant. You guys talked about it at the beginning. If Lilo and Wavy link up, if that offense starts going, it's going to be scary, and boy was it. Just for everybody's perspective, 12-1 for the goal differential.
Yeah, and honestly, half of those coming in the last game as well. So just really pouring it on. And I would have to say, as you look the highlight reel, there's also going to be a fair amount of saves as well. So it wasn't without a lack of trying from Team Cape. But the thing is that you're going to get some chances and bury them, and that's great. But if you're Team Lilo, you're going to get a lot more chances, and you're going to bury even more of them. The efficiency from them was not to be understated.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at these highlights and these replays, a lot of the time you're noticing Team Kate is in defense parked because it's just a shot after another. And the placement has been perfection. Chicksa, for you, obviously there was a couple big moments, but Wavy started off with that slow roller, but slowly started to amp up. Hat tricks in multiple games as well. Really ran away with it.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Wavy's ability, like this play in particular, to get there so quickly and always seemingly having another touch. Just when you thought that was all he could do, he gave you even more, or he provided a demo to boot offside. So he always just kept applying extra needed pressure for the team in some form or another. He was there where needed each and every time. He's following up. He's doing a wonderful job of meshing with the side of Ren and Lilo, who are also involved at the play at times. So it's no surprise to me that Wavy is the MVP of this matchup, just with he either had so many saves, 4 all came from that single game, or he was just applying pressure upfield with multiple goals and assists throughout the entire series.
Yeah, shoutouts to Wavy, our ally match MVP for that series. I feel like that may not be the only time we see that happen throughout today. But obviously, Wavy, a very young, talented player that is trying to make his mark in this space. Overall, I think it was kind of that nail in the coffin at the end with the captain here, Lilo, who we'll be talking to in a short bit here. That breezy at the very end to solidify it over the top of the other team. I think there's a lot of moments for this team that I'm excited about, just not only offensively, but just, again, I'm always going to talk about the intangibles, little things that really separate. Very clean in their rotation, Taco.
Yeah, and that's the most important part that I look for. And one thing that, in a time, you're kind of speaking the same language, if you know what I mean. Like, if you're playing in ranked random people, it's really hard to play around people. But the higher rank you get, weirdly enough, it gets easier to play with other people because everyone is kind of on the same wavelength of, okay, we know we need to force here generally. I know to be middle on this pass generally. And I think at this level, where they're all the best the women's scene, and obviously you have some pro players in these lobbies as well, it's going to be just like, hey, throw the ball in any area around me, and I'll be able to do something with it. And it just, when you start clicking, you start laughing, the comms become more like lighthearted, and they're kind of just breezing through. And I think that's really the flow state that every team's trying to capture, and obviously Team Lilo doing really well. I think Lilo is definitely a very underrated player in the women's league, really one of the hardest workers to be able to improve herself, and I think has improved definitely as a player and been like a standout performer, like event by event by event.
Well, you talk about underrated, so why not give some attention to it? We're going to bring in Lilo to the broadcast and pick their brain about how they feel this event went. First and foremost, Lilo, welcome to the broadcast. Always a pleasure to have people on to talk about their feelings going through that series. And I figure we should start there. Your initial feelings on this coming into today. You never really know until you really play in the tournament. How have the vibes been today? Is everything going as immaculate as it looks? Because you're perfect so far in the day. 6-0, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, you go into every tournament, especially with a pickup team. It's going to be a little weird, but you know, you just show up, you try to have a good time with it, just to break the ice. But once you get rolling, it's kind of just business.
Well, I mean, it seems like it's all business because there's been nothing but W's for you all. Obviously, there is an expectation that you come into these tournaments of, hey, we're going to put our best foot forward, we're going to do the best of our ability. But has it really been as easy as it's looked with no losses whatsoever? Is everything feeling natural, or has there been a couple adjustments that you guys have had to talk about?
I mean, it definitely feels natural. I mean, I think we kind of mesh really well, but the series haven't been as easy as they've looked. Like, especially that first series. That first series we had was, I mean, they were all 1-goal games except for the last one, but they're definitely closer than they may look or seem. But we're comfortable, we're confident, so it can get a little crazy.
So what would you say is the difference between the first series and the second series? Is it just more time together or otherwise? Because this is a very glaring victory. I said it a little bit ago, 12 goals to 1. Obviously, a lot of them came in that last game, more than half, or almost half, if not half. So overall, it seems like things are meshing very well. What's the difference between it? Is it just familiarity, or what's going on?
I mean, honestly, like Ren was one of my first teammates in the scene, so it's kind of fun to bring that chemistry back. Wavy is someone that I've talked to from time to time, so there's a little bit of familiarity. But I mean, from the first series to the second, like, in the nicest way possible, the first series was a little bit tougher. I think the second series was they're all talented players, but the first one, it was a little bit of an icebreaker, a little bit of a tougher series. But now that we're rolling, I feel like it's going to be tough to stop us.
Well, we can talk about that. There's some love in the chat being given to you guys by some of the other casters that will be actually casting your match later. Shoutouts to Bass. We'll see you in a bit. But you talk about it getting tougher as the day goes on, and you can look forward to that. So last question for you. Team Courtney up next. Obviously one of the favorites, I would think, today. What's your kind of perspective on what is going to be that upper bracket final?
I mean, I think Courtney's a great player. Always have. Teamed with her for a while. She's awesome. It's nothing to sneeze at, but I think we're feeling really confident, and if we play our game, it'll be a good series. We should be able to pull it out.
I think we're all looking forward to that one. It's going to be a fun one, but you do have a little bit of downtime, so we're going to have to say goodbye for now. But as always, we greatly appreciate you taking the time and giving us some insight on what's going on behind the scenes.
Thank you.
Again, everybody, this has been an exciting day, and there's a whole lot more to come. But before we do that, massive thank you to the partnership with Ally. Ally is on a mission to provide more opportunities and events for women in Rocket League esports, aligning with their pledge for 2024 for 2022 to reach both 50-50 media spread, both for the RLCS as well as the women's scene. And as you guys know, as someone who's been trying to actively be in these as much as possible, and Radiant also pushing that forward, they've done a phenomenal job. You see them at every single major. You see them with boosts and activations, and like you're seeing with the All-Star event, $75,000 in tournament pricing provided to this community. Again, if you guys want to see more details, ally.com/RLCS down below, or type that into the web browser and do yourself some more research. But with that said, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got to focus in on our lower bracket and see who's going to battle to stay alive as everybody's on elimination point. Don't go anywhere. this way back. Back in the day, they used to do like featured content creators in the game, and Jazer had his like montage in the game, and Leaf clicked on that when we got booted out of the lobby. Turns out it was on 1,000% audio blasting in our ears, and if you look hard enough, you can see Leaf's face scrunch up and be like, "Oh no, panic!" So you're not the only one, man, but it happens to the best of us. So with that in mind, we're gonna take a look at the bracket, and I have to apologize. I'm just a liar. I lied to all of you. We are definitely going to that upper bracket final next, where we get to watch Team Courtney versus Team Lilo, which I think is going to be an absolutely phenomenal match, Chixa.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just the dominance from Team Lilo has yet to drop a game today in that last match, and we saw how well Team Courtney plays as a whole. I think they had arguably the tougher two matchups between Team Nacho and Team Emmy in order to get here, and only dropping a single game in those each and showing the dominance that they did in our first series of the day. I'm very impressed with both of these teams. I think it's going to be one heck of a shootout, or either a defensive showdown. What we saw from Team Lilo and being so good on the defensive end, as well as Team Courtney just showing how well they can be offensively aggressive. It's going to be impressive to see how both teams adapt to one another.
Yeah, I seen a love chat as well from our tournament winner yesterday. Shout out to the Lems. Tuning in and showing support for the NA crew as well. But I agree, a potential grand final rematch. Also in the lower bracket, not to be forgotten about, we do have some teams being eliminated. So as of right now, Team Nacho did secure that victory 3-1 over Team Karma. They are moving on to play Team Kate right now. And Team Bella does get the 3-1 win over Snub and will be facing against Team Emmy. So those will be updated here momentarily when we get more information. But we do have our final 6 teams. So with that in mind, we're going to focus in on what is at hand. We've got Team Courtney versus Team Lilo, both teams who we've now seen on broadcast. And I do like that in our interview we just had with interview with Lilo, the love and respect given as well is like, hey, yes, we have gone 6-0, but one of those matches, all 1-goal games, it was super competitive. So don't take that lightly. At the same time, we see the contrast, and it's like you guys just absolutely dominated. So it's hard for me to not get off that high horse and be like, listen, I understand you guys are trying to give respect, but like, talk your talk. Like, you just dominated. You were the best.
In certain regards, it was actually a similar performance, it felt like, from Team Lilo and Team Courtney, and that, yeah, the series scores are not the same, but in terms of it starts off really contentious, and then as it goes on, they just get into this really clean rhythm where everyone is hitting their shots, all the passes are clean, the defense is honestly to the point where it wasn't even defending in their own goal line, it was really just cutting out passes in the midfield, which is the best form of defense, the one where you don't really have to make saves because there's no shots coming in. So I really do like the form that both these teams got into, and I think they're only going to get better as it continues on. Unfortunately for one of these teams, they're going to have to continue in the lower bracket after this matchup, but definitely a high-flying roster of a lot of talent on display.
On the other side, though, we got to talk about the one we watched first today. It's Team Courtney, and that Gyro MVP performance, obviously supported well by both the captain and the teammate, that there is a lot of familiarity. We talked about this, brains and mechanics paired together. It's going to be a tough one to beat, but they ended up coming out on top over that roster. So if the other team had brains and mechanics, then what is Team Courtney?
They have chemistry. I really think that that's the main thing, and immaculate vibes. I've been in chat with Courtney and Sanoki so many times, and they are just the most giggly, fun bunch to be around. I know they're having a good time. You said Gyro's a goofball. They fit right in, honestly. Like, that is gonna be the most immaculate vibes chat ever. I'm very excited to see how they play again, and if it'll be an offensive showdown between both teams, they'll adapt to the defense. Like I mentioned, it'll be hard because we saw, I mean, Team Kate only scored a single goal on Team Lilo. And I know in the back of my mind, Courtney, Sanoki, and Lilo teamed together for a little bit throughout the season. Played, I believe, an ally event together, potentially. So they know who they're up against. Both teams very well know who they're up against. And both, so far, Gyro and Wavy have been the MVPs for their teams in both the series as well that we saw. So is it going to be a showdown of our content creators / pros, or is it going to be a showdown of the captains that know each other so well?
Stealing the question right from me, Chick, so I was going to present that to Taco, but I think that's the conversation is, Taco, do you think they cancel each other out and then it comes down to the other factors that come into play, or are they the ones that are really going to take control?
I think a lot of it is also the intangibles. It's actually why I think being an analyst for really any sport is really irritating, because a lot of times you just look at the on paper or like the hard stats and say, okay, this team's scoring a lot. Okay, we just watched them play and this is the way they play. But then occasionally you put two teams in, and even if you have a favorite in one of the matchups, and not even saying that about this matchup, but you look at the two teams, you say, okay, I favor this squad, but just sometimes it doesn't work. The way you rotate is going to be completely countered by someone else. You're used to playing a certain way and the other team's demoing you way more than you're used to, or whatever. It's like every team has their own kryptonite and every team matches up differently with everyone else. So with this one, I think it's really going to be game one is going to give us maybe a slight indication of where things are going to go. I think it's really just going to have to come down to everybody trusting in each other, because at the end of the day, we have to remind each other, for the most part, even though we've had some previous chemistry, these are pickup teams. This isn't like you're scrimming together every week. They've known each other for like 2 or 3 days at this point that they're going to be on a team together. So not really sure how it's going to work out. I think the teams that go the farthest are the ones that are going to be able to fully trust in the comms and lock in when it matters most.
I mean, Chick was saying that. She's talking about how this is team chemistry. So the reality is if there's going to be one team to do it, it seems like Team Courtney. But again, the disruption, those intangibles that you're talking about, I've seen both teams do very well. Lilo even had that backboard demo to open up a free pass. Like, both sides have done it. So without further ado, let's get into it. You guys, take it away.
Oh my goodness. I think this is going to be the most heated matchup we have seen so far today. I also think it has the best chance of going the entire series length of 5. We have been cut short on our series so far. They've been able to cut out, show up, show out so far, and I think this one is not going to be like the rest. I expect a lot of demos from the side of Team Lilo. We've seen them before, and I still expect that electric passing play energy of Team Courtney, looking at Gyro to continue to make plays and be that madman upfield.
I think right now also the matchups I'm looking for is just seeing Courtney using those mechanics, and saw the air dribble earlier on almost into the air dribble bump to be able to take out 2 different players. It's those individual plays that I really do like, because obviously you rely on team play and how you steal boost, and how you rotate around. But sometimes it's really nice just to have one player just be like, actually, I can single-handedly set up a really good shot. This one looked like one, but Gyro trusted that 50, gonna back away and play defense instead.
Courtney up the sidewall, has some time and some boost to work with. Will be able to get over Ren, but actually gets bumped away. Wavy now in control, pops this one up one-on-one with Gyro. You can't beat the ones man himself. Wavy to win it and be on the board first for Team Lilo.
I'd argue this is the biggest advantage of playing a lot of ones, is you just set yourself up into a position where that 50 is not going to be winnable. Gyro even realized it halfway through, where he tried to just guide it to the side and be like, oh wait, not only does he have that read, but he's got the follow through, and then another follow through as it just pinballs around on that top bar and before it goes on in. Really nice setup, and now he has a chance to even extend it further. I think that reset was a attempted pass into Lilo, not close enough to be able to ring it in.
Sanoki's touch instead off target, not a shot. Gyro off the sidewall doing his best to keep this ball away, but Wavy jumping the line. It seems like he makes these reads so well and able to get a second one in such quick fashion.
What I like about this from Wavy is that they're actually on the far side of the field, and it's so easy to just go all the way up, but when they see Gyro gets that pre-flip in, they understand that's not a touch you can really carry forward unless you have a little bit more boost to actually slow yourself down. So he waits for the pop out and then immediately goes, no hesitation, realizes at this point he just needs to beat the defender over the top for the clean shot. He doesn't have to do anything further than that. Really nice positioning and awareness, and that's what you expect from a pro-level player.
This one 50 in front of net. Dangerous territory. Gyro, the 50, still not that strong. Keeps bouncing towards the center. We saw this onslaught come from Team Lilo at times, and this one finally taken away. Courtney popping it over Wave. He tries to get underneath Ren, but still can't do so. Gyro up towards the ceiling. Quick touch. Gets past one. Can't get past Lilo now. Ren bumped on the way back. May cause havoc for her own team, and this one poked towards the corner. Back and forth we go, and as much as Team Courtney tries on the offensive zone, 6 shots so far, 7 saves. I don't know how that is even remotely possible, but Lilo to get another.
Well, it certainly shows that they've been under pressure just as much as what they have generated. The difference is that they've only had 3 shots, and what do you know? They're all goals. 100% shooting from Wavy. So they don't come around often, but when they do, they're not making really any child's play about it. They just smack it perfectly into the right position, and it's got to be so tilting when they start looking at the stats from Team Courtney. It's like, hey, how are we having all the pressure? We're still not getting anything. Even that from Gyro trying to fake out Ren, but Wavy still getting in the way. He's coming back for the second save. He's going to get it twice over. Lilo with a clear.
like crazy. We've seen how good defensively Team Lilo is, and they're still showing it. Again, 8 shots for Team Courtney. Make that 9. And guess how many saves there are? 9 saves for Team Lilo right now. They have denied everything that's been put on target. We've mentioned how much defense wins games, and Wavy putting out another MVP performance, both offensively and defensively. Give him a hat trick upfield. Give him 2 savior medals in the backfield. He's at 900 points, and we still have under 2 minutes to go.
At halftime, he had 850 points. So more or less, it's going to be a crazy statistical performance if this continues, and honestly even more tilting because it really is just a brick wall in the back. 11 saves is a disgusting statistic, regardless of if you are dealing with a lot of pressure, because it just shows that even when you do have shots on, it's just deflection, another save, another save, another save, another save, and that's honestly more tilting than actually losing in a close match, in my opinion, when you're really just having the ball constantly just deflect around your opponent's goal, because at this point, it's not even a matter of strategy. Maybe it's just shot placement, but either way, I think when we looked at Team Lilo, we knew how strong they were last game, but they're playing even a tougher opponent this time, and they still look like they haven't lost a step.
I mean, I've said it before, previous teammates, Courtney, Sanoki, Lilo, a little bit more in this match. I think it's always more fun playing with, or playing against people that you've played with beforehand. And now we're showing just how much everyone's heart really is on the field today. A bump even by Gyro won't keep Lilo from putting that one towards the sidewall. Gyro to try one more time to send it to Courtney. Still can't sneak it on in. Another demo comes on through. You cannot stop Team Lilo right now, no matter how much you throw at them.
Maybe he's going to try to extend this lead even more. Lilo is up for it. Nice burn by Sanoki, and even then on Courtney's shot, going to be intercepted away by Ren. High lob means Gyro might have a pass into Courtney. Tries to go over the bar. I think actually maybe tried to tuck that one in top shelf, but just couldn't get over it enough.
Gyro has some time and a little bit of boost to work with. Can't get past Ren in the corner. This one sent out center. Lilo is there to just put it away. This game will potentially go unscored on. It indeed will. Not a single score for Team Courtney, and Wavy gets past 8,000 points in our first game of the series.
I feel like these are one of those situations where it's almost like comedic when you just have a flash cut from, okay, well, you have this game won. Let's just make sure we calm everyone down, especially Wavy. Let's keep him pretty relegated to the back line, and then just immediately smash cut into 1,000 points, 4 goals on 4 shots, 2 demos, 6 saves. Disturbing amount of influence in this game.
I think disturbing is a great word to use for it. I don't know if that is a Rocket League player or just someone like he's robotic at this point. With how consistent he is, he didn't miss anything. He saved everything. That is someone unlike a regular person. It's just Wavy, I guess. Can you even blame Team Courtney? Normally, with 11 shots, you'd expect a goal. They can't get anything this one. That is a crazy stat to have this game.
I think at the end of the day, you just have to not even look at it as silver linings, but just really reappraise the situation. Yeah, you can look at it saying, okay, well, we had 8 shots and added a couple more on, and then to be able to get double digits. But then again, they also saved every single one because it was 11 shots and 11 saves on the other side. So clearly it was forcing good shots into actual saves. So clearly you're not really struggling in generating something. It's really just about placement. And oftentimes, sometimes you want to forego the shot, extend the play out, maybe just be able to get yourself in a better position, because that's exactly what Team Lilo was doing. They weren't getting too many looks, but when they did, they put it in the optimal positions to make sure that those shots had the best possible chance of being not only on target, but something really difficult for the defense.
And I mean, as we've mentioned a bunch before too, Team Lilo has been the stronger team when it comes to those demos and bump plays. So that always opens up to make a scoring opportunity that much easier when you could deflect a defender even that much farther out of the play. So we'll see what happens in game 2. Adjustments must be made for Team Courtney to get back in this one. Always so much harder to reverse sweep compared to tying up the series even. Already another off the ball demo, and that's certainly going to get things going for Team Lilo. Oh my goodness, is that one open? Is that how we're going to score the first goal of the game?
One of the wild moments where you're saying guaranteed goal on the blue side, and then wait a minute, Gyro, almost a little fake there, it looks like. I think Gyro was in a position where really the only, in quotes, option to get it is to clear it across. Lilo plays that read, and then when the ball just stands still, she flies by, and so does everyone else on the blue side. Nobody able to react to that one. Really clinical finish there from Gyro, and unfortunately, he might have to get punished for that. Wavy says, get back here. You're not taking the lead for that long.
As soon as I saw the one-on-one again, I was like, Gyro, are you gonna learn? Are you gonna learn from last time? And no, he's not gonna learn just yet. You can't get past someone who is just that good at ones. Wavy plays the 50 picture perfect, and that ends up tying up the game. Wavy has been incredible in this series so far. Potentially another MVP performance, and Red and Lilo doing everything they can to support him. We've mentioned how many times before, when a player is just absolutely cooking, feed him. Do everything you can to keep on playing and feeding them. They're really feeling it. If you got the hot hand, do not let it go.
Really the only downside of Wavy peeking is that he's going to come into chat after this and just post so much brain rot, and I'm not for it. I'm really just not in the mood for it this time, Wavy. But you know what? I'll tolerate it. I think all of us will, because we're getting really a lot of highlights, some nice goals going through, and also just a clinic on how to take all these different approaches. You mentioned the 50s are so clean, and that is exactly what I've been super happy about witnessing from Wavy, is just being how many times he'll not even just like get a clean setup, but just puts himself in a situation where the defender more or less just has to accept the fact that it is going in.
Very important demo on Wavy. It's not much boost in the tanks for most of Team Courtney. Wavy back already in it with boost and upfield though. Courtney has some time to work with and boost in the tank. Wavy comes from behind her, manages to not get the second touch. Can Gyro take advantage? No, poked away by Ren. And on the back foot, Team Courtney is again, they have to get out of their half, but always somebody there. Lilo bumping Sanoki. Gyro last back, needs to buy time for his team, and he will do just that. All the way poked in midfield. Sanoki, can she find the double tap read? No, who is there other than Wavy to poke away? Gyro doesn't get the cleanest touch in midfield either, and Lilo is able to get in front of it. Yet again, deflect, and now Wavy is coming at them like a freight train again.
He's not able to get that one, but you do see him chug his way back to be able to get his boost in the side, and rejoins the attack with another high lob. Sanoki not on the back wall though, so unfortunately that one's going to be deflected, and I will say fortunately for our Team Courtney, nobody up. Both Ren and Lilo both kind of gathering boost in the back corner, so instead they're going to have to restart with this play. A nice double from Wavy to try to set up the pass. But Gyro ready and waiting.
Tough touch for Lilo, maybe a little bit dangerous. It does find its way in midfield. Sanoki, I think, too fast on this one. Doesn't get to set up anybody, and Gyro just deflecting in midfield, trying to stay on it. Controls what recovery on the side wall to stay in the play. Gets past another. Is there someone in midfield? Courtney cries the shot, and this one off the mark. That is the best opportunity we have seen, and now you have to wait for Wavy all the way back on the other end, and everyone's so scared of him. He makes the play with 0 boost.
So the thing is, you take this touch, you don't have the height to be able to get the air dribble. Instead, you play for the 50. But then you realize, after the first one, if I actually just use my car, just getting close enough, you get a little bit of a pinch and that extra acceleration. Gyro's ready for everything except for that.
I could tell they were mentally in their head, scared, trembling, as Wavy's car propels towards them. And it's another situation. Again, what a touch by Wavy. I don't think he's a real person, because how is he consistently making plays like this time and time again? Wavy's on such another level.
It's actually absurd just how clinical he is. Like, granted, we already know Wavy's really good. We already knew he was going to make a lot of impacts. And honestly, if you're Lilo and Red, it's got to be so nice. You're not just really, I wouldn't say getting carried in the sense that they're doing nothing, because obviously they're playing really well in the rotation to facilitate all this. But sometimes you're just in the backpack. This is like a luxury, like designer backpack right now that you're sitting in. Every single time Wavy goes forward or you pass it to them in the middle, it is just a laser on target. And more than half the time at this point, statistically, it is going in the net.
Yeah, it's been crazy, and as much as Courtney, Sanoki, and Gyro keep on making adjustments, keep on making plays, it's still so hard to come back. I mean, they're doing everything they can. They keep on putting plays towards the side wall, the back wall, taking time with the ball, not taking time. and trying to pressure quickly. There comes another demo from Wavy. Like, it's just constant. They're throwing everything they can. Gyro's doing his best to make plays, and the ball sometimes just a little bit off the mark or just defended so perfectly.
So we'll have to see whether or not there's a comeback in store, because the worst part about it is that, yeah, you got to score 2, but you got to score 2 in 20 seconds. Make that 3. Looks like Ren had enough of just watching the Wavy show. Said, hey, I want a little bit of participation, and Lilo says, bet. Here's a nice little 50 into a flawless pass.
That's a gorgeous touch as well between the bounce. Always so much harder to read sometimes a bounce shot compared to the ones that are just flying straight on in. With 15 seconds, I think they've safely secured the game number 2 win. On to match point. In our upper finals, in the upper bracket, it's been one show from Lilo, and the rest of the team looks like there will not be another goal scored. And 2-0, Taco, how we feeling?
A little scared of this being potentially another sweep. We really came into this one, and I was even off camera, we're all just saying, like, yeah, that should be a good one. I mean, honestly, both teams playing pretty well, getting 3-1, 3-0. I would say the talent on both sides, I could see it being comparable, but the entire rotation for Team Lilo is just about really facilitating with getting good saves, good taps to the sideline, and then just letting Wavy do whatever he wants. And right now, I have to say, setting up great positions, even Gyro in goal, the player you have to think has been playing against him so much in high-level 2s, 3s, in comp game, in competitive tournaments, and etc. And yet still, just the 50s every time feels like he's able to just find the perfect adjustment. It's why his shooting efficiency is, I think it's like basically above 75%, I think at this point, based on how many shots he's taken.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm just, again, quite dumbfounded at the Wavy show that we've been continuing to witness. I don't know what more Team Courtney can do to stop Wavy when it comes to how just in control of this game he's been. It's clinical offensively, even when there's a defender there. You have to commit at this point 2 people. You have to keep him demoed. You have to keep him bumped. You have to devote so many of your resources to preventing Wavy. That's going to open up the floor for Ren and Lilo to make more plays. And we've seen them make just as many plays at times as Wavy himself.
I'd say the one thing that was a little concerning to be able to see was Snowkey on the last game at 54 points. And that's not really just because they're doing nothing. It's really just because they're trying to do more. And you see a lot of times when players have low points, it's just because they're constantly adjusting in rotation. Oh, they're going forward. Okay, I have to turn around. Oh, actually, I'm not there. Oh, actually, there's someone already covered there. And just a little bit of confusion. Half the time, if you're not getting touches on the read, it's just because you're not really in the position you need to be. So if they can fix that, then you can definitely see this one being a little bit tighter, especially if Courtney able to pull off a vintage moment here with the reset, trying to get back to that on the flip. It actually does get all the way through, and Gyro will gladly take it.
One thing we know about this Courtney squad is they won't go down without a fight, and Gyro starting that fighting energy to finish off the touch, just sneaks it across the bar after Courtney's initial efforts upfield. It's a great start, hopefully some early momentum. I mentioned the domino effect so many times. If they can keep this rolling, they'll be in smooth sailing the rest of this game. They have to make sure that Wavy doesn't get rolling himself, since we've seen certainly how that affects this game, but with not much boost, and that's a double commit. Courtney getting just in the way. Sanoki having to come on through with little boost. Can someone find a clear out? Gyro and Sanoki, same corner. Gyro, dangerous ball in front of net, will get bumped, and Courtney to send it into midfield. Someone needs to contest Wavy. She will from behind him. Almost gets the double to her touch, and Gyro in the way. Last second to deny with the save.
I really like that from Courtney, actually behind the play, but knows Wavy, if you're going to go for that air dribble, you have to slow down. And in doing so, that means Courtney can then catch up, get a deflection. Follow through from Gyro was sublime. That's the positioning you need. It doesn't have to be clean as long as you get the save.
Back towards the corner, Sanoki, rough touch, no follow-up. Wavy has an open net to work with. I believe a demo as well there to prevent Gyro. Was that a double demo? A bump and a demo, I think? Nobody was back because of it.
Yeah, and that's an issue right there with Snowkey. You're going really fast in those reads, and sometimes you actually have to slow down to get a less effective clear, because otherwise you're risking it deflecting right in the middle. Wavy was waiting for it, saw the pacing for Snowkey, understood she probably doesn't have too many options on this one, so let's just see what transpires. Speaking of, Snowkey's going to try to make up for it. Problem is Ren goes right on through this, and on top of that, gets a 50 so strong that Gyro barely even gets that.
That one almost could have been an own goal, instead credited with the save. Wavy, early challenge, makes him use this play in that one. Because of it, Gyro manages to find the save, but doesn't have much boost on the follow-up there. Sunoki stuck on the side while Courtney's the only one grounded to make that first touch, and Ren comes through, shot on target. Sunoki manages to find the save on the back line. Wavy, a rare miss, but a great follow-up from Lilo to keep them in the play offensively. This one straight down for Courtney. Ren there gets the second touch and back onto Team Courtney's side.
So we'll see Gyro try to build something from the back. I really like the build up to that. Wavy will get in the way and pump it away, but that means Sunoki trying to find Courtney downfield, tries to beat out Lilo, but positioning just a little bit better, so therefore Gyro will try his own solo play, off ceiling, underneath Wavy, past Ren, and that's the solo play we've been waiting for.
Oh, that was beautiful. I know Gyro is saying a little bit like, I know how to take this fast. What an angle he makes. It's almost like a perfect triangle with how sharp he goes towards the ceiling and back down into that goal line. Outstanding play. A little, I could say, kind of blow for blow between Wavy and Gyro. Gyro saying, I can do it just as much as you can, and I'll dare beat you. Great control again out of Gyro in the air. That one allows them to get their lead back. Maybe, just maybe, they have a chance to extend this series further if they can hold on to it. But Wavy has some boost in the tank. He's upfield, sends it down to Ren. The shot saved initially. For now, they will be still in the lead.
Really do like that chase from Sunoki, getting the save away, facilitating Gyro and Courtney to move on up. Sunoki needs his touch to be able to extend this play, but unfortunately, it's too heavy. They have no boost, which means now, here comes Wavy with a lead blocker, saved away by Courtney. The pass back by Ren into the middle with a demo from Lilo means it could be setting up camp here, but to see Wavy, I was looking around for him. He's looking for a demo on the far side for stealing a boost, and so the attack gonna lag out just a little bit as time starting to click on down. Team Courtney just trying to hold on to this lead, and fortunately, and hopefully for their sake, get a game.
Ren, some control on the back line. Courtney waiting, has the boost and the follow-up play. Lilo will be challenged by Courtney, and she'll win it. Wavy into Gyro. Gyro in control, little bit of a touch. Sunoki has an open net to work with, but can't find the quick enough shot. Lilo now in control, gets the flick. Gyro needing to find the turn. Lilo can't be up quick enough. Oh my goodness, squishy save from Gyro for the slow rolling ball on the ground. A difficult angle to find, but gets what's needed. Wavy though with some boost. Gyro can't win the 50 again, and Wavy comes right on back.
I feel like this almost had the narrative of like a sports movie, you know, where it was like, oh, you've been bested me twice, but when it matters most, we need a win. Things are going to change. And Wavy says, no, this is just going to be a repeat performance. This is going to be a rerun. It is not a new story. This is not the hero's journey. Because honestly, he is the hero. That's a second goal of the game on 3 shots. Still keeping that efficiency, but again, just he does not lose those one-on-one situations.
Yeah, he's won every 50 against Gyro and win most of his 50s throughout this game, even off the shot count coming through. So it's quite phenomenal to see a player, again, so clinical on every touch and car movement he makes. He looks smooth with it because he recovers so well in each and every time. A couple seconds remaining. And Wavy will go down to the ground, tries to get that 50 on through, gets the boost steal, Ren back in the other corner. This one off the ceiling, not the best touch by Courtney. And a bunch of players all fly on through. It'll touch the ground, and we get overtime in game 3.
Even though Courtney didn't have much to do with it, Wavy does a good job of being able to spike that one down. Yeah, you want to be able to go for some heroics at 0 seconds, but no need to unnecessarily spread yourselves out and then give up something goofy. Same with Gyro, gotta be careful. Double taps it off his own ceiling, a little bit of pinch as well, but gets the extension, gets out to Courtney, off bar, the putback, it's slow, but it's sure. Courtney leads by example, gets the OT goal on the counter, and we got at least one more game to go.
All that much sweeter to get past Wavy as well. The tough little touch. So hard to follow after Wavy wasn't sure if it was actually on or in on the initial touch. So great effort by Team Courtney as a whole. Really important saves that Gyro made throughout this game, as well as just very vital goals. Made that one-on-one play that still sticks in my mind, and because of it, had great follow-up from his team. Maybe not the numbers that we saw from him earlier, but still, as you said, 2 for 3 is a great shooting percentage that we've seen consistently out of him.
Yeah, it doesn't always reward, I would say, the total involvement, though. It's kind of a crazy series, you're having when you put up 900 points, you lose, and we're also saying that's only his second best performance of the day. Like, it's really a crazy stat line to continue putting on, but even still, that's Gyro putting up those numbers. 900 plus points, looking crazy, and he's also really being able to step up in crucial ways, because not only is it getting nice saves, getting some goals as well, but also the facilitation, making sure Sanoki and Courtney are as involved as they possibly can be.
Yeah, I think Sanoki having a quieter game, struggling with sometimes the pace of gameplay, that has been quite fast. Faster than, I think, some of the series that we've seen throughout the Opens this season. So it's weird that both these teams need to make the adjustment. But what I really love is having both Wavy and Gyro in this tournament is just amping up the difficulty level, and everyone's trying to play up to it. So we're seeing these plays get that much more difficult, that much more hard earned, because of the level of difficulty rising from these thirds.
So when it does come into everything, I think you do need a full team to be able to step up, and that's exactly what we're probably going to be getting down the stretch here. Is looks like, yes, you do have players capable of carrying these games and being able to put up gaudy numbers, but unfortunately, I don't really know how sustainable that is over time, especially when everyone gets a little bit more comfortable. So maybe it's time for someone like Ren to be able to get a nice start up. Sanoki, though, is going to be able to stop that in his tracks. Lilo not going to have any luck from that range.
Gyro with control takes it to the ceiling. Now we'll actually take it to the ground. Gets a nice touch up. A Wavy in there to be in the way. Sanoki's touch quickly picked up by Lilo, and Courtney just buying time. Safe to say that she was able to get this one down to Gyro, who is in a one-on-one with Wavy, which is never a situation you want to be in. And because of it, the 50 goes the other way. Lilo has boost to work with, trying to set up Ren. Can she sneak it under? Gyro, what a save! And the follow-up save as well to keep that one from going on in. Efforts defensively have amped up to an all-time level. Ren, no! The unfortunate backflip, and because of it, Sanoki takes advantage.
Wow, what a devastating play, but look at the setup from Courtney, getting the recovery on the flip to be able to propel herself forward, and then it just makes the defense's life so difficult to deal with. I will say, though, what a crazy turnaround. What looks like a guaranteed goal, Gyro with a pre-jump save, basically blind from his goal line, and it immediately turns into a counterattack goal.
Yeah, the transitions have been very important to a lot of these teams scoring and not having defenses set up. Since when we've seen the defense set up, they have almost been perfect on stopping all of these shooting opportunities. So speed at an advantage. Gyro winning some 50s. This one won't get past Ren. Sanoki there, gets it almost past Wavy, but can't continue without any boost. Wavy not much in the tank. We'll get a couple of extra touches with that flip to extend the play further. Lilo not much boost. Wavy stealing boost out to Ren, but wasn't quick enough to be able to get there. This one will not touch the stealing and give more time for Wavy. Get back to it. 50 goes the opposite direction, and a little bit of space for Team Courtney to work with.
Gyro gets the 50 and the demo away. Problem is not able to get the pass. The timing a little bit off. Sanoki's already on the way out, and Courtney is back in midfield, but now she's back in the attack. Sanoki back post, and looking like a pass attempts to Courtney or Gyro in between either. So try number 2, lob middle, Lilo. More than enough to be able to cover this one. Courtney would try to put that one to another weird position, but it looks like the clear's still coming through.
Courtney, what a big bump, but that one unfortunately just off target, so it won't stroll on in. Demo onto Courtney, and a couple of bumps. Gyro needs to come from behind to get it off his own backboard. Wavy still threatening, a couple of misses. I don't think I was expecting Gyro to miss, was playing the 50 instead. This one out for Courtney, but Wavy back on it, looks to go towards that back wall. Courtney in the way, even with no boost in the tank. Not much boost on the side of Team Courtney at all, and they'll have to play that 50 to send it away, only even for a second.
See some more kind of patient play here, as it seems like, I wouldn't necessarily say the games have calmed down, but you see a lot more strategy kicking in as everyone's saying, okay, seems like we are familiar with each other's games at this point. Let's just make sure we get the most calculated touches and build-ups as well. Wavy saw an opening, tried to take it. Now maybe they might pay. It might be a counter. It might be a 2-on-1, but there's no boost in the tank. Supposedly none needed. Gyro top shelves after the bump assist.
Yep, he ends up getting that 12 boost there, uses the wave dash as well to extend him further, and all that 12 boost goes into propelling that ball with the extra addition of Courtney bumping Lilo. Well thought out play, a patient play as well. I love how Gyro acknowledges upfield that Courtney is waiting there and it's a 2-on-1 and they have enough time to be patient to set up that entire play. Well planned, and now Gyro trying to do some stuff with it in the air, gets the flip, gets the extra touch. Wavy kind of got dead in the water right now. He needs to get more involved in this one. And it's been the Courtney and Gyro show. This one a flick, a demo as well. They'll do some damage to themselves. They'll rub salt in the wound. We're going potentially to game 5 if this doesn't change soon.
The thing you actually don't get to see in the replay is actually, if you listen closely, not only are they so in sync to be able to get all these reads and counterattacks, but they had 2 demos on that play that were simultaneous. So both teammates having the exact same thought, like just clear the way, make sure this goal is on in. And honestly, I think at this point, we're pretty much guaranteed to get a win here and a game 5. Looking at a potential upper final reverse sweep attempt underway from Team Courtney. What a performance.
Yeah, I could tell, you know, maybe the words of Angie speaking between these two. It was just a warm-up because they're getting ready. Courtney mentioned it earlier in the interview, previous teammate, when they were still all playing together, and that's just incredible to see the adjustments made. Again, this isn't a team that gets down when they're down. They come back, they rise to the occasion. That's not a good touch though, and because of it, Wavy takes advantage. The faded in front of net touch causing havoc again.
Yeah, it's a little tough from Sunoki, and I understand exactly what she's going for. The problem is that's such a high-risk play because if you do get all of the contact that she's probably hoping for, it just sails all the way to the far side. But if you don't, it hits off ceiling, it gets a little bit of a weak touch off maybe the top of your car instead of the front of the car, and then it just got to get served in front of the net. So a little bit of a lifeline, but hey, what's it like if you just have a kickoff and then Gyro getting a nice musty?
I think this is the 3rd kickoff goal coming from Team Courtney's side, and you gotta say Gyro has been perfect when it comes to aerial control, as you mentioned the musty, to make that play possible. 33 seconds left on the clock. Can Team Lilo get a play of their own off kickoff, trying to cause some havoc, and Wavy actually getting 50'd and doesn't win it. And now this one, the shot saved, but time I think has run out for Team Lilo. 12 seconds left on the clock, a 3-goal gap. With that, we'll be going to game 5, Taco, in a attempted reverse sweep for Team Courtney. What a change of events in this one. Wow. Very, very crazy game, to say the least. I cannot believe that Gyro has kind of stepped up in the shoes of what Wavy had done earlier and is engaging with the entirety of the team. He's created great defensive stands for Team Courtney. He's providing most of the offensive pressure for Team Courtney as well. It has been impeccable to see how well they have done to engage the entire roster.
Yeah, and being able to get everyone involved. From the entertainment side, this is what we're looking for. You can't go into upper final and then get a 3-0, and then we're like, oh, okay, cool, great performance. I mean, yeah, I guess there's a rematch. No, you need a game like this because eventually this could be a rematch. This is upper final, so anyone who loses gets a chance to go on the revenge run down bracket and then be able to get some revenge in grand. So having a setup like this, having both teams play at their peak potential, trading 2 matches for 2 matches, naturally we have to go to Champions Field, deciding who is going to be able to go the entire distance of the bracket, be able to make it into our final match. And right now, the way these 2 teams are playing, Chexa, I don't know who's coming on top, and in a way, that's the best possible situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, I have to agree. I'm really happy Lawler didn't make us do predictions for this, since I'd be feeling nervous for whatever my prediction would be. It's nice to just watch and play and kind of root for both sides, because I feel like every team that we've seen today, I've been like silently rooting for somebody at all times. I'm like, oh, I hope they do this. Oh, I hope they do this. So my inner conflict of of absolutely loving every player on this field. It can be really difficult sometimes. Wavy managing to get through, no one able to find contact with the ball in the defensive area, and because of it, Team Lilo on top first at Game 5.
Sanoki, really difficult read. Actually, one of the hardest reads in the game, in my opinion, when the ball is just reaching toward that ceiling and you're thinking it might bounce off corner, actually off the wall of the corner, and then come out. It might come straight down. I'm just going to have to basically pre-jump because they know Wavy is going to be right there. What do you know? He was, and continues on a goal-scoring streak, but now it's going to be Ren get involved. 3 players involved. None of them touch it, and fortunately, Team Courtney can take a deep breath and get along clear.
Yeah, a couple of touches up in midfield, and that one quickly taken away from Wavy. Lilo as well, doing her best to continue with the efforts, and Ren challenge can't get past the likes of Courtney. Sanoki misses the second read, and Gyro still this one floating, but Courtney, not much boost, actually gets this ball handed to her. Too high, can Sanoki come on through? Gyro, last effort, tries to sneak it in, but Ren gets back in time, and that one back towards the corner of Team Courtney's side. I almost thought that was an own goal, but it doesn't end up going on in. Wavy still managing. Gyro 50s this time, finally gets a win right on that goal line. He'll have some boost to work with, sends it up, but Wavy in the way. Courtney can't get past. Lilo is bumping for Sanoki on the back line, and Gyro able to get there to at least clear it from immediate harm, but still more to do. That one bars down, and you can't squeak it by any better.
I really like this ability to be able to see this play happening. Ren gets a pretty heavy touch, but then you see a little bit of delay, jumps up for the read, and yeah, you could probably just flick that immediately, but it's just a little bit of a weight, leans a little bit to the right so that the shot can go further to the back post, and that delay forces Courtney to jump, and as soon as she jumps, her fate is sealed. It's one of those moments where you kind of bait in the defender with the first touch and then immediately flick it right by him.
Yeah, Lilo's lead is growing back. Wavy, what a cut challenge, but Lilo picks it apart, gets the extra touch needed to find the finish. And that's exactly how Team Lilo just dominates the field. They again draw everybody in on the side of Wavy and leaves everyone else open on the field. Lilo and Ren to step up into that role and finish off plays. It doesn't need to be the Wavy show, but he's certainly the initiator in all these.
Well, if you like drama, then we're really ramping up into it. It's a 3-goal comeback required from Team Courtney to be able to extend this game, if anything. But right now, it does not look favorable. Wavy, from the blind side, still sees the challenge coming, fakes it out for the goal.
No, not the ones, man. Like, look how confident he is. Instead of forcing that shot, he allows the car to go past him, 50s it, stays in control, continues the play. I mean, Wavy may have been quiet in games 3 and 4, but he hasn't been quiet in this one. And Ren and Lilo taking advantage every time of the pressure that he provides. Courtney flip reset, goes to the ground, actually gets a nice touch to Sanoki. Well thought out play, and still time for the comeback.
And I really love this from Courtney. Not a lot of boost, but use the wave dash to then be able to then propel themselves to the left, and then she hits it right back to the right. Completely trips up the defender with the changeup. And even better, longtime teammate in Sanoki, always just going to be waiting for that, trusting in her teammate to be able to deliver that pass in. And I will say, even though it was 4, now back to a 3-goal lead, it's halftime. So if they can score that many in half a game, then certainly our orange team can do the same.
Absolutely think so, and there's going to be a fight, as we've seen, to even get to this point of Game 5. Wavy, a rare miss that opens up the field. If only that shot had a little bit more power from Sanoki. Maybe Courtney's able to continue. Quick touch towards midfield. Gyro instead with some time. Quickly challenged by Wavy. Can't get contact. Over to Courtney. Sneaks it in right post. Second bang bang answer, now within 2.
Brain massive from Gyro, cuts heavy, and then immediately sees Courtney. Again, 0 boost from Courtney. Just has to strike that one cleanly and does. Near post laser, cuts the lead. Again, we're seeing a back and forth start to emerge. It's a slow start from Team Courtney, but slowly but surely getting right back into it, and it's really well developed all throughout.
Oh, shot from Lilo, though. That one can't be denied. Wavy, well thought out from the corner bounce, is able to get it there, and that's just such a good touch. Courtney's so close, pixels from it, and that momentum cut like a knife, just like that. Incredible to watch. With a 3-goal lead, 2 minutes we've seen pretty crazy things happen, but the back and forth that needs to happen for Team Courtney in order to get more goals is going to be such a challenge. Gyro even stumbling there may cause them to come back defensively slow. A pop off the board and out. Gyro, how he manages to get there, gets the flip off the ceiling, gets it to Courtney. What a transition, but Wavy somehow has the read.
That is absurd. He pre-jumps that one. Courtney could not legitimately hit that any better, I think, and it's still not going to be on target enough to be able to get past all the defense. So Lilo now has a chance to be able to put a bow on it, especially if Wavy has his way, not ground double, but able to mess up Gyro potentially. He has a slow aerial, but enough to get it back into midfield. Snowki trying to catch Lilo sleeping, but no, Lilo wide awake and also fully activated all the way back down, almost air dribble down. Wavy looking for one more deflection. We'll keep it at 3.
They're cooking. I gotta say, this has been an impressive matchup to continue to show that power dynamic between each and every team and each and every member. It's been so wonderful to watch the demos fly through. Lilo has a one-on-one with Sanoki. This one off the post and out, and Courtney can just turn there instead. Just applying that pressure is burning all the time that's left on the clock. 30 seconds isn't much. Wavy almost sneaks that one in on a tricky touch. Lilo up, bar down, and out as Sanoki deflects it away. 20 seconds left on the clock. Can Gyro make some magic? Can't get past. The follow-up attempt is good. 2 seconds, 17 seconds, and a miracle possible.
Yeah, well, you've already seen some kickoff goals, and honestly, if that goes in, then anything is possible. So really, if it comes down to Team Lilo, they just have to be able to take this one cleanly. But when we talk about a full team performance, almost everybody at 2 goals, Ren lagging just a little bit behind, but it really took everybody to be able to clean this one up in the most ridiculously high-powered game that we've seen all series, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like the kickoff is going Team Courtney's way.
No, Sanoki may have some boost if she can get there, but takes it to the wall just too quickly. Gyro how boost, maybe one last opportunity, but it'll touch the ground. Team Lilo on the verge of getting reverse swept, rise to the occasion, take game number 5, move on to our upper grand finals. Team Courtney down to the lower bracket, but man, revenge would be pretty sweet if we see a rematch later on.
Yeah, and this is exactly why the way I want it to be set up, especially because it's one thing, yeah, you can say just one team just dominates through. Because if we saw that sweep, it would set up a certain type of dialogue. But I do like the fact that it was Courtney bringing it all the way back, and then Team Lilo just used the last of their energy to say, okay, one last burst of offense, and it looks like we have the job done. So when we do have a little bit of a longer format and the best of 7 coming up in that in those finals coming up, then yeah, we will maybe see a different outcome. Because I would like to see the series extended even further. I could watch the series all day based on how it was going, but it does have to come to an end, so only naturally we do see Team Lilo try to prove to themselves that they are indeed the best drafted team in this bracket. And honestly, the way that they're playing the game, you have to watch out for all 3 of those players. There's no singular person that you need to shut down to be able to complete your job.
Yeah, it was just a incredible series to watch. I know we've broken it down enough, so we're gonna go to a short break. Stay tuned for more Ally All-Stars NA presented by Ally. We'll be right back.
We just saw a Game 5 bloodbath going between these two. And as we talked about, a reverse sweep is so close to being able to close it out. But eventually, Wavy does turn it back on and punches their ticket into the grand finals. But with that said, it is a double elimination tournament, so we will be saying goodbye only temporarily to Team Courtney. But you've got to take a look at the highlights and talk more in detail about what we just saw, because what an exciting series it was, Taco.
Yeah, I mean, it has everything that you really need to. It has a little bit of drama, the back and forth in the series. You have players stepping up in huge ways. It's one thing to get a goal, but it's another thing to be able to just basically everything you touch turns to gold. Clearly, he's not shooting 100% by the end, but in the beginning of that series, Wavy was pretty much just put the ball in front of him, and it's going on target.
Yeah, I think between the two of them, I think it was really exciting to see Wavy have that impact that we know he could. There was one play, I think, in like game 3 or 4 where he challenged backwards onto the back wall and then a 180 like half flip to recover. And that's when he had that fake in front of net too. It's just like you're really seeing the individualistic efforts, which we were hoping to see. We talked at the very beginning, Chixa. Is it going to be just a Wavy versus Gyro match, or is it going to be these other factors coming into play? In your opinion, what was the difference maker for Team Lilo versus the other two? Because Gyro definitely had his moments as well.
Yeah, I think it was the individualistic effort of Wavy, and me saying earlier, in order to prevent Wavy from making plays, you have to commit so many of your resources and players on the field to him. And as soon as Wavy gets 2 or 3 players on him, just like this play right here, Lilo's able to clean up because there's one person going to challenge him early, there's another one going to demo him, and it draws out opportunities for Lilo and Ren to make plays for it. And I mean, Wavy had an all-star performance. I don't know what else to say other than he was a madman. It's no wonder he's MVP yet again in this series. He went over 1,000 points in our first game, and since then he has just been untouchable when it comes to how fluid he is as a player.
642 average is no joke. Shoutouts to Wavy. We talked about him being an Ally MVP earlier, and brings it back yet again. Ultimately, I think, again, that impact player is doing exactly his job, but I like the way you bring it up, Chick says. It's not just the solo individualistic efforts, but again, at the end of the day, Wavy's goal as a player is to beat at least one player. But the fact that he's turning that into 2 and then giving a chip in for his teammates who can just put a shot on a clean net makes it pretty easy. So again, Wavy obviously showing up and shelling out, doing everything he can. They've got a pretty long break before they come back and face somebody in a best of 7 in that grand final, but you best believe their eyes are going to be glued on the competition to see what they're up against. But one I'm confident in is Wavy is most definitely going to be ready, Taco.
Yeah, and that's a weird thing that a lot of teams have to deal with, and being able to have to stay warm. But I would say, in a way, that's almost like a learned skill if you're a high-level competitive player, is that you have to do that in a lot of different brackets. You have to learn how to stay warm and be able to stay in free play. Take maybe a little break, get some snacks or something, be able to just chill for a bit and let your mind off the pressure of the moment, and then you just get right back into it. So I don't think that's going to be a huge deal. What I'm more concerned about is Team Courtney understanding that. I really hope they're not too devastated about that loss and understand that we're just that close. The beginning of Game 5 got away from us, and if we didn't have that happen, they did start to mount the comeback. So again, if you replay that series 1,000 times over, simulate that over and over, I do feel like Team Courtney takes a fair amount of those series. I just feel like Team Lilo really well built, and you can see that. I'd be shocked if anyone was not familiar, but if you came in as a completely new layman viewer, I think you'd watch that team and be like, man, that team has to be like a legendarily like high chem, like long time teammates, and they're really not. It's mostly just kind of thrown together like former teammates in Lilo and Ren, but Wavy's fitting in like a glove, and it looks so good when they're fully on.
Hey man, 1 goal only scored in those first 2 for Courtney. A little bit of a slow start, but then you saw that ramp up. But now some chances to really ramp up in that lower bracket. And I'm gonna pick on Chixa here because she pointed it out, and now I'm gonna make her have to deal with it. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to you guys now. You guys are done for the day. First half, come and gone. And we didn't have to make you do predictions. But because Chixa brought it up, what is your prediction for who's gonna win the entire event? We're gonna start with Chixa, then we'll go with Taco before you guys head on out.
Ooh, grand finals, do they get a game in hand? If they
I don't know if they get a 1-game advantage or not, but I don't know if it's a bracket reset. But even if they don't, who wins it? I need to know.
I think Team Courtney makes the run back.
Ooh.
Final,
See, for me,
final last. This is her last tournament. You have to go out with a bang. I think that goes on the line.
Ah, man, you stole my line. That was exactly what I was thinking. I was like, I feel like with Courtney, it's like, yeah, maybe a little bit lower hours than she's used to because kind of the off season for her now that she's trying to take a step away. But yeah, I do feel like he's still playing phenomenally. They almost had at the end there. I do feel like there's like some sort of like demon mode that'll activate in the brain once they click back in. They're gonna have to play again through that lower bracket final and then back into Grands, but I do feel like they have the strength to do it. That said, this is more just because I feel like that'd be a satisfying end. I do feel like anyone who's predicting Team Lilo, I'm not going to argue with you. Like, this team has looked phenomenal up until that point. They've really not been encountering much resistance up until Team Courtney. So it's really the main team that's standing in their way from ultimate glory.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But until that time, again, greatly appreciate you both for joining me. It's an absolute honor. Unfortunately, we must bid you adieu and go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got some new friends joining us on the broadcast, not only in the caster room, but also on the field. Don't go anywhere.
Let's do it.
Come on, Dad, get me.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Everybody, welcome back to Ally All Stars presented by Ally. It's North American Edition, and we've brought some new friends. We got Lemon, Kiwi, and Bass. He's from the past, but now it's the present. Welcome to the broadcast, you guys. First and foremost, I was gonna raid your little party that you guys had going on in the green room, but I wanted honest reactions. I didn't want to spoil anything for myself, so we're gonna start with Kiwi. Thoughts on the day so far? How have things been? I know you guys have both been actively watching, so what's your kind of takeaway so far?
I know. All we were doing was just yapping in the other room about just how
So I didn't want to
intense
interrupt.
the
I
day
didn't want
has
to get into it.
been.
I was just like, you know, we'll leave it for the show.
Of course, yeah. I mean, the competition only got more intense. Yeah, there was some one-sided stuff going on. Even our first lower bracket rounds had game 5, so an exciting day. And we only got a few teams left. So me and Bass came caffeinated, ready for the day.
Wait, Bass always got something to say, so let me hear it, buddy. What do you got for us? Obviously, I know you had your opinions. The opinions have been W so far, so good on you for that. Keep me talking about it. Talk your talk, man. Let me hear it.
I mean, that's pretty much all I was going to say is that I came into this one looking at this. There were a couple of teams I think that were, front runners. I thought they would do well on the day. And immediately, as soon as we saw Lilo in that matchup, I went, okay, yep, this is my team. I think that's making it to the grand finals. Not surprising to see Courtney turn it around in that winner's final, but Team Lilo making it as the first team through, I am not surprised. I mean, A, the composition of the team is incredibly solid. And B, well, if anybody knows about Wavy, Wavy doesn't lose tournaments outside of RLCS. This man just consistently wins them.
They were calling him a robot, like
Little
in
bit.
a good way.
It's kind of insane how he just activates off-season mode and wins everything. Like, it has been a 2-year thing that is going on now, so we'll see if he can continue his streak, but we've got a lot to go still. As we jump into the bracket and kind of show you guys what's all been going down, we started on the day with Courtney and Nacho going back and forth and saw them take down a victory there. On the other side, Team Lilo started 6-0, finally facing some resiliency as we got into that upper final, but was able to hold off a reverse sweep in which Wavefun calls a waste of time. If you're going to bring us to 5 in a reverse sweep, you got to close it out. Jokes aside, gave us one of the more entertaining series of today, so can't complain there. On the other side, though, we do have to talk about that lower bracket as it is a double elimination tournament, and we saw our teams go out. First ones being Team Karma and Team Snub, unfortunately. But Kate did get some revenge in that lower bracket over Nacho 3-0, and Team Bella 3-1 over Team Emmy, who had a very strong start against that Team Emmy roster. So we've seen a lot of back and forth, but we are now down to 2 that we haven't really gotten to welcome into the broadcast yet, which I'm excited in our next match. Taco, let's start with you. Team Kate, Team Bella. We did see Kate already, but we haven't seen Bella just yet. As we kind of talk more robust, what are some things to pay attention to? Because you know the names. We've seen them compete over the course of the year. But primarily, Bella with Kevin, I think that's a pretty interesting duo.
I would agree. I would 100% agree on this one. I think this has been a solid team that maybe hasn't been able to, show themselves in the spotlight as much as they probably deserve to, but this is a good team. Unfortunate for them, as you mentioned before, they ran into Team Lilo in the upper bracket, so it's not as if they were really able to spread their wings in that moment, but Bella, an incredibly solid player. Aurora, an incredibly solid player, and I know Kevin's maybe not as familiar to our audience, but this is a player that's done a lot of stuff both in the bubble scene as well as the collegiate scene, and I think those accolades are going to speak for themselves on the pitch today.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of love and attention given to this team. Even from the Lilo interview we had, it's like, hey, realistically, that first match we had was a little bit tougher. I'm not going to lie. It was all 1-goal game. So while it does show a 3-0, this team has proven very resilient. And on the other side, Kiwi, we do have to talk about a team we've seen already with Kate, Angie, and Asfura. Obviously, Twitter is one thing he does proficiently, but we also have seen the efforts on the field, except for when he got breezied on by Team Lilo. So maybe a little bit oofta there, but we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah, Asfura is a content producer, okay, in so many ways. I remember my first interaction with him. I think I made him spell something on a broadcast, and he, totally messed it up, and it was the best clip of all time. And, sometimes he gets clipped on, sometimes he produces the clips, but he's also surrounded by all-star talent. Kate, part of Gen G, won many of the Star Chasers showdowns here in North America. Angie with the Vera Momentum squad, who is generally in the top 4 area of the Star Chasers showdown. So never thought I would have these names together on a bingo card, but hey, I'm here for all the entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 2 players in Kate and Angie that are both the top 2 in essentially their respective field when it comes to draft capital and who's available on the sheet. So I'm not surprised by the way this team And I was like, okay, who are you going to pair with it? And you got Asphora. I'm like, okay, that is a curveball that I was not expecting, but you know, you take what's available. So I am excited to see them play and really be able to showcase what we know this team can be, because they are extremely talented. So with that in mind, we're going to jump straight to the match. YouTube, take it away. Send us off.
Let's go, Bass. All right, our first game of the day. And I feel like I did ask for it so dirty because, you know, he did go to the CRL World Championship, and I should definitely mention that accolade and maybe not his knowledge of spelling, but this is a talented player in his own right.
If it makes you... Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to get to the accolades of him in just a little while. His team's doing well so far here. Angie taking advantage of a little bit of a weaker defense as Aurora and Kevin just not prepared for the shot.
Yeah, that's a quick just lob over that you can't read sometimes. You know, it's only been 13 seconds. Let's get the ball rolling, literally. This is the lower bracket, by the way, everybody. Best of 5, semi-final. It's do or die, and you get gifted the chance to go up against Team Courtney, who just fell on stream now, but we got some good pressure here from Team Bella.
So far, so good, and maybe it'll give it a second to at least talk about, I guess everybody's got an Asphora story at this point. Lawler probably knows the story I'm going to bring up. The first LAN Lawler and I did, I think it was, wow, almost 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago at this point, as I'm never going to get through my story. No one wants to hear about Asphora. They want to hear about Bella as she gets a little bit of a clapback.
Oh, great dribble, and to address the 50, or at least able to center out the ball before getting bumped off of it. Really good awareness of the situation. 1-1. Interesting first game as a kickoff clash begins. Bella steals the corner boost. Now she'll get the assist of Aurora, but Asphora is going to try to break out for the team as Kate weren't able to unify on an offense. But with that demo, the ball goes awry, and Asphora has a chance to go up against Bella here in midfield.
Pass out, shot on target and in, and the flurry of offense continues at this point. This is a great heads-up play at Bella in particular, just the sight to find Aurora out center, and great shot after.
This is a pretty neck-and-neck game. So far, it's both teams just trying to find their footing and how they connect amongst each other, because, yeah, some people have mentioned that they've teamed in the past. There's some pre-existing chemistry, and some people, well, they just got drafted and they're here to party, and we'll see how that goes. For now, it is Team Bella with the lead. Asper with catch, wanting to pass that to Angie. Kevin breaks it up, has the assist of Bella in the corner. Aurora is going to put a shot on target. Asper easily saved. It's a soft one, but Kevin wants to keep it going.
So far, the back and forth between the two teams looking about even. Not exactly too surprising, but it's more the defense that has left some openings. I think both teams are trying to use this as a little bit of a warm-up in game one. Feel out the offense, see really what's going to be thrown at them. For right now, is Team Kate, though, in the driver's seat. They might be down, but they've been holding on to offense for at least a couple of seconds. It might end here. Aurora, touch to the backboard. Kate not going to get there. The follow-up from Kevin. Going to turn it into a double, and a perfect one at that. The lead increases for Team Bella.
Yeah, Kevin got the initial bounce, and Kate was ready on the sidewall and popped out. I'm surprised she wasn't able to put her body in the way, and Asper really trusted that initial block, and the ball just flew above his head, too. Fantastic placement, though, from Team Bella to squeeze it in past two defenders like that with the slow of a ball as it was. Now Kevin has a chance, maybe a ground pinch, no, denied by Kate. Kate wants the double tap, and Bella protects the post.
A lot of boost on Bella, though, so I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do here. And unfortunately for their team, not a whole lot. The 50-50 just ricochets right back into the hands of Angie, who somehow, some way, turns that into a shot. The flip reset last second. Almost able to sneak past the defense, but the defense will have to stand tall for at least a second longer. Better all-around play right now for Team Bella, I will admit wholeheartedly, but I do get a little bit nervous with the constant offense that we are seeing from our orange side.
I like that Kevin's at the right place at the right time to try and intercept some of the action the other team is putting on, not letting it develop much further, able to grab the boost now, maybe wanting to dribble it across. And Asphora and Angie, they're getting better at trying to find each other on the field, especially on offense, as Asphora has to now bounce over a couple defenders. And with the ball that much stalled out, it's easy for Bella to reestablish.
Good 50 in the corner. Kevin looking for the outlet to Aurora. Will find it and will find the goal as well. Look, they might be spending a decent amount of time on their own half, but as soon as they break out, they do something with it.
Kevin with the delayed touch to Aurora. There was just nothing you could do at that point. That's why this whole game is about finding yourself in the middle of the pass. 4-1, though, is quite the start for Team Bella going into the second half, and Aurora is going to add to the tally here very soon with the reset off the wall. Angie makes sure to put a stop to that. Kate sends it, dumps it into the blue half, and can't follow up with it. Again, Kevin, right place, right time, and with the demo, but no ball. It'll take some time for Team Bella to get things going. Now into the orange half. Kevin, 1v1 against Asphera, and just bodies him in.
Well, that's add another one onto the Asphera. Do we call that highlight reel or highlights against him? That is ridiculous. Fakes him out, forces him off the post, and Kevin just plays it low. He didn't have a ton of boost to work with, and I don't think he used a drop of it. 5-1. I would be remiss if I did not mention, this is not how I expected this series to go, nor this first game. This is just an absolute smattering from Team Bella, and they're not going to stop.
Yeah, just better field awareness in general from Team Bella to just have really good reads, to be able to get on the ball first, these important beats, and knowing how to get rid of the ball. Now this time, Team Bella finds an open net, and we're getting into Brazil territory for our first game, and we had just finished talking about how, well, the competition's only getting tighter, and now there's a kickoff goal there from Kevin. We actually get our Brazil, but, you know, with a minute and a half left, won't last for too long. But this is just game one, right?
Yeah, it's just game one. I think it's maybe concerning that, like you said, there's still a minute and a half left, and we've gotten to the Brazil, but we'll hold our reservations for now. Again, it's game one in a best of 5. There's plenty of time for a comeback here out of Team Kate in the moment, but I don't know, Lemon. This has been a pretty revealing game. Again, despite the fact that they don't have overwhelming shots, but a decent amount of pressure on offense and really not been able to put anything on target that has yet threatened Team Bella. I need to see a step up, specifically in that midfield. Every time that they do get a breakaway play, it seems like Team Bella do something with it. They got to be careful on defense. If they are going to have this full send attitude into offense, they need to be prepared on defense. A great example. This time, though, Angie prepared for it.
Yeah, we just haven't really seen much offense from Team Kate. I think it's more about positioning, of trying to get these beats against Team Bella. And then maybe more quality touches. Like here, Asphera could have saved more time. Now, full touch forward. Kate wanting to get another shot going as Angie battles against Kevin, able to help clear Team Bella out from the blue half. And Team Kate still have to generate that threat power. And I think maybe with some more boost and more comfortability on the field, it'll look better.
You got time to do so. Again, it is a best of 5. Plenty of time for recovery, and they've at least stemmed the bleeding for a moment. No goals in the last minute after a flurry of them through the first 4. Offense is in favor of the blue half, but maybe they can get a goal for the road. For a 1v1 with no boost, Bella will only get a 50, and the follow-up from Kevin, though, won't go all too far. Let's see if Kate can get a pass out center. Absolutely, and no one prepared for it. Unfortunately, that might be one of those moments where you do kind of just got to send it and not really care about if you get counterattacked. The results stay the same. A goal for the road could have instilled some confidence. Instead, we don't get a goal for the road. We get a trip to Brazil. 7-1 victory for Team Bella.
Yeah, I think Team Kate, it's going to be just about finding the right tempo and syncing amongst each other, because even when the Team Kate were on an offense, there wasn't a second person really available as a passing option or someone to help recover the ball if a bad 50 happened for Team Kate. And there wasn't a lot of really helping support amongst each other on Team Kate, but that was just game one. And I think especially Kate will be the one to step up maybe on the front lines, because it's been a lot of Angie and Asphera trying to get these solid clears, trying to really be the spark plugs for their team. But maybe something has to change for Team Kate of who can be the main driver for this team.
And I think it honestly could be any 3 of the players. I do think that all 3 of them have the capabilities, but again, as you mentioned before, they're generating some offense, but somebody kind of has to be the spearhead that leads them into offenses and sustained pressure on top of that. A total of 7 shots. There should have been at least a goal from that, especially if you compare I'd say the efficiency of the other side with Team Bella, not necessarily putting out an unbelievable amount of shots. It was like we mentioned, though, every time they break out of the half, they get a good chance. Of the 7 goals they scored, they only took 9 shots. 7 for 9 shooting is unbelievably impressive, but again, it reiterates the issue that we are seeing currently with Team Kate, where it feels like they are diving into offense, hoping it works out, and when it doesn't, the scramble back into defense just isn't quite enough.
A big performance out of Kevin from Team Bella, coming from Spate Esports and invited to this team, and is definitely pulling their weight with 4 goals to their name. Team Bella continue to depend on them going into this one. Now a second touch, Noah fake, and the shot, and Asphera has to stretch for that one, but it's still a save.
Still on the ball, though. Might have a chance here in the corner if he can do something with it. He's trying, but Kevin planted on the backboard isn't exactly going to give him a lot of space to work with, and no follow-up from either of his teammates is going to be problematic, because Kevin might not need a follow-up. He might just do it all himself, but it helps when Bella's putting precise shots on target. Again, we talk about it. Look how quickly they not only break out of the half, but turn it into a shot. This is one of the biggest issues we are seeing right now for Team Cade. They've got to be careful. I know they're more than capable. They cannot afford to keep allowing for these transition plays.
I see that Team Cade are trying to be more comfortable low on boost. Like, Cade is opting to go for touches on the ball instead of grabbing full boost, and I think that may be the right play. You need more options if you're Team Cade, and this time you need defense, and Bella stretches up forward. I think collided with another player. Kevin, with a touch to the side, tries to keep the play alive, pushes Asper out of the way. He manages to still grab boost. Aurora will slow down the clear, but Asper will help break it out. Angie really wants to receive some of these passes from Asper, and once they do, we could see just a whole new team out of Team Cade.
I really believe they can do it, especially considering this is already a better game. I believe last game we had something like 3 goals in the first minute or so. We're getting into the second minute and going away from it, and still nobody been able to get a goal on the board. So definitely an improvement, but it only matters if they can get a goal and get a win here. Otherwise, reverse sweep necessary for Team Cade. That's why they're hunting right now. But Cade turns at midfield. I think the one moment maybe you should have tried to bite off more than you can chew, and instead she goes for the safer option, and it ends the offense.
Yeah, Team Cade just got to take this step by step and not overthink it. It's a good demo. Kate with a touch in the midfield, received by Angie, going towards the backboard. Kevin will deny, and Angie has to circle back. So Kate will help put on the press, but now a free ball for Bella. Aurora going up for it. Angie trying to protect the back wall just in case. Big opportunity for Kevin and Bella. Saved, though, at the line here by Kate. Angie next up to break up Aurora's chance. And it's a big send away from Team Cade.
Bella, great catch out of midfield, and the reset off the ceiling might keep her in this play. I think she was maybe a bit closer in the play than Kevin was anticipating, as Kevin goes for an intricate touch off the backboard, but Aurora there to at least stall the counterattack. No offense going to be generated here from our orange side. Oh, I thought it's a little bit of a risky touch off the backboard from Kevin, and some extended stay might work out for them. Kevin got to do a lot here and make up for his lackluster touch last time with at least a pass out to the corner. The offense, though, again, still continuing to attack here. Fura, a pass out center. Nobody home, though, and Kevin can maybe finally clear the lines.
Okay, gets beat to the ball there by Bella. Angie climbs up and decides to circle back, called off by Asper, who had more boost and just couldn't put a good quality shot on target. Kate at least protects the net. As Kevin delays the approach. All 3 defenders there. Angie mind games. Asper misses touch. Kate is bumped. Aurora with the shot, and it's in!
That is such a clever play from Aurora. You have to give credit where it's due. With multiple players in the corner, she could have just came in, tried for 50, but she plays it patiently. Notices the narrowest of angles she can shoot from and perfectly puts it on target. That's what we're talking about. A 1-0 here. This time, it took a bit more doing to get that first goal, but still well-earned nonetheless. And maybe a second. No, Kevin denied on the line.
So that initial demo is what put Team Bella in this position. A great 50 out of Kate. Asper has the save, and still it remains out of the net. As Bella from coast to coast. Angie following up, but low on boost, and with the assist of Asper, will keep the ball at bay. But how does Team Kate fire back? They've only gotten 1 goal in the last game and nothing now. And they'll have to face match point if they can't tie this up very soon. And Team Kate are just stuck on this orange half. Kevin with a reset, the tip to Bella, but Kate reads it.
They're trying to find a middle ground right now between this more aggressive play that is there for the follow-ups on offense and a defense that is, I think, affording too much space. Great example. Kevin should have been shut down after that first reset. Somebody's got to challenge him immediately and get in his face, and I think with multiple players available to do so, someone's got to take that charge. I love the way that Angie is starting to kind of no-fear dive into offense. She's been a great spearhead, as we have asked for in this game, but still, despite that, they haven't drawn blood. Not a single goal through over 4 minutes of play, and Lemon, I hate to say it, but the drought's even longer than that. I think they scored their first goal and only goal of the series in the first or second minute of game 1.
This is an open net, and Kevin collides into Angie, locks her up, and Aurora couldn't take advantage of that opportunity, but Team Cade's defense has stepped up. They have only allowed 1, and they are within 1. They are within arm's reach. With less than 20 seconds, though, Team Cade has to activate now, or it will be match point for Team Bella. Here comes Kate, though, but at least Kate will grab the corner boost. Bella will try to break them out. And now with the bump against Angie, Angie can't get a good touch on the ball. Astra will have to take the ball low, and a 50 against Kevin is stalling things out. The ball is on the ground, and Team Bella go to match point.
And a deserved match point at that. Like we said, they have only conceded 1 goal the entirety of the series, 10 minutes of play, and in this game, they barely allowed shots. A single shot registered from Asfura, and that is it. And it's not as if the team, again, was getting shut out of their own half. It's just great midfield play and backboard play. I have to mention Aurora and Kevin just being there at the right times, consistently allowing Bella to facilitate offense, lead them into those charges, and then shutting plays down at midfield, whether for them to continue an offense or whether to counter and shut down any counterattack that Team Kate was trying to build. Team Bella, I mean, they're honestly just playing a really well-rounded game. I've got very little criticisms, and while I don't have many criticisms of Team Kate, they're just outplaying them at the moment.
Yeah, Team Kate definitely kind of dialed things back, playing further back, and everyone playing a role on the defense. Each of the players of Team Kate having 2 saves each, but it was not only getting a clear, but playing close enough to the ball on that clear or to really connect on those passes. I was still looking for Asfer and Angie, that secret sauce to the offense. I could tell there was attempts, there was ideas to try and generate those passes, to try and get a beat on the defense, but Team K just still cannot find that chemistry that could lead them to any goals, and it was very close until the clock hit 0. And now it's match point for Team Bella, 1 away for going to the lower final.
Well, it's time to find out. Can 2 things happen? 1, can we find a game of 5? We've had a lot of close series so far here today. I'd love to see another one. And 2, can we see an end to the scoring drought? I'm not sure of the exact minutes, but I want to say they are going on between 8 and 9 minutes without a goal. We know this team is capable. Team Kate, you got to do it here and now, though. If you lose this one, I hate to say it, it's the end of your run here in our All-Stars event. They've got a chance, but I mean, we got to mention it. They got to do it right now.
Yeah, I was worried about how open that net was for Team Kate, but there's a lot of off-ball play, too, happening this game already for Team Kate as the Asperus starting to take the corner boost from the blue half, and maybe just trying to slow down Team Bella is what could give a leg up for Team Kate to try and have better timing against their opponent. Now Angie gets to carry to the back wall. Kate steps up, but that bounce against the back wall allowed the defenders to kind of reestablish and even fire back as Bella gets the first one.
We keep talking about this midfield play, and all the credit in the world to Bella. Not only does she recognize the retreat from Angie and get the bump, but she stays in the play, turns right back onto the ball, and just pops it over her head. This is what we mean when we say the transition plays are so phenomenal, and the unfortunate full send attitude that we keep seeing from Team Kate, while not a bad idea, is not working out how they would like. That was all 3 players in the offensive third. They all dove in, and without getting a goal from the result, the counterattack was quick, lethal, and perfectly executed. 4 minutes to go. Unfortunate for Team Kate. The drought continues, but they do have an offense brewing.
You need more quantity of opportunities in your Team Kate. Like Angie had a nice, powerful shot after the ball just bounced off her hood, and Asper's got a good dribble. He's running out of boost, and Angie is hesitating. I would love to see Angie just pre-jump and fly with it. Like, at least full send it and just overwhelm, do something. It's a lot of reactive styles out of Team Kate, and now Bella could take over. She just launches it. Even Kevin is up first!
Are you kidding me?
That's what I wanted to see out of Team Kate, and Kevin is all over this.
This is so well played out of Kevin, and honestly, I can't blame the defense for not being prepared for it. Kate's thinking that one's going to bounce on down, and then she can try and read it off the bounce. As soon as she realizes that, oh, that's not going to hit the ground, that's just going to go straight on into the goal, you can see her try to adjust on the backboard, but by the time she does, it is already too late. Unfortunately, the tally only continues to build here, a 2-0 lead, and for a team that has only scored a single goal throughout the series, that almost seems insurmountable.
That Asper is going for more solo plays, but even Kevin knows you don't let any player have time on the ball, especially one as talented as Asper. He gets denied his chance, and the pressure is on for Team Bella to get their 3rd goal on the board. Now they're on the retreat. Only 1 person back for Team Bella. It's a chance for Team Kate to have a window of opportunity. Kane with a double, but she's too low on the ball. Lisa to Angie, but there's 3 defenders all jumping for it, and Asper can't make contact while the pasta's on the floor. Team Bella, though, they organize in time to keep the best opportunity that Team Kate have had at bay.
This is, I mean, they're getting, I would say, their best opportunity all game multiple times in a row. The fact they've been able to afford this much time on offense is already something in itself, but they need to do something with this, Lemon. It feels like a lot of build-up and not a lot of payoff. Maybe this could be it. Kate looking for a 50 against the backboard, but all it does is pinch on out, and Aurora to cause some problems and not allow the immediate follow-up. Furrow will still get something started. Look for the bump out center, but the combination of Kevin and Bella won't even allow that to turn into a shot, and neither on this pass either. Multiple chances, but still no goal found here for Team Kate.
Even with a weak double commit out of Team Bella, there's chances to punish. And Team Kate, there's so much hesitation, and that's not a great touch out of Kate, but the backup from Angie is there. Team Bella only lead by 2, but on match point, they just have to close things out. Kevin against Kate, collide in the air. Bella up first with a reset, but with Aspera to the side. He even almost got that second touch. Angie, 1v1 against Kevin, wants the bump, gets nothing.
Unfortunate. It was a good idea, and I like the idea of these quick breakaway plays and solo plays to try and get past the lone defenders, because we are seeing, again, a lot of full commitments here from everybody on our blue side. When Team Bella does go into offense, it usually leaves only one defender back, so if you can outmaneuver, outplay that individual defender, theoretically you can get a goal, but again, a lot easier said than done when this is the level of talent we have in this lobby. Oh my goodness,
God.
And it also doesn't help. If you make a single mistake, you're gonna get punished.
I think Aspera thought this was going to be directly on target. No, it's a double. Or maybe just try to protect the double. Either way, timing was off, and the third one rings for Team Bella with 1 minute to spare. It's do or die for Team Kate. You gotta go out with a bang. It's the lower bracket. It's all on this. Offense already for Team Kate. Angie up against Kevin, slamming it down, and Aspera wanted the finisher. But the defenders, there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and Kate can't get a good touch, and now she has to retreat along with the rest of Team Kate.
I think, unfortunately, that's going to be the death toll here on this one. Not nearly enough time, and also Bella. Girl, you've been hitting the gym? What on earth? And she just muscles through the entire defense.
Oh, which is an interesting 50 that Bella was able to recover faster on. It's a great job. There's been some dangerous crosses in front of the net for Team K, and usually these small little mistakes have been so easily fixed and so easily patched up. But this time, someone from Team Bella was lurking, and with 30 seconds left, yeah, this is pretty GG. But what a statement for a team like Team Bella to make. Just already firing on all cylinders. The defense of Team Kate kept them at, what, 1 goal in Game 2?
Yep.
But, it's back to a no offense type of Team Kate.
Unfortunately, I think that there's 2 things they're facing up against. A really solid defense that has allowed a single goal throughout the entire series, and I'd say the 2-headed Hydra of Bella and Kevin. They have every assist for their team and a majority of the goals as well. This duo is going to be a problem in the lower final, and they are heading there. 4-0 here in the final game. They might get a goal for the road, but the results say the same. 3-0 sweep. Team Bella moving on.
Big congratulations to Team Bella. They are putting in the work. They are doing the lower bracket run of a lifetime, being here ever since round 1, being knocked down by Team Lilo. Their rival sits in the grand final as Team Bella gets 1 step closer to trying to match up against them again. But for now, they will be moving on to face Team Courtney in that lower bracket final. And so the road continues for Team Bella, and it's quite treacherous.
I would agree. I will say again, I think the only reason they've been put on this treacherous road, though, is they faced more or less, in my mind, the #1 team in this event in the very first round. Since then, though, they've had the best chance possible to just get a warm-up, basically. If you want scrims as a warm-up, I don't think you can ask for a better one. Again, lost to Lilo, then they beat Snub, then they beat Emmy, now they beat Kate. I mean, they've had three rounds in a row to kind of work out the kinks, to figure out how to play as a team, and I personally think they have. Again, I have to mention, the Bella and Kevin combo is so lethal right now. They are getting a majority of these drives started, and it's crazy because a majority of those drives are still converting to goals. So, man, I think initially if you had looked at this one on paper and came into this lower final knowing that it would be Bella up against Courtney, you'd say, this might still be Courtney's pretty heavily. I don't know. After a performance like that, I'm starting to think we might have a bit of a barn burner here in our lower final.
Yeah, it was the battle of two CRL goats of Kevin versus Asphora, but just who played better off of their second person, or just really how could they play amongst as a team. And Angie and Asphora were just that close to really building something beautiful, but they'll have to do it in the next tournament as Team Kate will be officially eliminated. But we will be heading to a break to see if we'll get an interview before our lower bracket final, and we'll get to talk to Lawler, of course, some more, and we'll have more thoughts to share with him and you after this.
Everybody, welcome back. Ally All-Stars North America Edition with Lemon Kiwi and Bass. We just saw a one-sided affair, to say the least. We talked a little bit about it, about how, hey, the only reason maybe this is the case is because they had to go up against the best team potentially in the tournament. And even that team gave them a lot of respect in the interview. So what were we going to get? And what we got is a team that is proudly ready to compete through that lower bracket pass.
Proudly ready to compete, and at the moment, I don't know if I'm going to call it competition, because they just continually beat everybody they get up against here, man. It's just impressive over and over again. It feels like Team Bella are going up against these teams, and the results, yeah, they're not necessarily 100% one-sided, but they've yet to go to a Game 5 in the lower bracket. If that doesn't show the confidence they are running with right now, I don't know what does.
Like, Team Bella are pulling off something amazing, just being in this lower bracket, and they also just got a win before this match against Team Emmy, who has Noli on that roster, and Emmy and Glibis, so they went to 2 overtimes. I really thought exhaustion was going to start to set in for a team like Team Bella, but they showed up in Brazil in the first game. Like, I had to kind of go horizontal in my chair for a second and get strapped in, because I wasn't expecting Team Bella to fire in this kind of way so early.
I mean, we talk about the contrast to that, though, at the same time. When you see these teams that get into the lower bracket, sure, they suffer an early loss, but that's that wake-up call, and then you just build momentum game after game. And when you face that litmus test, I think it actually benefits some teams. We've seen it historically, Bass, throughout the RLCS, where teams that drop in that lower bracket, they get some groove going, and all of a sudden it's like they're warm every single game. They come out firing, and it's like, now we can't slow them down. Part of the reason why is we talk about our Ally Match MVP, the backboard defense, and everything else paired with it. Shoutouts to Kevin.
Kevin just looked so good across the board. I think Kevin, the best thing, again, that I continue to mention is not just the fact that he individually was playing well, but also on top of that, the chemistry that him and Bella had was just the, I'd say, ignition for the offense on repeat. Over and over again, this team would find ways to lead into offense, and whether it's double touches like this or passing plays to the center, they were just almost unstoppable on their offense.
Just the fakes, like just placing that ball high there on the first goal you saw to making it look like he was driving into the corner, but then takes a quick direct shot on net. And I talked about it earlier on in the series, is Kevin was always at the right place at the right time to always get valuable touches, to always lead Team Bella to more offenses than defenses. And that's what really set Team Bella apart in that series.
Well, let's touch on that because we did talk a little bit of it off broadcast, as well as the fundamentals, the things that really make Rocket League what Rocket League is, which is being in the right place, touching the ball the right way, making sure that the passes are crisp. You weren't, and I don't want to say this as a negative thing, Kiwi, as you mentioned, it's like, I didn't see any one thing that was too like impressive. It wasn't this double musty flip reset, whatever, you know, it was fundamental Rocket League. And I said, that's not a bad thing. That's a great thing. The fact that they're playing fundamental Rocket League, but still have those mechanical peaks still to come, I think is a really good sign moving in that lower bracket, Kiwi.
Yeah, like there wasn't a time where I saw Team Bella like being boost starved or just being like too far forward or playing too deep or playing too back or playing with less confidence, too much confidence. It was just the right amount of all of that. While as Team Kate, I felt like they were shifting gears and trying to find that same tempo, that same sync, where they started playing more defense in that game too, and then only allowed the one goal, you know, versus the Brazil game one that happened. There were changes happening for Team Kate, but the confidence wasn't something I was seeing build over time. Like I'd see Asfer with a good setup, but Angie with no pre-jump. There wasn't just like the full send, like let's go for it type of attitude from Team Kate, but I saw that out of Team Bella. And whatever shenanigans Kevin was trying to put up, like Bella and Aurora were on board, and I'd love to see that.
I mean, when we look at that and we're talking on board, I've never seen in the history of doing this people eager to do interviews, so we do have one coming up. Don't worry, Aurora will be joining us here in a bit. Eager to do this interview. Trust me, I'm excited to have that conversation. But from Bass, for your perspective, obviously we've seen what fundamentally can happen. Obviously, Courtney's a different breed of team. This team is going to be very aggressive. They are going to challenge the midfield. They are going to have a lot of high-flying aerials and shots. We've seen Gyro, in particular, with his air control, really turn the tides of this game. When you have those solo dribbles outside of the backfield that can force that immediate counterattack, what is going to be the big thing they have to focus on? Because fundamentals will not just be enough for this next series.
I think they need to shut down space. I think one of the biggest things that we talked about why I think that Team Bella was able to get so much offense generated there is because they were afforded space. You would see mid-air dribbles from multiple different players at that would then facilitate extra space for other players to rotate in for passes, would give them time on offense to get a setup play. You can't afford that against a team like Team Courtney. With individual players that have enough prowess and mechanical ability to score by themselves, you got to shut them down immediately. It might seem risky to almost pre-jump them out of midfield, but you might need to. That might be the best way to slow a team like this down, and even if it doesn't work out 100% of the time, getting in their head, threatening those challenges is how you slow this team down and start to make them second guess themselves a little bit.
Well, we're going to have to pick the brain of the one behind the factors of what was so successful. It has to be Aurora as we bring you in for the interview. First and foremost, I can't thank you enough for being actively wanting to do an interview. It is something that many RLCS pros could also learn from, calling them all out as a collective here. Hopefully it doesn't get me in trouble, but first and foremost, welcome to the broadcast. Second of all, obviously a very dominant performance in that series. Kind of take me through it from your perspective, if you could.
Yeah, I mean, we've just, it was just good vibes. It was like the biggest thing. It was like me, Kevin, and Bella just making jokes the whole time, making sure everyone was like having a good time and just trying to have fun. I think was the big thing. And we did a couple of changes to our rotations from early that we like realized we were just like trolling on, and everything's just been working out since.
Man, you talk about the vibes. Sometimes trolling is part of those vibes. It gets everybody loosened up and having a good time. I think there is always that balance between like seriousness, but also having fun. Have you guys really found that balance? Do you feel confident as the competition gets more competitive? Or is it always going to be something where, hey, we're here to win, and then the vibes are second?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like, we're just here to have fun, right? Like you can only you can't win if you're not having fun. If you're just tilted the entire time, you're gonna lose. You're gonna tilt down and throw. So if you just if everyone's making sure they're having a good time and calming well and just being serious and trying their best, we'll do as good as we can, and I think we can win.
Well, you talk about a tilting experience. It must be when you're only scoring one goal against the team. So I feel like pretty confident going into that next game. Obviously, we've talked a lot of respects towards Team Courtney, as we know the pedigree at which they stand. What's kind of your main focus going into this next match? Because it is tough when you're playing these lower bracket matches. You get a quick 5-minute breather and then right back into a brand new team. Do you think that gives you guys an advantage? Is there anything that you're really working forward to, or is it just kind of a one game at a time?
It's like mainly a one game at a time thing. I think there is definitely a bit of a lower bracket run momentum thing we have going on at the moment. We're all just, it's game to game and you don't have too much downtime, which is nice. So I think we have that going for us. And yeah, I mean, the biggest thing we're going to focus on for this is just making sure we have we're playing our game well. We're not trying to beat them at their game, play our game well, and we'll do it as best as we can.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it. I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you for jumping in with us. But I don't want to hold up the matches anymore. We still got to take another break. So before we do, first and foremost, thank you for joining the broadcast. Thank you for talking with us. And again, best of luck in that lower bracket run. It's going to be a fight.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Again, shout outs to our competitors for joining us on the broadcast and giving us things to talk about, as well as being able to hear their side of the story. As always, Ally All-Stars trying to do whatever we can to provide you the best of the best. But before we get into that next match in the lower final, which are going to best of sevens, we do have to take a quick break. So with that said, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back, and we'll get right back into it with Kiwi and Bass. Don't go anywhere.
Let's do it.
Come on, Dad, get me.
Ooh, nice move. All right, let's go. There we go.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Hey, Ally All-Stars is back with yet another match. It's a best of 7 though this time. Lawler, Kiwi, and Bass going to be calling all the action, except for not me because I'm just here to hang out and have fun with you guys. We've got some pretty exciting matches coming out as we take a look at the bracket, and it has been quite a doozy. We're focused in the lower bracket, but we got to talk about how we got there first as we take a look at the top. Bass, obviously, there's been some conversations about some of the favorites here, and one that you called out earlier in the day, as you can see with that little arrow pointing up, is sitting in that grand final alone waiting. In your perspective, do you think it is better to have the lower bracket run momentum, or do you think it's better to sit and watch the competition?
Honestly, in a format like this, I think that there is some value to the lower bracket momentum. I do think that being able to stay warm, being able to play up against a various degree of different teams is going to help you be a bit more adaptable when you come into that final, because again, that grand final, it's a best of 7 with no reset, no advantage, so you have to make sure that you are falling out when you get there. Granted, that didn't exactly help in EU, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I do think that with the 2 teams currently in the lower bracket, some momentum could be helpful for them.
That's the real question, Kiwi, is does Bass know what he's talking about? That's what I really want to dive into.
I don't know, but he's very believable when he says it, so I just go with it. That's what
Confidently
casting's
wrong.
all
We
about.
love it.
But this is an exciting match, y'all. Courtney versus Bella. Okay, they used to be on a team together on Pioneers back in the women's carball days, and you heard it in the interview. This is, there's no rivalries, there's no beef, but beating your own teammate or former teammate feels pretty nice. And you just saw what Team Bella is really capable of in that match, taking a sweep and even Brazilian in their first game. So you do not want to sleep on this team.
Yeah, I think if you're a teammate here, as we look at the other roster with Team Courtney, one that we know very well, Team Courtney, this is her last tournament, has officially announced that is done in the competitive scene, and this is the last hurrah. So if I'm a teammate on this, I'm doing it for more than just myself and obviously wanting to win. I'm doing it for Courtney to give her the final send-off that she so deserves. So I think, again, there's a lot of camaraderie. They've been talking about this team being pure chemistry and vibes when we talked with Chixa earlier, and rightfully so. For anybody who's gotten the opportunity to talk to any of these players, including and specifically Gyro, we deemed it as a goofball, but like Gyro's obviously so much more than that. He's a phenomenal teammate. He wears his heart on his sleeve, immaculate vibes, and being able to kind of see that come together, because everybody has mentioned that in one way or another through their interviews. Good environment, good vibes, making sure that we're in a right mental, nobody's tilted. I think both these teams are going to be able to stand the test of time. We've already seen that from Team Courtney Bass with fighting off that reverse sweep. Almost got really close. You can't do that if you're obviously, down in the dumps.
Oh, absolutely not. And I'm glad to see that of all people, it is Gyro that is kind of, been on this team, been able to mesh so well. Because, like you mentioned, I mean, this is a player that's kind of been doing that his entire career, dude. I've seen Gyro on every team under the sun in North America, and every time he gets on the team, and they instantaneously look better when he gets there. He's just such an adaptable player. He's so good to play around, and I gotta hope that they can utilize that to the best of their advantage here. Because, like I said, good luck. Bella's looking pretty good.
Oh, get into the game. It's already right. Okay. Wow. Let's lock in. Lower final. Let's get into it. Yeah, Gyro versus Kevin. This is a tough one. Gyro coming from RLCS. Kevin, a huge go in the CRL scene, of course, but also just performing so well. Was our ally MVP in that last match, but Gyro's mechanics were next level when we watched him earlier on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, Gyro, a name that I think a lot of our audience would be familiar with. If you've been watching RLCS at any point over, I'd say the last 6 years, something like that, you probably heard his name at least once or twice, but I don't know if he's necessarily going to be the only name you're going to hear in this series. You got to give credit to the 2 teammates on Team Courtney here. Courtney, I mean, the legend speaks for herself. She knows how good she is. And Sanoki, same idea. 2 players that have proven themselves to be some of the best in all of North America. But again, going against a team like Bella who just have momentum, it comes down to, do you believe the individual prowess of this team will be enough to stand up against the variable momentum gained by our blue side? So far in game 1, I can only say one thing definitively. This is ridiculous how many demos. I have lost count. It's been like 20.
It's pretty physical, but Sanoki trying to slot it on the left side. I like the attempt. But can the momentum from Team Bella beat the chemistry from Team Courtney? Courtney and Sanoki were teammates on bare momentum. You got Dignitas, Gyro, geez, leaving it off to Sanoki. That's a hard angle to try and cut. And this has just been a lot of offense from this orange side of Team Courtney, but can they stop Kevin just trying to sail through? At least he'll leave with some boost.
Gyro trying to find a clear here, but will not find it. Aurora immediately there, and same with Kevin on the follow-up. Lemon, I'm starting to think they might have taken our advice to heart. We said maybe play a bit faster, be a little bit more aggressive, just don't give time on the ball. I don't think they're giving them a half a second.
Yeah, this is a very different series compared to the one before, where not like Team Bella were playing down to their opponents, just like playing their game and beating them at it, while as Team Courtney have forced them to really step things up. Team Courtney, a big favorite in this tournament. Courtney herself leaving it off. Sunoki with the bump as this just floats in.
Courtney gets credited with a goal. No offense to you, Courtney. You don't deserve to be credited with a goal. This is all Sunoki. How on earth did she get the bump? How on earth did she even think of it? I know she's not even getting credited with the assist, but I'm absolutely marking one on my stat sheet for that. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, what the heck? I mean, in a 1v2, like, that's already something that feels pretty unwinnable. Kevin with the drop down, Sunoki to the side, and Courtney thought she could receive that to clear, and Bella gets a chance to feed this to Aurora. So just a lot of opportunities being created. Fantastic pass from Kevin. Bella couldn't put it on target, but I like this pressure out of Team Bella, but they couldn't stop the counterattack from Team Courtney.
And this was a problem in the last series as well. Most of the time, it wasn't capitalized upon. But if you think that Team Courtney's not going to, you got another thing coming. Clever as well, because I don't think Aurora even knew there was a player on top of her. If she had just tried to jump up a bit earlier, maybe could have at least put that ball to the ceiling, put it out to a corner, and put it out of harm's way. But she's thinking she's got more time than she was really afforded. Great play out of Courtney to just recognize the scenario and immediately shoot on target after counterattack. It's afforded them a 2-0 lead here, and could increase. Aurora, awkward position, but at least gets it to the side this time.
Yeah, these Team Courtney counterattacks are going to have to leave a more solid, more safer third person back as Gyro almost cuts through all the defenses. Courtney wins the 50, goes up high, gets it off the wall to Gyro. A pop-up buys time for Sunoki, but she's too in front of the ball, and now Aurora takes a fast shot on target, and it's 2-1.
And again, this is the punishment for both teams if they can't quite lock down that midfield. Sunoki, right place, right time, right idea, but unfortunately, as soon as she goes up, she notices, oh, there's no challenge from anybody. I'm the only person on this ball, and if I do not keep this close enough to me, it's just basically dropping into the hands of my opponents, and they do exactly that. Aurora making up for her previous mistakes on defense with a great offensive chance, and she does not miss. That means the goal lead cut in half with only 90 seconds to go. Team Bella's got to hustle.
Team Bella has a boost problem right now. All three running on fumes. Courtney does her best on low boost, and Gyro can beat them all to the punch and extend the lead for Team Courtney.
He said, I've had enough of setting up my teammates here, and honestly, Courtney setting him up brilliantly. Not only getting the pass out center, but then going for the awkwardness by causing bumps, causing confusion, just putting herself in the way, and that leaves as clear as day a goal to shoot on, and Gyro will not miss. 90 seconds to go. We are still seeing signs of life from Team Bella, but they want to turn this one around. They got to slow this team down. Sunoki will not get the goal, but again, she continues to just set up her teammates.
Even this initial double from Sunoki still pulls two defenders, and she even makes contact with Bella and pulls her out of the play. So all you have to do is tap this in, and for Team Courtney to have their second person close enough to finish that play is still very good. 4-1. That last 90 seconds was very crucial for Team Bella to come back, and now it doesn't seem very reachable. See what Courtney can do, and now the midfield is all locked up, and Bella almost had an open net opportunity. Kevin in the 1v1 just lobs it to Sunoki as Team Bella just trying to bulldoze their way in. It's not going to happen.
Ooh, Courtney. Surprising she was even able to get a shot on target. It didn't surprise Bella, though, and she's back in full boosted. Can't afford to be on the back heel right now, though. With 50 seconds to go, they got to break out, and Courtney does not seem keen on that, nor will she. Oh, I was going to say, missed the passes out center. Unfortunately for Sunoki, no boost in the tank means she will actually miss the shot, but I don't think it's going to change the outcome all too much. 4-1 with only about 30 to play. Even if they can get a couple kickoff goals in a row, it's not looking likely for a comeback. This is the statement we were wondering about. Did Team Courtney slow down after taking a bit of a break after the upper final? I'm going to think the answer is no.
Still close, and I think there's a lot to take note of just from this game alone. Like, the counterattacks from Team Courtney have been so good and very, very fast. And anytime Team Courtney gets an opportunity on the ball. You better be ready and standing in the net because it's going to fire at you quick. 4-1 will end game 1 in our lower final best of 7 with Team Bella trailing, but with still an offense that has some kick to it.
It's looking it's not all lost yet. There is still definitely hope. There's still definitely a chance at a turnaround right now, but I would not be surprised if the scoreline for the overall series is going to end the same way as the scoreline for here in game 1. It does feel like right now Bella might be able to sneak in a game here or there, but the big thing about Team Courtney is control over this pitch. We mentioned it. In order to slow a team like this down, you need to meet them for 50s. You need to be pre-jumping them out at midfield, and I think they did that initially, but then when Team Bella started to see the goals go against them, they started getting a little bit more timid. And unfortunately, in a series like this, well, maybe the idea that you would think would be wiser, all it really does is just give more space to Team Courtney, who are starting to control that midfield more and more. Great example, the one goal that Team Bella did score in this game was because Sanoki was up so early because she was expecting those midfield challenges. She was expecting resistance with somebody just clashing up against her in a 50. That doesn't come. It does throw them off, but at the same time, that's not always going to happen. If that team starts to recognize that they don't even need to fight for midfield control, they just have it, this series is going to go all Team Courtney.
Just really got to applaud Team Courtney's ability to perform on low boosts, if not no boost. And if they weren't able to make the offensive plays happen, their ability to buy time for someone like Gyro to step up with a full tank and just fire one on target, that's really great to see. Team Bella, there were moments where all of them were on 0 boost, and there wasn't anything they could do. So Team Courtney, the fundamentals are solid, but will that carry through in game 2? Let's find out.
You gotta step it up here. I don't advise them going down 2 games in a row, especially against a team like Courtney, who, as we mentioned, have been kind of sitting here waiting for this matchup in the lower bracket. So giving them time to warm up after a little bit of time off, I don't think is going to be beneficial. This might be, though. Great defense is rewarded with a counterattack in the first goal of game 2.
Now the problem was on the other side. Team Courtney, they had 2 players on 0 boost. Gyro was in the corner waiting for it to spawn, and that's why he's late to stretch out for this one. I think Sanoki had the same problem on the opposite side. So I think Team Bella knew how to strike and how to strike early, especially when the opponent was weak. So Team Bella will have a lead. Look at Kevin even trying to challenge this one. Courtney takes it up, looks for contact on Aurora, and Courtney through the side carves it through.
Talk about not needing any boost, and Courtney needed none of it after she used the entire tank here, but this is just a heads-up play. Most people would probably try to pop it off the backboard, maybe wait for a teammate, but she notices the littlest opening in the bottom left of the net, perfectly shoots it on target, and, well, the equalizer, not even 30 seconds in. Not a feel for Team Bella here. All that work for the first goal, only to immediately have it be erased.
Makes it for a pretty entertaining series for us. Courtney, good control. Gyro off the crossbar, and Courtney to the side just to buy time for the retreat. She's demoed for her efforts. Here comes Aurora wanting to find the ball on the hood of her car, but denied. The defenders too quick with it on Team Courtney's side as Gyro wants a solid clear and couldn't get the right touch on it, leaving some time for Aurora to find the back wall. Denied by Courtney. At least she'll have a full tank of boost and get a good dribble. It's not a good launch, but she'll at least get a follow-up touch to get to a teammate, but it's been difficult to get good possession if you're Team Courtney.
They're starting to get some better resistance out at midfield. I like what I'm seeing out of Team Bella. I don't like that, though. That's an open net. Sanoki can't quite get its center with no boost, but we do need to be careful. Old habits die hard at this point, considering the still double commits that are leaving openings for counterattacks from Team Courtney. They haven't been able to capitalize more than once throughout this game, but plenty of time left here in game 2. Maybe, I was going to say, maybe here Aurora can get her team back on top, but Gyro, quick shutdown in the follow-up, will get back to Gyro? How on earth is this almost a goal? It will not be initially, but my goodness, the quick transition here from Team Courtney.
So Courtney finds a way to slow it down, grab the full tank, scoot this below Kevin, and look at Courtney lead the way, but Gyro couldn't unite with her before Bella intercepts. Now it's her turn to clear. There won't be a follow-through from Team Bella. They may have just needed this hard reset on the field so they could get boost going, because that was something Team Bella desperately lacked, and also don't do as well without. But the defenders all locked up for Team Courtney. A chance for Team Bella to strike with that demo, but they don't got the ball.
Ooh, maybe a chance here now for Courtney. She goes diving into the play and unfortunately doesn't really find a shot. Gyro not really sure how to approach this one either, so he will gladly take it to their own corner and then restart. Boost in the bag, and he will use it. Gets past 2 players. Bella the only one back, and he's not even going to give him possession. Steals Boost, steals the ball, and kind of ends that attack altogether.
Oh, I like that dribble from Bella Aurora, but better reads in the midfield from Team Courtney. They'll put a stop to that. Now trying to work their way through the midfield. A lot of collisions as Gyro has to take the ball up high, but Team Bella have been so good at following where Gyro is going and his trajectory that they're good at denying time on the ball. That's what you needed to do, and that's what teams suffered against Gyro specifically in other series. We're still at a 1-1 game with 2 minutes, and Courtney and Aurora, or versus Aurora, I should say, for an offense to get the lead.
Good back pass. I like the idea there out of Kevin. Maybe a little bit too far away from his teammate, and unfortunately Aurora can't get a touch on the ball. That could give some space to Sanoki, if not for Bella immediately shutting down that play. We talked about the midfield battle that continues to ensue, and I'd say it's a pretty even battle at the moment, but the question is, who wins the war? Right now, I'm not really so sure, as again, it really has been back and forth, but little mistakes on defense are affording more time here for Team Bella. That one does not matter much though, and Sanoki can finally find a breakaway, and an awkward miss from Bella. Luckily enough though, nobody recognizes it and no shot found. We go into the final minute still tied up as Team Courtney continues on offense.
Kevin has such good patience on the ball to take the time to place it and really analyze where the defenders are, but this time it doesn't lead to a goal, it doesn't lead to a lead, and Sanoki is missing. Gyro goes for the double, and it's not on target, but Sanoki back in action tries to keep the pressure on. Bella uses all her boosts to bring the ball into the air, where she had a sense of freedom, but to keep possession, to find a second person to pass to is difficult, as Kevin almost had a carry through the net. Bella tips it to Aurora. It's too far forward.
This is so awkward. I thought that Kevin would not be able to get back, but Gyro, honestly, I think he recognized that he would. Instead, he just pulls off to the corner, steals Boost, and now tries to put this team in the blender. With 18 seconds to go, all they need is one good opportunity. Maybe some extra boost starvation. Again, another corner stolen, and nobody really with much. Bella the most on the team until Kevin picks up that midfield and maybe now gets a breakaway play. Gyro awkward on the backboard, bumped off the ball, and then bumped back into it. I'm sorry, how is that a save? I think we're gonna see overtime because of it. Aurora will try to keep it up, but no, indeed, we head to OT.
We go into OT because we got a 4th and pasta on the field. Okay, we're locked in for game 2, and it's Courtney up first. Kevin pinches it off the ceiling. Back to Sanoki, has to make a backflip, and Gyro barely gets back in time as the overtime almost ended super early, as Bella will keep on the press, pushes Gyro out of the way, and Kevin with the finisher!
The immediate boost starvation works out so well for her. Sanoki has to use her entire tank. She's got a little bit left, but with half a tank on both players, neither one of them planted on the backboard. They're just looking for a quick escape. That eagerness to get out of the half at the start of overtime will come back to bite them. Nobody prepared for the save, and, well, I can tell you what, Team Bella was ready for the win. 1-1, they will tie us up here as we continue through our lower final.
What a slugfest, too. Team Bella managed to still win despite, maybe being able to avoid that overtime, but it did get super chaotic right in front of that orange net. But we got it. That means we have a tie series, and it's about really a lot of Kevin and Gyro making some magic happen, but also most importantly, these short passes in the box to someone like Courtney or to someone like Bella, like these small plays that make all the difference.
I really love the chemistry we are seeing out of Team Bella right now. It just feels so cohesive as a team. And while I don't think I'm not seeing that from Team Courtney, it does feel like at moments we are seeing individualistic plays, and very intentional at that. The air dribbles out of the half do feel like they are more going for individual challenges, baiting out defenders, rather than going for team plays. And I think Team Bella has done a good job of kind of countering that play style, looking for passing plays, looking to bait out those defenders on the other end that will go for those more egregious air dribbles, will go for those more heavy challenges. So I like what we're seeing. It's a very counterplay type of game right now as both teams just strategize against each other. It definitely dissuades me from my worries in game 1. We saw game 1 be heavily in favor of Team Courtney and thought, okay, it might just end that way for the rest of this series, but Team Bella, the clap back in game 2, is definitely showing me there's a light at the end of the tunnel. There's a world. They absolutely turn the series around.
I still love what Courtney's doing on her team. They may have lost the game. It was into an OT, but Courtney, when she's in the air, she still finds a way to recover beautifully and still try to keep the play going. She's not immediately rotating back, and that's the type of pressure that can be really lethal on Team Courtney's side, and you're experiencing it right off the kickoff. Courtney herself has a full tank, but it's a light touch towards the net that won't strike any fear in Team Bella's eyes.
Not quite, and not only will it not really make them flinch, it'll also give them, I was going to say some offense. Unfortunately, a single error will end that, but the defense from Kevin won't allow it to turn into a shot. Courtney blocked out by Bella means that won't be a shot either, and the follow-up, Bella again in the way. She's doing so much for her team on defense right now, and they need her to keep performing like this, and maybe even get involved in the offense. 0 boost, doesn't matter. No hesitation on the challenge, and affords her team some time on the ball.
Missed chance for Team Bella, just a poor touch from Aurora, and now they have to fight back on defense, and at least they were able, Team Bella were able to demo someone from Team Courtney, so there's less lethality on that end with less bodies to look at, so Sanoki will adjust. Bella with the 50, it bounces off the back wall, and Gyro has to pop it up just so the double doesn't happen.
Ooh, pinch out, not exactly going to benefit anybody, I don't think. Courtney tries to do something with it, but instead ricochets around the corner and out to Kevin, and I guess Gyro, who will cut him off. Not a lot of good touches for Gyro here in the corner, but he doesn't need it if his teammates can come in and back him up. Like we're starting to see that common become a problem here for Team Bella, as a lot of these touches in the corner leave them awkward and they don't really know how to escape from it. The thing is here, they don't need to escape. They have found their way out of their half and have an offense brewing. I think Courtney could end that as a couple in a row, at least drag it out to midfield.
What I can appreciate out of Team Bella is they take okay opportunities and make them actually into decent chances to score. Like, it's the first touch is okay, and then they try to adjust midair. Speaking of that, Gyro just demos, leaves it to Sanoki, who, well, got beat to the punch by a defender, and we're somehow still at a 0-0 score.
I think both players just had their eyes on the cars there instead. They were going for demo plays. Gyro had already gotten the bump. Courtney wanted the bump afterwards, and unfortunately, Sanoki just a bit too far behind the ball to guarantee herself the follow-up as the third woman. So, not a bad play by any stretch. I think they're just kind of waiting for their opportunity, and oh my goodness, if Sanoki has not redeemed herself after the last one was missed. A little bit of a knuckleball here. No one expecting the slowdown on the shots.
No one expects like your third person like that to really go for it, especially when the rest of your team's on the retreat. The rest of your team was playing deep, and Sanoki was sort of having a quiet series as just the solid pillar from behind, and now decides to strike first and get a very important lead for Team Courtney. Still another half to play. It's a lead that you can work with, as Team Courtney now have to juggle as Bella hunts for all the boosts. And there's not a lot for Team Courtney to work with. Aurora's missing, so Bella's not going to get the second person to pass to as she would like, as Gyro, couple of touches, almost gets Sanoki her second goal.
You got to be careful here, Team Bella, right now. It feels like they're allowing these touches to go to the backboard because they're so confident in their follow-up clears, but you keep letting this happen, it's going to cost you a lot of boost, and it's going to allow extra time on the ball. And if even a single one of those second touches is not before the offense, it's going to be problematic. Good thing for them, though, still just as efficient as ever on the counterattack, immediately forcing Gyro into an awkward position and setting up shop on offense, or so I thought. Gyro, 1, 2, 3, beats almost everybody on the team, and now gives his team a chance on offense as well.
Aurora gets play started and wanted to maybe demo Courtney, and someone went and did it. Both teams exchange. It's Kevin and Sanoki. Just 50, stall out the ball. Courtney with barely any boost to work with and has to decide to sort of back into the 100. But Kevin wanted to leave it off and cleared into an offense. And the midfield has been really treacherous to get through. And Sanoki almost gets it to Courtney. And the defense from Team Bella stands.
You gotta be careful still, though. Again, it does feel like most of the defense we are seeing are last-second saves. And while that is a... I'd say solid approach, it's not exactly 100% repeatable. As I mentioned, a single one of those goes awry, and this game is over. It might as well already be, though, with a single goal only being scored here for Team Courtney. We need to see Team Bella hustle. They need to get out of their half. They need to be quick about this and find some sort of shot on target, because at the moment, they've only got 2 registered in comparison to being 8 on the other end. So opportunities have been limited, but with a half minute to go, they need to find another.
Oh my god, you can't let Courtney do that to you. Oh. What a fantastic double, though. Courtney, like I said, she just never gives up when she begins the play, finds the second touch off the wall, and has Bella in knots at 34 seconds. What an important goal for Team Courtney to get to possibly lead them to a 2-1 series count in this best of 7. It all depends on these next few seconds of Team Bella. They don't have a lot of time. They got to be efficient.
Oh, it's a great shot from Gyro. Going to force Bella to the backboard. And again, an awkward position that this team has been all too familiar with. At this point, they don't need another goal. They just need to waste time as... Hey, Gyro, I see you trying to go for the highlight play and the little bit of dead time that we have here at the end of this one, because oh, wait a minute, I was going to say, will make no difference, but if that goal had gone in, there could have been a chance. Instead, it's denied off the backboard, and it will be a shutout. Team Courtney struggled in game number 2. They couldn't exactly find the same offensive efficiency. Game 3, I don't know if I can say the same.
It's just about Team Courtney having really good patience, going for the quality opportunities, but also knowing when to keep driving forward. And I think that Team Courtney were good at overstaying their welcome on offense, even giving a chance for a third person like Snowkey to step up, get that first goal, then Courtney with the double to get them that really assure them that victory at the end of game 3. Team Courtney, just really good fundamentals, while as Team Bella trailing behind on how Kevin can really set them up with good, easy shots to work off of. There's been a lot of adjustments from Team Bella to make a awkward play workable, and there's been glimpses of hope for Team Bella, but yeah, they're falling behind.
It just kind of feels like, as we mentioned coming into this series, fundamentals were the biggest thing that I think that Team Bella had in that lower semifinal. They were just outplaying their opponents in individual moments. The rotations felt cleaner. The defense felt well-rounded. The offense was efficient. Again, we mentioned that 7-for-9 stat line that they were able to find in game 1. Here, I think it's about even with that. The rotations look good on both sides. I feel like the offense is clicking at multiple times. The midfield that we said has been extremely contentious and back and forth feels about even. The issue is that when you're in a game like that and it's about even, you need to be the team at the slight advantage, even if it is a minuscule one, giving you percentage of a difference. That is what makes series like this. And I think the big thing we are seeing right now for Team Courtney is that individual plays are just shining a bit brighter. Mechanical plays through the corner, passing plays through the center, something like that is giving them the edge. At the current moment, unfortunately for Team Bella, the edge is a little bit dull. If they can sharpen it back up, we can 100% see the series start to go back and forth.
Okay, Aurora. Jeez, off the ceiling? That would have been a nasty goal. And Bella will still put that thing in reverse. Adjustment 50s. And Courtney has to tackle against Aurora. Kevin now leading with confidence. But against Gyro, it's a defense that is tough to beat if you're Team Bella.
Again, midfield continuing to be a battle zone here as both teams go for their opportunities. Speaking of which, Gyro, like the ambition, it's not exactly going to result in anything, or so I don't think, unless no clear found. Multiple players with a decent amount of boost, but nobody willing to expend their entire tank, and you can see Courtney's trying to bait them into doing exactly that. They go, I don't care if you've got boost, I will force you to use all 100 and then send you right back into defense.
Yeah, Team Bella having some issues with boost after just Team Courtney are lurking and taking everything that's available. So, like that, if Team Courtney's not on the ball, they get boost. When they're on the ball, they miss shots, apparently. What the heck? I thought that was going to be it for sure.
So did I, but I also think that this is kind of symptomatic of the problems we've been talking about throughout the day. Look at how slow they are to get to the follow-up touches on Team Bella, and I don't think that it's unintentional. I think they're trying to be patient, wait for those touches off the backboard, the shot doesn't go on target, have a little bit more of a surefire clear out of the half rather than just a last-second save. The issue is that they're getting beat to those second touches off the backboard more often than not, and while it hasn't resulted in a goal here through the first 90 seconds, I don't know if I love the more risky strategy as we continue through the series.
Just that Team Bella defense is tough, so Team Courtney look for those high balls, and sometimes the crossbar is your biggest op, but not this time, and not when Courtney's on your team.
If you don't succeed at first, try again. 6 times the charm as the 6th shot finally rings home. And again, not for a lack of trying, 3 saves on Team Bella. For every shot that didn't go off the post or out, it was on target, forcing these last-second saves. And again, this is the concern, is that, I hate to say it, Lemon, I don't think they ever escaped the initial just flurry of offense. They might have broken out of the half, but it was right back into defense and right back into the same panic play.
Hey, Gyros, to be careful with this. You're almost setting up the opponent, but Gyro was ready to climb off the back wall. Just be present in front of the net. Now there's a lot of freedom for Team Bella to go for setups. Team Corny, their backs are against the wall and they're running on fumes. Gyro will be allowed to get the full tank. And as the clear comes through, Team Corny are sent packing right back to the orange half.
Oh, Gyro, last second touch that he needed. He knew neither of his defenders were going to be prepared for that shot if it came through, and it would be all on him for just kind of teeing it up to the other team. They'll still need to play some more defense, and Sanoki's happy to do so. Clears it out to the corner, but right in the hands of a couple of 50s. Bad idea from Bella. Again, they're really trying to bait out all of Team Corny to bite off more than they can chew, and they finally get it to work. Kevin forces the lack thereof touch off the backboard and takes full advantage.
I'm sure the defense's eyes were on someone like Bella, who was in the box at some point, bullying people around. You got Aurora to the right. There was so many threats, except the guy with the ball. Kevin just deposits that in the bank and gets them a tie game going into the second half. This has been such a close series as Bella pushed off the ball. Aurora, too slow to make the 50 happen against Courtney, and you're barely able to slow down Courtney. She's on 0 boost too and almost had the red carpet right into the net. Gyro will set her up for success, but there's too many cooks in that kitchen.
Another red carpet chance. Unfortunately, they can't quite strut on the runway as they might want. A second goal would have gone a long way, and they still may find it. Gyro bouncer over Aurora. This is a perfect shot. You shoot this on target, there's a chance of it getting saved. You try to put this off the backboard, Aurora's probably going to find a way to read it. Bouncer over her, never expecting that.
Fantastic team play out of Team Courtney. Like, everyone on the same page with just, well, to be expected out of Courtney and Sanoki, but they involve Gyro in that. Like, the comms must be immaculate. 2-1 though. The lead isn't immaculate as Kevin has to send it away. He's got no boost to really keep up with this, but I guess he's being allowed to not only grab a full tank, but to follow through on the ball. You gotta be able to challenge Kevin. And now the orange half, the defense stands up. Gyro with the reset, the dribble, the bump, and Bella will keep it out.
I like the idea there. A little bit more of a creative play, but that's also why Courtney's not even going to try and commit. Again, you can just see it. They're trying to bait out players. They're trying to force them into these awkward positions. Both teams a game of chess right now going, you make the mistake. No, you make the mistake. And with both teams playing this safe, it's not exactly going to result in any more chances here for Team Bella unless they can make one. Finally, they do find a mistake, and they punish for it. Awkward play off the backboard from Gyro. Tees up the other team, and Aurora says thank you very much.
Ground pinch. Gyro had time to get the corner, but got all messed up in the 1v2, and Courtney trusted that clear to come out. 2-2 though, with a minute to spare. A series lead for Courtney. Potential tie if Bella can come out on top, and it starts with a demo, but not a great touch out of Bella. Gives a chance for Sanoki to force a decision out of Kevin. Boost being expended for Kevin, noticing where the 50s are coming from, and he's addressing them all one by one.
That's a great touch from Bella off the backboard. Can she do anything more with it? Unfortunately not. And Sanoki, clever, tries to get a bit of a passing play started. He's going to leave Gyro alone on an island, but fully boosted up. I don't think he's all too concerned, especially as his half volley is all the way to the opposite end. Courtney, a beautiful pass out center. Kevin again on it, but you can just see it. They are trying to keep this awkwardness going. They want to keep getting shots until eventually they find an opening, and they do, but they put it off target. 20 to go. One of these shots has to ring home.
Surely, right? Gyro's like, okay, I got to pull the defenders somehow because they're a little too keen on saving these, and how you can make the space, create the gap by force if you have to. But running out of boost, Team Courtney had to retreat. Team Bella's still stuck on that blue half. Sanoki to Courtney, Kevin on the ground, and it's OT.
Get another overtime. Let's see if this one maybe goes a bit different than the last. Last time Team Bella were able to find it off of an, oh my goodness, unexpected opportunity. And I have to say, as much as I do think they're playing well right now, they're really only finding opportunities off of mistakes on the other end. While they are so good at punishing said mistakes, it is still extended periods of offense here for Team Courtney. And if they can't sustain that pressure or withstand it for enough time, this overtime will go in their favor and send them the series point. Instead, though, Bella trying to get something started here. Same with Aurora, but with no boost in the tank, I don't think there's much they can do. So Gyro will take over and clear it off the half.
And Courtney ready to receive. That's the type of trust Courtney and Gyro have, and she delivers them to victory at the 37-second mark in OT. Oh my
again-
god, Team Courtney do it again.
And again, it's the bait out plays. You can see it. Courtney goes up and goes, "Hey, Bella, I dare you to challenge me." And as soon as she does, that is the last move she will make in overtime. Slots it around her. And again, this is what we keep on talking about. Pretty even across the board, but individual plays from players stepping up when it matters most. Props across the board to the whole team. And again, I don't want to mention it, but Lemon, can we mention the shot totals?
You do the math. That's hard.
It's
I'm just kidding.
17 to
17 to 4. Like, yeah. And I'm still sad, though, because Bella versus Courtney, you know, former teammates from back in the day facing off, and it's Courtney who's just been a better team player, being able to work off of Gyro, or just Courtney with the solo plays. And you can't even discount Sanoki, like, when she'll be able to take that risk and be rewarded as that third woman stepping up to go for those opportunities, when maybe the safer play would be to retreat. I like that everyone from Team Courtney has a chance to shine, but it is Team Bella that are forcing them to an overtime now in the second time in the series.
I think the big concern that I have right now for Team Bella is that all three players are kind of trying to play maybe that hero ball. They're recognizing that the offense that they are generating isn't exactly work, so occasionally they'll try and dive into plays, and it becomes more of a risk than it does become a reward. The reason I think Team Courtney are playing so well is exactly as you mentioned. Gyro and Courtney are just running the offense here, but that's not to say that Sanoki is uninvolved. Sanoki is involved when she needs to be. She's taking that third woman role very seriously, doing a great job at preventing counterattacks at midfield, not allowing her teammates to get into awkward positions, and that type of responsibility is something that some players can withstand and others cannot. Sanoki absolutely can. She is playing wonderfully right now, and if she keeps playing like this, I think her team's going to see a spot in our grand finals.
That's exactly it. Match point for Team Courtney. The absolute battle between former teammates, between CRL GOAT of Kevin versus, of course, Dignitas Best and Gyro. I'm excited to see how this is going to end out. The grand finals ticket on the line. Here's Bella wanting to maybe find contact on the bouncer as Sanoki will keep the ball safe, force it to open space as Kevin has it disrupted. Aurora in the net steps up and defense keeps it out. Not only that, they want to counterattack.
Oh, that's a little bit risky, and it will be. Bella is going to punish for it. I don't blame Gyro for going for this challenge, but as Sanoki, the only one with boost, you probably don't want to take that challenge away.
Oh, the counterattack. It was so good. All started by Kevin just being able to drive down the midfield. And then, yeah, Team Courtney's backs against the wall. Great job from Team Bella to find those rebounds. And they're at it again. Look at Bella's control right off the sidewall. Gyro makes the initial save, and Aurora hesitated on how to drive back towards the sidewall to stop Gyro, and the counterattack was almost amazing from Gyro off the solo play, but he stopped as well.
I can't believe Gyro got that shot. I can't believe they've now turned this into an actual efficient offense. Again, you expect these clears to be almost immediate from Team Bella, and occasionally they do find them, but at other times, somehow, some way, Team Courtney, credit where it's due, turn these into consistent offenses that just put their opponents in a blender and wait until they find an opening. This could be one here. Gyro not going to find the touch, and Courtney cleverly sees her two teammates commit. She will try and keep this one contained as the offense blossoms.
Bella wanting maybe a stronger clear, but still has Gyro chasing. He even gets the corner boost. Bella doesn't get neither. Not the ball, not the boost. And now you have to race back against the counterattack. But the ball finds its way into the corner. Sanoki wanted to bump Bella, and she manages to dodge the ball. Free ball for Gyro. Maybe an open net. Kevin denies and wants to lead this out of their hole.
They have got to be so careful right now. I feel like we are still seeing last-second saves from Team Bella, and while they are playing beautifully on defense to make said saves, as we've mentioned throughout the series, if one of those goes wrong, it's going to be a problem, and it feels like we're getting ever closer to that moment of disaster as more touches go to the backboard. Less boost is being afforded to anyone on Team Bella, and demos aren't exactly going to help them out either. Touch off the ceiling. Sanoki there. Shot on target. And Kevin will barely flinch, but again, continuing to be in that vice grip that is ever squeezing. No reprieve, no escape for anyone on Team Bella.
That's why the counterattacks have been really more efficient or more successful for Team Courtney, is that if the defenders are there for Team Bella, it's extremely difficult to score against them. And Team Courtney have to find a way to draw out those defenders. So I think the best shot won't be able to sail past them. Courtney has now gotten 2 defenders jumping up for this. So Gyro's on the retreat, trying to slow down the midfield. Here's Sanoki wanting to drum up something special. Team Courtney find themselves on defense.
A breakaway play here. It's a little bit awkward out at midfield, but I do think they'll be able to develop something. Sanoki would agree with me. Touch to the backboard, but Kevin's waiting, and I do think the boost starvation problems are starting to be alleviated here. They are utilizing the backboard, utilizing the pads out in front of net, and even if they do get those 100 stolen, they don't seem all too perturbed, especially considering they've held on to their lead. 100 seconds left in this game. Courtney trying to switch that up. Gyro just needs to be the lead blocker, but somehow Kevin dodges him.
Courtney across. Bella off the side wall to Gyro. Kevin with the save. As Courtney grabs the 100. Gets rid of it before Kevin gets involved. But Bella's playing close as Team Bella need insurance. They want a second goal. They're only leading by 1. Can you get this ball away from Courtney? She's off the ceiling. And Gyro couldn't really grab this ball, so Sanoki buys time. And this offense for Team Courtney's brewing.
I mean, it's been brewing for a hot minute. I'm worried that the pot's going to boil over at this point. A total of 9 saves across the board here for Team Bella. They've been put through the ringer with shot after shot, but to be fair, that's a save against every single shot that we've seen from Team Courtney so far. So every shot they're coming out with is lethal, if not for the stellar defense. And as we mentioned, it's good, but they need to be careful. One single thing goes wrong, and this game is turned on its head. Nothing went wrong, but in the wise words of Jorby, if you can't beat them, delete them.
And patience pays off. Team Courtney knew they were within 1, and it's a demo in the net that opens up the net for Courtney to score. 36 seconds could be the end of a series or an extension of one. Grand Finals ticket on the line as Team Courtney hope to close it out. It's Gyro that can't get it past Kevin, and Bella playing close. But this is, I mean, Team Courtney are so quick to react to not let Team Bella escape them.
They're doing a great job. Both teams really are just trying to put the pressure on as much as possible, inviting that mistake. And I do like it. The risk versus reward attitude is something you need in a series like this. Triple commits, though. I was going to say may not be, but somehow they don't get punished. Still, the counterattack available. 2v1. Gyro needs to find the pass or keep it up, and he can't do either. Not enough boost in the tank, and we head to our 3rd overtime.
Yeah, Gyro and Courtney just couldn't decide who wanted to be the hero, and Courtney giving it to Gyro, and though he had a 0 boost. We are in our 3rd overtime of the series. Dangerous ball. Sanoki to the side. Kevin stealing boost. Aurora sets them up for an offense, and Courtney's looking awkward. Aurora's going to try and test this. Kevin with a bouncer slips through everyone, and Team Bella extend the series.
What happened going into overtime? A complete flip in the script. We talk about the control that Team Courtney is finding, and usually it would be only the counterattacks effective, but a couple awkward plays in a row. Nobody have any idea how to clear the lines, and Team Bella, I mean, literally the entire team says, sure, I'll take that. All 3 of them commit. Kevin comes up with the goal, but really, that just felt like Team Bella swarming like bees, seeing the moment to strike, and they do not miss.
Out of 3 overtimes, Team Bella have taken 2 of them. So if they can keep stretching Team Courtney to that distance, ooh, the series is going to heat up. But it's still series point for Team Courtney. They just need 1 game to go to the grand final. And they're at their absolute limit, and Team Bella remains in their shadow. I'm excited for this next one.
As am I. Again, a lot of the questions answered in that game. We said, can Team Bella keep up this very chaotic style of defense for an entire period? Answer was a definitive yes. They saved every single shot that was put on target. We also asked, is Team Courtney susceptible to mistakes? Because they've been playing pretty clean ball, and it felt like the only times when Team Bella were able to take advantage were on the mistakes, and they find one in regulation, but we wonder, are they going to find another chance? The littlest, I can barely call that a mistake as much as it was just an awkward scenario on defense, but to Team Bella, that was all they needed. They smelled the blood in the water, and they immediately dove. Well played to them. Let's see if they can earn themselves a Game 7 as we head into Utopia.
I just worry about Team Bella putting a lot of eggs in the Kevin basket, like 800, 900 points for Kevin, while Aurora and Bella are a great supportive cast, but is Kevin doing too much? Is he the carry? This has to be a shared effort, or it'll be a very easy answer for Team Courtney to just go and demo, or to just provide extra coverage for someone like Kevin and try to shut him down.
I mean, I didn't want to necessarily say that, it's the defense of the team all around playing well. I also did not mention that of the 9 saves they had, 6 of them were Kevin. So he was there at the right place, right time, last second every time. And while we did see some phenomenal plays from Aurora and Bella, I do feel too many times Kevin was put in those 1v2, 1v1 scenarios on breakaway plays. He stepped up big, and can he do it again? He tries his best. First shot denied, second as well, still on the line, and somehow we don't get a first goal.
But Team Bella are finding the rebounds, so this has been a very dangerous offense. And Aurora's going in for round 2. I mean, Gyro's working on no boost. Sanoki uses all her boost just to recover, and now she's demoed, and Corny's not even allowed to break out either. Gyro barely has the beat on Bella. Both have 0 boost. Sanoki has to just buy time for her team to stabilize in any kind of resourceful way, and even Corny has nothing, and Gyro's demoed. Like, Team Corny are being beaten to death out there.
It's just over and over again, the physicality. I think in game 1, we both kind of expected the series to go like this, a boxer's match, just constantly taking swings, and then as we get further into it, it's not exactly the back and forth we anticipated with the physicality, but starting to turn up a little bit. And hey, look, I'm always a fan of demos. I love demo play in Rocket League, so I'm not necessarily going to poo-poo it by any stretch of the imagination. The only team that might not like it right now is Team Courtney. This has got to frustrate them, but if there was ever a time to keep your mental, to not tilt out, it is here and now. You do not want to have a game 6 not go your way after you were on series point multiple games ago, and then head into a game 7 just completely tilted out. They need to be careful. A good goal here would go a long way. They won't find it yet.
Yeah, Team Bella are really struggling with space. They barely have anything. They're almost running into each other. Bella has a clear that Kevin sends forward. An important beat against Team Courtney results in a goal for Team Bella.
You want to talk about a tilter, though? A player at midfield, Sanoki, just a little bit flat-tired and doesn't buy enough time to whom I think was a rotating back Courtney. It's not even bad rotations, not even a bad play. It's just unfortunate. The ball pops out of the corner in maybe the most awkward position possible. Nobody on Team Courtney ready for it, and yeah, that's a tilting play if I've ever seen one. They got to be careful. There's plenty of time left in this game, but it might feel like only a couple of seconds in the way they're feeling right now.
Well, with how this started up, well, that's unfortunate. Team Bella will profit, though, from the losses out of the defense of Team Courtney. Kevin will get the second one. And now I'm seeing Team Bella look more unified, of course, but it is still Kevin driving a lot of this success.
Kevin's doing a great job on the team at, again, just taking advantage of those little mistakes. He is in offense just constantly trying to bait out challenges, and while Bella and Aurora have been phenomenal on defense in this game, I think you're starting to see where it's a very successful strategy, but for how long? Like you mentioned, it can't just be a single show, and as great as Aurora and Bella have been on defense and the facilitation of offense, they need to be careful. Double commits have still been a problem in this game, and one here could cost them the first goal they give up. Couple of bumps, no shot found, Sanoki looking, and no rebound either. The team will be forced to retreat, and once again, somehow, someway, Team Bella survived the flurry of offense.
Tatsunoki had an open opportunity there and just couldn't get a valuable touch, especially with Team Bella just, again, struggling on space when it comes to defense, but somehow not giving up anything against Team Courtney. This could be their chance to counterattack. Gyro, Courtney working together off the ceiling towards the back wall. Gyro connects perfectly for the first one for Team Courtney.
And unfortunately, old habits do die hard. As great as the defense has been, we have talked about the defense has not exactly been marking the backboard. It's been more plays in front of net, and despite multiple players in net trying to dive for the read off the backboard, Gyro, way more literate than anybody else on the pitch. He reads it perfectly, finds the goal, and gives his team a chance to close this one out in 6 rather than going to Champions Field and 7. Kevin, though, he's got other ideas. Gyro, a great save. Bella there, though. The rebound immediately shot in.
Oh, that was scary. I mean, Kevin commanded a lot of attention when he had a reset. Gyro goes for the initial save, out of the play, and Bella with the rebounds. That's what's been good about Team Bella as well, and why this isn't just a Kevin show anymore. He may have the initial shot, but there's confidence out of the entire team to go for the rebound plays and to eventually score from that. There's only so much Team Courtney can put up when it comes to saves. Minute 20 though left. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but Team Bella are looking to send us to Game 7.
Oh, and they're lucky they didn't just go down another goal. And now they've got a numbers advantage. But unfortunately, I don't think that Gyro recognized he needed to go up early for that one. Way too long. Multiple players get back. And unfortunately, a huge opportunity for a breakaway is completely missed. They'll still keep the offense going, though. The shot here denied by Aurora. And I guess this team just has a last-second heroics type of day. Everything on the line being denied.
Team Bella, though, running on fumes as Courtney tests the backboard. Kevin ready. Sanoki can't stop him. Kevin carves through two. Is just chasing Courtney around like a fly. Well, there wasn't a second player from Team Bella to take advantage of this moment.
Oh, and a big reset plus the bump, but Sanoki lurking out of midfield did not want to full send it at the risk of a counterattack. Girl, if there was ever a time to full send, it's down by 2 with only 20 to go. The results may stay the same, but she just took no risk and unfortunately found no reward. And I think for the other team, their reward is Game 7. Bella looking for the dagger, will find it. Lemon, a complete flip of the script. Game 1 from Courtney was 4-1. Game 6 to send them to 7 is 4-1 for Bella.
And for Team Bella to win a game that's not in overtime is great to see. I mean, this is a whole new team, as you said, not just the Kevin show, but the pressure that Team Courtney could not get rid of. They just could not get their heads above water once their defense was getting tested. The counterattacks looked solid, and they had Team Bella struggling for space when Team Bella was on defense, but Team Courtney just couldn't execute at the end of the day.
Unfortunate for them, it feels like what were winning strategies at the beginning of the series are no longer as successful, and rather than trying to adapt and adjust from that, I think they're just kind of hammering the same nail over and over again, expecting a different result. It's not working out. These counterattacks that were so lethal are not working out. The offense that was suffocating the Team Bella and would eventually find that break in that bend attitude is no longer breaking. It is only bending, and they seem to be flexible enough to survive it every time. Combine that with the fact that I think the two-headed Hydra's back, man. Kevin and Bella resulting in all 4 of the goals in that game and having assists on 3 of them. This duo, when they are firing on all cylinders, is terrifying.
That makes it for an exciting Game 7 when we thought Team Courtney were going to run away with this. They had a 3-1 series lead at one point in time, and it's Team Bella kind of blossoming late into the series, but hey, it's one that we're very much welcoming, even as Team Bella sort of adapt to support each other, but also enable each other when it comes to those big moments to score.
Well, they're 1 away from a gentlewoman's reverse sweep here, only allowing the 1 game and then taking 3 straight if they can complete it now. A lot easier said than done, though, Lemon. We have seen teams get to this Game 7 and fail to complete the task. Let's see if Bella will be another name added to their list, or will they get it done? Will they close it out in a come-from-behind victory?
Champions Field to go to the championship game. I'm excited for it. Gyro, Kevin, collide in the air. Sanoki off the sidewall. This forces it to the opponent. Team Bella now take full control of the field as Aurora sets it up to the back wall where Sanoki tries to clear it out, and Courtney at least has the read against Bella, so the offense from Team Bella is barely getting any time on the ball.
They're not getting a lot of time on the ball, but they've had a decent amount of possession on offense at least. Finally, Sanoki will say, I've had enough of that, and same with Gyro. Risky challenge on 0 boost, but I don't think he's going to be all too perturbed with the results. Maybe it's getting sent back into his half, but it looks like Courtney ready to restart the offense. She's hoping for a pass out to Gyro, but it's not communicated. Gyro was already going for the bump, and unfortunately, this is what we've talked about, Lemon. Little mistakes, minuscule ones, will be enough to end offenses and change the outcome of games like this.
How you expose those, how you punish those, and like a lot of eyes from Team Courtney are on Kevin, how he transitions that ball and how you can break up Kevin's ideas as he wants to get this to Aurora or Bella. That's been a lot of the fruits of their labor, of Team Bella's success. It's how Kevin himself is enabling the rest of the team. And Team Courtney are shutting down a lot of those developments before they even happen.
I like the creativity out of Aurora in the corner there. A couple of good touches in a row, but unfortunately the defense in the back were prepared for it. Are they prepared for maybe a bit of a long haul here? It feels like everyone's setting up shop at midfield and just burning away boost from Team Courtney. It's a big... No, not... Okay, it will be a pickup in the corner. I was going to say, finally giving a couple players 100. Might find the reprieve they're looking for, and I think it will. Courtney booms it to the other corner, but only into the hands of Aurora.
And Gyro, no boost. Bella, neither. Team Courtney think they have a chance to just kind of relax, and here's Aurora testing them, taking their boost, and Team Courtney don't have a lot to work with, and Courtney didn't even have a chance to take that corner one. She'll try and just hunt other players, but Kevin has time and space on the ball, even bumps Gyro out of the way, but Aurora can't really execute this quickly enough.
Courtney trying to find a good 50 to again clear the lines. It feels like only momentary lapses of pressure here. Otherwise, besides that, we're not really seeing Team Bella get off the ball in any moment. Hasn't exactly resulted in shots, though. You talked about it. Yeah, they're getting good possession on offense, but they're not exactly getting good touches on the ball. 0 shots registered, despite, I would say, a better midfield presence. This will be the first shot registered, but no boost for Kevin. Means he can't even find a shot.
Okay, Sanoki will catch up to this. Courtney will go back for boost, and it's a decent enough clear from Team Bella, but they're not following through because both teams are desperate for a mental and physical reset so they can gather themselves and boost. Now Gyro hoping for the ground pinch, will keep chasing this ball, harass Aurora. There's a chance for Team Bella to get a counterattack, but every lane they try to explore the door is shut on them.
I mean, we talked about this before. One of the biggest advantages we were seeing from Team Bella was taking advantages of the mistakes that we were seeing from Team Courtney. We're not seeing those mistakes from Team Courtney. They're playing a much safer playstyle, and, well, theoretically, that would also give the advantage to Courtney, who would be expecting these more aggressive plays out of Bella. The issue is, as we've mentioned before, Bella's defense is barely, if ever, backing down. They're playing really well on the line. They're playing really well out of midfield, so while it may also be a safer approach from them, it's an approach that is still giving them stellar defense across the board. So, honestly, as much as we have talked about the narrative of first team to make a mistake is going to lose this series, I think now more than ever is that more prevalent, and it could be here. Sanoki, though, barely back in time.
Team Bella technically haven't even registered a shot yet. This could be their chance for offense, but the ball bounces past Kevin, and Aurora was in the midfield, but just as a touch to slow down what was developing out of Team Courtney, as Aurora will tip it back. Gyro, third man, the pillar, won't let this sail by freely. Kevin with the demo, 3-on-2, and it's an open net. Courtney saves, and Gyro keeps it to the side. It's all up to Sanoki. A dribble is looking nice. She has a reset. Courtney down below, gets past one defender, but no cigar.
Oh, I like the idea there. I think that Courtney backed off going, if she's going to get a reset here, it's going to be a bit too far away from her. She's not going to find contact. And as soon as she dives out of the play and goes for boost in the corner, well, it's the perfect reset. Aurora barely gets hit with the nose of her car, but unfortunately, the passing play had already faded away. They'll get another chance, though. 10 seconds left. Touch out to midfield. Gyro, you prepared to send this back into offense? Absolutely, but it's only into the hands of Bella. She's got boost. She's got a reset. Does she have an outlet pass? No, Courtney to take it away. Aurora, wait a minute. Keeping this one up. Looking for the pass. It's in front of net. Gyro out. Bella there. The shot goes to the backboard and to the ground. We have overtime. Game 7.
To decide who goes to the grand final, 2 of 3 overtimes have gone for Team Bella. The reason we're here is because of Team Bella's resilience in these crucial moments, but it's an offense for Team Courtney. A double commit may force possession back to Team Courtney's side as Gyro collides against the wall. Courtney and Sanoki on no boost. They can't keep this going forever, and it's Aurora up to her on the counterattack, but she's stopped on her way back.
So much less possession time here in overtime already. You could see it. Team Courtney usually like to live at that half, or at least in the front third for a little while, get a couple of shots, and then eventually they will retreat. They were forced into retreat almost immediately here, both in physicality and stellar defense. Team Bella definitely playing the best version of themselves throughout this series, but it still is without its rewards. No goal found through 5 minutes of play, and an extra minute extended here in overtime.
Chance for Bella to relax, dodging the 50. Gets past Sanoki. Courtney, great challenge, sends the Team Bella packing where they started. Gyro, shot at target, redirected by Courtney! Game 7 win to Courtney for the grand finals ticket!
They are able to stave off the gentlewoman's reverse sweep here, and it's due to, once again, the two-headed Hydra approach. We've talked about Bella and Kevin. Let's talk about Courtney and Gyro. The two players finding the synergy in the most crucial of moments. The last-second shot catches a defense that otherwise was completely stalwart, and they take the win 1-0. Game 5 or Game 7 overtime with 0 goals in regulation. I'm going to be real. I don't think I could have asked for a better lower final.
We got to come up with a duo name for them. Is it Cairo? Is it Jortney? I don't know.
I don't like either of those.
I like Jortney. I think it sounds stupid, but it's amazing at the same time. Because, like you said, they are a lethal duo on the front to turn around all of the statistics of the 2-1 OT wins going for Team Bella. Team Courtney just executed when it mattered the most in one of the most difficult Game 7s we've seen. I mean, there was, 2 shots registered in total out of that entire game until we went into overtime and everything spilled over.
I mean, overtime kind of gave us I'd say the chaos we were more expecting. Again, props to both teams, man. Some teams will go into series like this and they will get to Game 7 and the nerves just kind of overwhelm them. They take away a lot of the strategy they've been building and just kind of let it fly out the window and go, all right, we'll figure out how this rolls. They didn't do that. Both teams took the strategies they had been building throughout the series, really calmed down, and played really well under pressure. It's a bit unfortunate. I'll be real with you, Bella. You were playing, I'd say, the better game at the time, despite the fact that you were maybe spending more time on defense. The defense was stellar. You were finding good transition plays. The only thing that could get past a defense like that is maybe the utmost passing play, and that is what we found. Gyro and Courtney, the perfect connection, will send them through Game 7 into our grand final of this entire event. And man, Lemon, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know who's going to take that one, but I'm just ready to get into it.
I'm ready too, but we'll have to talk to Courtney herself after the break to get her thoughts on, facing her former teammate of Bella, just how the tournament has been so far. And we got Team Lilo waiting in the wings for their upcoming match. So don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll see you after this.
Let's do it.
Come on, Dad, get me.
Ooh, nice play. All right, you go. There you go.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Ally All-Stars presented by Ally. We had a crazy Game 7 that we have been desperately waiting to see something go to the full course of fruition, which we got 4 overtimes and a bunch, and what better way to talk about it than with Courtney, the captain of the winning team, here on the broadcast. I'm excited to pick the brain as we started the day and we're starting to end the day, and it looks like, you know, I was going to be like, hey, are you stressed? How you feeling? It seems like you're calm, cool, collected, you know, all cozied up.
I am so cozy. My brother got me this. It's like a Snuggie type of thing, and so it's so comfortable. And the top fits around my headset, so I'm pretty happy.
I was gonna say, okay, you know, what are the vibes like? How are we feeling? Turns out you're embodying relaxed is what I'm getting here.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, partway through the series, we were singing the iCarly intro, so that was fun.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all about the team bonding experience, you know.
Yeah, if production can somehow find a way to get a copy of those comms from last game and we can post those, I would be ecstatic to hear the iCarly theme song rendition. But I assume that's gonna probably be a no. So unfortunate for us. But as for you guys, obviously one more left to go, right? You guys had a very close nail-biting Game 7. A lot of overtimes, a lot of offense, and by all means, I'm not afraid to admit it wasn't perfect. There was definitely some mistakes on both sides and some panic. A lot of times I actually saw a lot of cutting and rotation and leaving someone isolated in the back. Is that something that you guys were aware of, or was it something that just kind of happened due to the pressure and the moment of, hey, it's do or die right now?
I mean, I think sometimes teams just don't execute exactly what they want to do, and I think that's 100% normal. There's always going to be opportunities, or just series in general, where there's going to be one person left back, and I think it's obviously something we want to avoid, but sometimes it just happens how the game goes.
I think it's a good mentality to have, right? Like, at the end of the day, mistakes happen. We don't always play perfect, but what is important is finding a victory at the end, which you guys did. You broke even on those overtimes, which were always the make or break ones. So to neutralize that and get the win in the end has got to be good. So before we cut you and let you get into the final match of the day, a rematch of that winter final, what kind of thoughts do you have? You know, is it something that you are like, hey, we have the advantage because we know what we did wrong the first time, or is it just clean slate, we just got to play our game?
I think it's just a big thing to have fun. Like, really, that's the main thing. I mean, I think we're pretty confident, especially knowing we almost pulled off the reverse sweep. But, you know, anything can happen. This is what Rocket League is, so just got to come in locked and keep the vibes up.
Well, I'm looking forward to those grand final vibes. I think it's going to be a good one in our best of the day. So looking forward to the rematch. I wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you for taking the time on the interview. As we come back to the broadcast, we have to welcome also Kiwi and Bass as we kind of jump ship a little bit for that one. But again, we got to talk still about the previous series. Obviously, a Game 7 overtime, you guys absolutely crushed it in that cast. Felt like a pretty exhausting series overall with the amount of shots that were being taken and everything else. Kiwi, let's start with you, obviously. We got to kind of focus on who was the key player in that match, who the MVP was. For you in particular, did you have your sights set on any one particular player that really made a standout performance?
I think there was like a lot of team play, so it's hard to highlight one person because there's the setup and then there's the like executioner. But let's say I pick Gyro as the MVP.
You know?
Oh my god, I just waited. But, you know, was a key part to just keeping the defense kicking for Courtney, because I think a good defense is also what wins games, and Gyro's a huge part of that with the 9 saves, and to sort of fit into this roster while Courtney and Snowki had so much chemistry, pre-existing chemistry there is difficult to do.
Yeah, I heard you guys trying to ship a name. I think we're just going to never mention those ever again because I heard them and I'm like, ooh, those are Like one sounded like you almost was saying like jorts, and I was just like, ain't nobody
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
jorts on broadcast. No one wants
I
jorts on
mean-
broadcast. That is not a fashion thing
Well,
that we
I
need.
said Jordan.
I know. But
Oh, you're gonna catch some flack from Angie for that one. Angie is, for those that don't know,
And
will
jeans,
ship
yeah.
anything with jeans. Quite literally, she's got a name for everything, including the Joe tie, the jert, the jean. Oh, I guess
Jert.
Jortney probably would count as well. She has sent me articles of clothing. She's like, hey, you should wear this at LAN, and I pull it up and it's a full Canadian tuxedo. Swear to God.
Do it.
honestly,
do it.
I'm sure it would go hard on Lan, but I commend you on also just saying no to that, for your
Yeah.
sake. Jokes aside, obviously, a good best of 7, really exciting matches, but it also makes you a little concerned about potentially the future. Like, Bass, you and I obviously discussed a little bit, we were seeing quite a few mistakes. Courtney even alluded to it. Sometimes things don't always work out. Sometimes, things do just happen to resemble like, hey, we're under pressure. Things aren't always played cleanly. It's how it goes. The reality, though, is where I like Mental's still in a good place. They're singing literally the iCarly theme song, so clearly things are in a pretty good spot.
Hey, and that's what you have to do. One of the biggest things we talked about going into Game 7 is that you're faced up against 3 losses in a row. If you can't at least bounce back from that, I don't know your chances of not only being able to win the series, but to then take that momentum into the finals. If the vibes are at a high, I'm glad they should be. This is a good team. They're guaranteed 2nd place at minimum in the final event of the year. That's got to be something you got to be happy of, regardless of what is about to happen here in the grand finals. I'm glad to see the team vibe in and having a good time.
Yeah, guaranteed $2.55 thousand for that team, but would much rather get a clean 1,000 for each player for the first place prize pool. But we can't do that before we take a break. So with that said, we're going to take our final break of the day. A quick timeout. Everybody get your snacks, your drinks, whatever you got to do, and get ready to buckle up. It's grand finals rematch time. Don't go anywhere. is grand finals time for Ally All-Stars North America. Along with myself, it's Kiwi and Bass as we get ready to ramp up for a rematch, which was a denial of a reverse sweep in the upper finals. We take a look at the bracket and bring you through how we got here. Obviously, it started off 4 quarterfinals with 8 teams all battling to try to make it through in that upper bracket, but unfortunately, some people had to suffer a loss and drop down to the lower bracket. Conversation has been, though, between the two teams, the favorites. Coming into today, we had some teams that we had our eyes on, and one of them, in my opinion, Team Courtney, finds themselves in the grand finals. And on the other side, Bass, Team Lilo, a team that, as soon as they started hitting the field, they grabbed that attention from you.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's not just because of the, I would say, results that they have, but just the way that they were able to get these results. This team is resilient. This team, in their best moments, are high-flying action, and it feels so electric to watch. And again, combine that with the fact that they have the off-season king himself in Wavy, plus the combination of the 2 players on Team Lilo. Yeah, good luck stopping them. The only team that might be able to would be Courtney, and they are up against them again. But like you said, last time it went to 5. So Lilo, Ren, Wavy, get ready. You're going to have a battle in front of you.
On the other side of that, too, they have been sitting for quite a while. Obviously, when you get to that upper final, you get to see the rest of the lower bracket play out. But primarily, like that team you said, Wavy is almost like having a cheat code during the offseason, so I can understand the decision-making there. But on the other side, Gyro is obviously proven to be extremely impactful, Kiwi.
Yeah, he was our MVP, both on kind of an offensive and defensive front, but registered 9 saves over that series. It went all the way to Game 7, though, and Team Courtney have been battling in that lower bracket, and they'll get that rematch that they wanted. I'm glad Bass kind of brought it up, that Team Lilo's armor has only been dented by this team. And I emphasis on team because as much as we're kind of touting as Wavy this hero for the other roster, I feel like Team Courtney have 3 threats on their team, and that's going to be really hard to identify who to watch out for.
I think that's a really good point, though, because it is going to have to be a team effort. We've seen individualistic, that's the word, opportunities that we've seen where players as individuals have come in and been able to have moments. But in order to win over the course of the whole series, it is going to take a true team effort. And Courtney, I think, being that 3-headed Hydra, as it's been deemed at times, has that capability. The difficulty, though, from being a completely honest standpoint, is I have seen it slowly regress a little bit throughout that last series. Was that due to playstyle? Was that due to the length of the series? We'll have to wait and see. But personally, Bass, I think a lot of it is going to be an opportunity for that refresh of, all right, it's grand finals time. You kind of get that last burst of energy and you're ready to go.
I mean, this is the full send that we've been talking about. We've been talking about it in the playstyle wise, but this is where you just kind of put it all out on the pitch. It's the final event for the year. The final event for the year and the final event for Courtney's career. This is where you got to fully send. You have to make sure that you are leaving it out on the pitch. You do everything you can, and well, I think it's about time to do so.
Yeah, without further ado, we're not going to waste any time. It's grand finals time here for Ally All-Stars North America. Take it away, you guys.
Let's get into it. Hope you guys got your snacks because you're in for a treat. Lilo against her former Vera Momentum teammates of Courtney and Sanoki. So, yeah, I guess there's a lot of former teammates. I mean, Courtney just beat Bella, her former teammate, at some point. So this is going to be a good match and a chance for Lilo and Ren, players who, yeah, have been around in the Star Chaser Showdown, but not in this kind of level of championship prowess.
No, not quite yet. This is a team that we know are capable of taking this championship, taking the throne in the final event of the year. But again, in front of them stands their toughest test so far throughout the day. Last time the 2 teams faced off, it was almost a reverse sweep. And I can almost say the same thing for Courtney in the last one. Yet not a complete clean reverse sweep, but it would have been 3 straight for Bella and a gentlewoman's reverse. So both teams have proven they can clutch it up in the final game of the series. See if we even get there in this series. Game 1 so far, though, has been about even enough to make me think that's a possibility.
Yeah, Gyro versus Wavy 2 mechanical masterminds of their RLCS teams at the time, trying to pull through on the off season, but also knowing when to give space to the other 2 and when to let players that have better positions go for those big plays. And, well, you're going to demo Lilo off the ball, so Wavy's going to be left behind, too.
Ren in the corner, trying to get something started here. Not a bad touch out center, but unfortunately the defense would be well prepared for it. Courtney well prepared for the extra touch out at midfield. Could give some extra space for Gyro to work with, especially with a shot on. That's all 3 players committed. Quick retreat back. They won't get punished because Lilo doesn't have boost, but you got to be careful. We talked about that being a problem for Team Courtney in the last series. I don't exactly advise trying it again here against Team Lilo.
Hey, Courtney has Ren in her shadow, stealing a bunch of boosts. Lilo is continuing to test this defense for it. You thought a decent enough clear came out of Team Courtney, and then there's Team Lilo pre-jumping the midfield. So Team Courtney, though, won't be shaken too much as they just take this step by step. Now Courtney with time on the ball, reset, mind games against Lilo on the backboard. It allows Sanoki to get a demo in the net, but that still didn't result in a goal.
Just kind of feels like both teams right now are getting very close to opening that scoring line, but it's not quite enough, and it won't be again. Courtney, the narrowest of margins, and there's nobody there ready for the follow-up touch. So many chances here for Team Courtney. This one surely goes in, right? No, it might be a counterattack. Wavy versus Courtney, 1v1, and the 1v1 demon himself will step up big.
Yeah, just that extra second that Courtney took to just think this through. She got behind on the 1v1 against Wavy and just hoped to just push the ball to the side, but there was so much momentum behind it. Courtney couldn't do anything about it. 1-0 for Team Lilo as Ren will start us off. Wavy on the back wall, wanting to center this out, and still not enough help and too much traffic to deal with.
Courtney, does she have a reset here? No extra flip in the bag, so that'll be the end of the offense, and Ren very quickly steals mid and sends it to the opposite corner. Actually, I think I was incorrect. She got the mid stolen from her. Doesn't make the team any more timid, though. It will still charge straight into offense. Lilo, good follow-up to Wavy's touch in the corner. And afford space for Ren to work with. She tried to pinch it off the ground, and I think she did. It sets up Wavy perfectly. Look, I don't blame the defense for double committing there. There is no way they anticipated this much power.
As Sanoki and Courtney had the same idea, but just couldn't keep flying at the ball to just play the 50 against Wavy, not expecting him to be just that close. And 2-0 already for Team Lilo. This was the team to be. And just a reminder, there's no game 1 advantage, there's no bracket reset. It's all up to this game, and can Team Lilo follow the script of beating Team Courtney again like they did in the upper final? All depends on how warmed up Team Lilo are, and so far, pretty good.
I was about to say, I think we've gotten our answer to Waller's question of, was this team just kind of sitting in the lowers, you know, just slowly getting iced, or excuse me, in the upper, slowly getting iced and just kind of waiting for the moment? I'm going to guess no, because they look phenomenal. Wavy in particular, my goodness. He's already got a hat trick, and we still have over a minute to go.
Already? Wow. Yeah, I guess he does. Everyone has been on board with this, so this is incredible to see. Team Lilo firing on all cylinders. Team Courtney did just come off of a Game 7, and that was a slugfest. Like, 3 of those games went into OT, but it doesn't bother someone like Sanoki.
Finally, we get one on the board here, and it's a big goal at a moment necessary, because not only does this stop the scoring drought, but it also just gives a little bit of confidence, something I think this team needs, because, look, we talked about them being confident, being able to keep their mental about them, but you go down 3 goals in the first game without one single one back, and you do second-guess yourself for a second, but no need to do so now. They have found themselves a goal and almost conceded another, but regardless of the outcome of this first game, it's starting to get a bit more competitive.
Yeah, Ren almost made contact on the bump, which would have opened up that net to extend the lead even more for Team Lilo, as Sanoki has found her chance to shine. And the moments are rare when Sanoki feels confident enough to step up, but that's when she knows she can execute. As Gyro takes time to lead that to Courtney. Now Sanoki try to hold on to this ball on defense, chasing Wavy away, who's on her tail, and now the midfield is pretty wide open. And Courtney and Gyro will be the first on the ball, and they need 2 goals with 36 seconds.
And they don't have a lot of time to waste, and 50s like that send it right back to midfield are definitely not going to help them get those 2 goals back either. Especially as more pressure here. Ren sends it to the ceiling. Gyro's there, and for the outlet pass to Sanoki, which they will find, and the pass back to Courtney. Well coordinated, but will they find? Nope, no reward for that intricate passing play. Unfortunately, a lot of good ideas, but similar to the last series we saw, it's Team Courtney putting up the majority of shots, but not finding the majority of goals. Game 1, not a bad one by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely comfortable for Team Lilo.
That'll just take time for Team Courtney to build back up to how they performed in the previous series. Like, there's a tempo, there's a footing that Team Courtney haven't found yet. Like Gyro, our what do we call it? Our Jortney. We need Jortney back. Okay, that's what we need. But then it's nothing wrong with Sanoki. I love that Sanoki's getting goals too. And if that's the type of shift Team Courtney needs, then go for it. We'll get Sanoki a duo name too. It'll be harder, but hey, it's not a 0, but it is just 1 goal, and that does worry me for Team Courtney against a team as fearsome as Team Lilo.
Absolutely agreed. It definitely feels like Team Courtney, a team that was able to get a flurry of both shots and goals in their last series. You would expect them to do the same. They were only held scoreless. Actually, I take that back. They were never held scoreless throughout the series, and they only had 1 goal in only 3 of the games. Most of the time, they were scoring a couple of them. If they went to overtime, it was usually because of the fact that they only scored 1 goal. End of the series, same idea, 1 single goal separating. So to see them at this low of a total and this low of a shots has got me a little bit confused. Granted, it's the first game of the series. I'm not going to read too much into it, as last time we saw the first game of the series and thought it would be pretty heavily in favor of Courtney. Then we got a response from Bella. Let's see if we can get a flip of the script here. After a good game 1 from Team Lilo, can Team Courtney respond here in game 2?
It's a lot of weight being pulled by Wavy, though. And if there's just that one player, it's the Kevin effect. You may just have to go and demo, bump, whatever, coverage on someone like Wavy, because it's not even that Wavy needs someone to pass to. He's the one receiving passes. He's the one going for the solo plays. So he is a problem that Team Courtney have to dispatch promptly. And Gyro may have to be the hero that steps up. He's got a reset. He's got Sanoki on the wing, but the defenders keep this out somehow.
That is the littlest touch, and it doesn't even technically save the ball. It just puts it off its initial trajectory, and that is more than enough to find a save and find an opening. And speaking of which, Gyro on the other end going to play the exact same type of hero role. Defense on both ends, stepping up stellar here in the first 40 seconds, and might need to do it again. Wavy looking for a touch out center, will get it past Gyro, but Sanoki there for the backup.
All right, very low on boost, though. Team Courtney are going to have issues clearing. And now you got Team Lilo lurking for their chance as Wavy puts a shot on target. Ren will continue, but now going so high up, concedes possession to Team Courtney, who try to lead this to a counterattack. But Courtney on 0 boost can only do so much mechanically with it. Now the midfield, Wavy's going to need some help to transition. The rest of the team are playing pretty back right now.
I think these teams need to slow down a little bit. I'm seeing a lot of touches just for the sake of getting a touch on the ball without much purpose, and I can say that for either team right now. They need to be careful, because if those errant touches keep continuing, somebody's going to leave an opening that somebody will take advantage of. Could it be Wavy? Absolutely. You give him that much time in the corner, you better expect a flip reset.
Dude, what is up with this guy? Just solo plays everything, the reset, and just almost Goomba stomps Gyro out of the way, but to handle that, to go above Gyro and to slot it behind him is very impressive. And again, Wavy leads Team Lilo to a starting lead. So Gyro do what he can to make that Wavy impression and almost sets up Sanoki perfectly, but there's just so many defenders to try and puncture through.
See if Gyro can get something started here. He's going to beat a couple players. He's going to look for the touch out center, and it's a bit too heavy of one. Sanoki was prepared if that had gotten in front of the goal mouth, but it basically goes all the way across. And speaking of all the way across, we're back across the pitch again. It feels like we are seeing moments of great offense from Team Courtney, but they are moments at that. It's not sustained pressure like it was against Team Bella, and unfortunately for them, if they keep playing with this type of approach, I don't know if it's really going to give them all too many opportunities. Compare that to Team Lilo, where, look, I'm not going to say the whole team's getting opportunities, but Wavy definitely is. He's got 5 shots already in the first half.
Just when we wanted to see the appearance of Jortney, you got Gyro demoed as they were trying to transition, and it's tough for Courtney to do. She tried to respond with a demo of her own, but ball possession, just time on the ball, is very limited for Team Courtney, something they're not used to compared to the previous series. A lot of counterattacks and even some fakes, and Ren handles that 1v2 pretty well.
Let's see if Wavy can handle the 1v1. He actually can't. That's a rarity, but Lilo will bail him out and will make the save. Some more saves might be required. Passing play completely cut out by Lilo. That That is the best play I've seen all day, combined with a bump and the heads-up redirect. This is brilliant.
Catching that, Gyro forcing the ball right to the place you don't want it to be. Hoping to get it more height on that too. Obviously a teammate, but the field is open and desperation from the Team Courtney side to just send the house and having no backup plan. Here's Lilo though against Gyro. He pops it up and I thought Lilo was going to be able to just force her way through.
Yeah, I thought so as well. Unfortunately, it's not exactly been a cut and dry type of day here for Team Lilo, but they don't need it. As we mentioned, it's not about them making sure to convert on everything. It's finding the opportunities. And when they do find those opportunities, boy, oh boy, are they taking advantage of them. Courtney can take advantage of this. Off the bar and out, and Gyro does not find even a touch on the ball. Again, another golden opportunity that turns to bronze.
Yeah, it would have been nice to find the rebound, like you said, to keep the pressure going and needing to just relax a bit. And it's okay to just let that pressure build slowly. Now with a not so great touch from Sanoki, Wavy thought he could strike and Courtney takes over and Gyro's behind her as Courtney, the lead blocker, tries to open it up and there's almost no third person back. The demo almost helps Sanoki get back in time. 1 minute left and Team Courtney haven't seen a goal this game.
I gotta say, Team Courtney, while they are playing well still, it does feel like those individual demos out of midfield are just an off switch. They'll have offense going, and then as soon as they get a demo, they are forced into a retreat, and a retreat that they're prepared for relatively, but they don't know how to regain that momentum immediately, and my goodness, if it doesn't make it more difficult when the shots you do find are still being saved. A flurry of shots out of Team Courtney this game, a complete contrast to the last one where they were almost held without a majority of them. Instead, 7 here, no goals. It is only a 1-shot difference between the two teams, but a 2-goal margin.
Even Gyro had to stretch for that save. This is a very uncomfortable position for Team Courtney as they're still trying to find their groove, and this is a best of 7, but the deficit's only going to get bigger from here. A couple seconds left, and Team Lilo will lock in game 2 in shutout fashion. And Team Courtney got to wake up and smell the coffee, or maybe the Snuggie was a little too comfortable for Courtney herself, but you can't be sleeping on Team Lilo because, man, they want this grand final bad.
I can tell. By the way they are playing, I can tell. And to be fair, I know a lot of people are probably looking at that game and going, man, Lilo and Wavy really doing a lot to contribute to the offense. Need I remind people, Ren had an extermination. How many demos total was it? It was 7 total demos to Ren. Despite having not even half the touches of Wavy on the ball, her off-ball play, integral in every way. And I have to say, same goes for Lilo and Wavy as well. We talked about the physicality to start the series. I will talk about it again here in game 2. This team is frustrating to play against, and you can tell because Team Courtney, as soon as they do get bumped, as soon as they do get demoed, the entire team is forced into a retreat. If that isn't annoying, I don't know what is.
It's tough. Team Lilo, this is why they haven't lost the series yet. Team Courtney have been their kryptonite, but Team Courtney have been playing all day as well, including a game 7 with 3 overtimes. So, and this is a different team that you're approaching. Team Lilo, the fact that Lilo and Wavy themselves are so talented that they could just send Ren to kill everybody off ball, this speaks a lot to how confident, how good Team Lilo are.
They're just playing really well. I don't really know if there's another way to put it at this point. You want to try to give flowers to Team Courtney, and I do believe they deserve some, but it's a pretty stark contrast, as we mentioned. Not a single game in the last series where they were shut out. They have 1 goal through 10 minutes of play. You can tell this defense is frustrating them, and the counterattacks are being so efficient in their movements from everybody on Team Lilo. They got a chance here to redeem themselves in Game 3. Otherwise, they're going to have to reverse sweep again, and unfortunately for Team Courtney, we saw the results of that last time.
I think there's great space being made for someone like Gyro, but you just got to pull off some really perfect mechanics if you hope to make the most out of that. And Gyro's doing his best. He does flick it towards Sanoki, but doesn't receive that cleanly, so has to back pass to Courtney, who doesn't receive that cleanly either, and now there's a team bump. I'm very concerned now for Team Courtney.
Oh, I'm a bit concerned on this play as well. Nobody back and prepared for this one. It ping-pongs through the corner, and Wavy taking full advantage as he does almost every time.
This is tough, and this could be the type of goal that tilts. your entire team if you're Team Courtney, because it came off of a volley of mistakes, and you got to be able to shake that off. And I think it's easier to not get as frustrated when you're playing with new people. It's to be expected that things aren't going to be clean, and you also don't want to show your frustrations against maybe new people or people as prestigious as Gyro, for example. So I think Team Courtney will be able to shake that off. All depends how Gyro handles this, and he doesn't get the touch, and Ren will execute.
I think Ren was just happy to have the opportunity because, to be honest, she had no boost on this play. Doesn't have any boost on this play, but Gyro just can't get the lead off the backboard as he is trying to do a half flip. Doesn't exactly land well, makes no contact, and Ren says, sure, if you're going to give me the open net, I'm going to shoot it on target. And unfortunately, it feels like the problems are only compounding here for everybody on Team Courtney. A defense that we said was pretty stellar, but wasn't really put to the test in the last series. They're being put to the test right now, and unfortunately, I'm not quite sure if they're passing.
Wavy demos and forces a reset. Gyro with a touch to clear, and Courtney has a full tank and testing how quick the rotations are, and somehow Wavy, from offense to defense to demoing, he's really doing it all.
If there was ever a player to know how to transition quickly across the field, it's going to be the 1v1 man himself. Wavy, one of the most proficient ones players, I would say, at this point in North American history. Might be a hot take, but considering the streak he's been on over the last couple years, yeah, not surprised to see him stepping up in an individual way right now. Let's be fair. It's not as if his teammates are lacking whatsoever. Ren and Lilo, as we have to keep on mentioning, are just right place, right time, over and over and over again. And when you have teammates that are just rotating so perfectly every moment, you're giving space to a player like Wavy to just spread his wings and fly.
Yeah, Lilo and Ren did a great job of blocking passing attempts out of Team Courtney. Now Wavy's stealing boost. He's almost got too much boost now. And Gyro's being read like a book here by Lilo's up to the ceiling. Sanoki tries to read and barely keeps up with it. Wavy wants to unite, and somehow the defense keeps it out, but Lilo's turning the play on its head and has the whole defense jumping and scrambling. All of Team Courtney on fumes, on zero boost, and Team Lilo will continue to starve them in that way. Lilo's even forcing them to use more boost just to keep up with her up to the ceiling. Wavy's up next, and Team Courtney are floundering, but they haven't given up a goal here.
That might be the best rotation I've ever seen from a team in the attacking third. That was ridiculous how many plays they were able to extend in moments that they really should not have been able to. But it's, again, due to those perfect rotations. You have a player that is initializing the challenge. The rebound comes out, and almost immediately the second player on the team is there to catch it. And if it does go over their head, if the worst case scenario does arrive where that second player doesn't make a touch, they've got somebody rotated out at midfield who can prevent the counterattack or at least stall it and buy time for their two teammates. It's ridiculous how efficient a team that was formed today has been in only a handful of hours. They're just playing lights out Rocket League right now, and I don't know if I can say anything but that.
And this is Team Lilo are just a more physical team too, and that's a whole factor to consider, as Team Courtney will just bulldoze their way through. First is a double commit. Wavy and Ren just don't know who's trying to block this, and by the time Ren lands, it's kind of too late.
Finally, they get the goal. It's over 9 minutes of play since the last goal we have seen from Team Courtney, but gotta feel good to at least find one. The job's not done, though. That's only one goal of the 2 they need at least to see in overtime, and I don't think Ren's all too keen on that. She'll bait in the challenge out of Courtney, force a 50 that ricochets all the way to the other half of the pitch, and time ticking away. Not only can they not afford to concede another goal, but they really cannot afford to just get locked into their half, into that constant pressure that we've seen from this Team Lilo so many times.
Team Lilo are just harassing them the whole time. They can't even complete a pass without a challenge getting in their face. Now Wavy has time on the ball, not enough boost, wanted to deposit that to Lilo. Sanoki intercepts. Gyro has to go big here against Ren, carves through one defender, but Lilo gets in the way, and the defense reestablishes itself here for Team Lilo, but a chance for Team Courtney to score, and Sanoki dunks it in.
I gotta give credit as well to Gyro on this. I believe this is an intentional fake. It's a great play from everybody involved as well. The pass out is awesome, and really this 50 from Sanoki is what gets the job done. All 3 players required in order to get the equalizing goal. This is what we've been looking for from Team Courtney. Can they carry this momentum into a win here in Game 3?
Oh, Courtney up first. She's looking scary off the ceiling, but I like that Lilo. Early challenges are best when you gotta address Courtney. Now the defense, an awkward position. Gyro happy to be put to the side because the ball went with him. Ren will slow it down along with Lilo, who's ready on the back wall. Gyro and Sanoki working to draw out these defenders, and Gyro's able to take boost, so at least he's being productive. But this just may go into overtime, and I think Team Lilo are waiting for just that.
Yeah, I think they're letting that one drop to the ground. Wavy, I think he had a touch to bang that off the half, but probably went, I'm not risking that. Probably the smart idea. If they win this game, they move on to series point. No need to try for something at the end of regulation when you've got unlimited time here in overtime. Oh, and it might not need unlimited time. That's a rough touch from Sanoki. Courtney will pick it up, but she has no boost to work with. And you can tell they know that. They're all baiting them in. They want to get as many of the defenders from Team Courtney off the half as possible so that this counterattack can be lethal. Wavy, not a great touch off the backboard, but then now they've got the offense. They've got the chance to set up shop.
Yeah, with how deep Team Courtney were playing, Lilo and Wavy just weren't fast enough to transition, so it allowed Team Courtney to rotate back and put up a stand, put up a fight. 44 seconds into OT, though. Gonna have to do more than just play good defense. Ren, soft shot on target as Gyro follows through, has to circle the drain here to try and get out of this blue half, and now he's got time, he's got dribble, he's got collision against Wavy, but someone has to pick this up, and it's Courtney who's trying to get a good bounce off the corner, but there's just too much coverage.
Ren carry out to midfield, but it costs her entire tank and a couple of good 50s in a row, so she might not care about the resources expended as long as it turns into a goal, and it still very well could. And again, another good 50. Lilo, though, retreating back with no boost, and Wavy doesn't have the save! And I think that, I honestly believe that Ren had full faith, or excuse me, Lilo had full faith in Wavy making this touch. Wavy doesn't, and what a brutal way to lose in overtime.
Well, Sanoki doesn't need a duo name because she's just the GOAT, okay? That's what we can just name her. Saving this game, of course, getting the 1 goal last game, and it keeps Team Courtney kicking in this series before the lead got out of hand. And it's just these random shots from her side of the field that Sanoki scores off of. I don't know how she does it, but Team Courtney are happy for it.
Hey, look, if you can get a win, you can get a win. It doesn't matter how you get there, even if it is a little bit of a lackluster final end. It is a goal, it is a win, and it is an important one for Team Courtney to stop the momentum that Team Lilo was building. Again, they would have been moving on to series points if not for that one, and they are happy to not have to now play from 4 in a row, 3 behind in the series. So, better game from Team Courtney. I don't think all of our questions have been answered quite yet, as it did take a lot for them to get here, but good to see they've got some fight left in them, and a good fight at that.
It's a close fight, though, going into overtime. I think there was one overtime in their last encounter in that upper final, so glad to see the series can stay as close as it is, because I was worried if Team Lilo were going to go up 3-0 in the series, how much Rocket League we were really going to have left, because it's just mentally dooming to think that you have to reverse sweep in a final situation with a team you don't have as much practice with. That's tough.
I don't envy them, and I don't envy them for trying to keep the momentum going. Like we said, they still don't want to allow Team Lilo onto series point. If they give up this game, it will get them there regardless. So, a good final game, but it took an overtime. Can they get it done in regulation this time, or will we see maybe the clap back from Team Lilo? I'm thinking it might be that one, as already they're starting off with offense.
Yeah, for Team Courtney to modulate that aggression, to also spit back at the Team Lilo physicality says a lot to how they're trying to handle these coming games. Courtney has to do a lot more solo play action than she's used to. Gyro's either getting demoed as her second man, or is not able to play as close as before. They're gonna have to opt for more longer passes or to try to get rid of the ball faster, because Team Lilo are harassing them a lot.
Ooh, what a 50 from Wavy. Is this going to turn into anything, though? No, it'll actually leave Lilo alone on an island, and she will still make the save. I'm not sure who was retreating back trying to get in the way, but all they really did is make the angle at which Lilo could make that save even narrower. So props to her for keeping that one out. A crucial save will keep us at 0 apiece. Might even get first team some offense. Ren dives in, though, and no contact, so Courtney some space afforded.
Oh, wow, Wavy's just handling every 50 in the midfield beautifully. Like, it's really hard to transition, develop as an offense for Team Courtney because of that. Now, all of that aerial action, Gyros gonna have to take a sit back and grab boost, while the rest of Team Courtney try to juggle against Team Lilo, who aren't affording them any possession. It's still a 0-0 game with midfield being impossible to traverse.
Yeah, nobody's really getting free touches right now. The amount of time afforded on the ball is minuscule, if any, at that. Lilo, great example. She's charging into the opposite corner with no fear. And why would you be fearful when you've got Ren out center and Wavy as the lead blocker? Despite that, still not enough. No goal found through a flurry of shots in offense, but to be honest, it kind of feels like it's been that way the entirety of this game. It's just offense from Team Lilo, but no results. This finally should have it. They've got the breakaway open net, and Sanoki somehow gets back.
She's the GOAT. She don't need a name. It's just the GOAT. Like, she is pulling miracles off in this grand final, when otherwise it was a lot of Courtney and Gyro, the kind of two-headed Hydra, as you called it, but maybe Gyro can do it all on his own, but Ren's defense is next level.
Sanoki again, another 1v1, or actually 1v2! I didn't even see Lilo out center, but apparently Wavy did!
Yeah, Wavy receives this, kind of takes the time to assess the field too before just taking an immediate touch. He knows when he has time on the ball, and he's afforded a goal, with help of his team, of course, as Team Lilo with a lead. But Team Courtney are used to playing at this kind of deficit, and they've kept it very tight throughout. It's Gyro musting towards the back wall here, as Courtney wanted a touch, didn't get a good read. Sanoki, bar down, doesn't go in.
That felt like it needed to go in. That was one of the best chances they have had so far. They'll get another, and they won't miss this time. Beautiful play, both from Courtney to lurk around and from Gyro to get this drop down.
Yeah, the setup's so good. A whole team effort to tie up our game. And that's just Team Courtney starting to also pick up the pace and to unite that close together. And Team Lilo far behind to catch up. It's a rare moment. Now with that Wavy demo, a counter demo, he said the Team Lilo were a physical team, and Courtney are fighting fire with fire.
I'd love to see it. A physical game is nothing I'm ever going to shy away from, but these players do need to be careful. If they start to dive into these more physical plays, it will occasionally take them out of rotation. And for a team that we've been so complimentary of the rotation, will it work out? Absolutely not! Never mind! I thought that was guaranteed a goal. Great lead block from Lilo, great 50 from Wavy, and still it doesn't find its way home.
Is that a squishy save out of Courtney too? It's just so fast, like, Jesus. That's what you had to do, because Wavy, usually when he gets a dribble going like that, there is no stopping. Insane defense out of Team Courtney, and they'll have to do it again, but this time Wavy slowed with no boost to work with. An easy robbery for Gyro. Hopes the reset pass, Lilo waiting at his feet. Only 1 minute left, though. A lead here is going to be dangerous for either team.
I mean, it definitely proves, though, Courtney are starting to figure out their opponent, and they are playing a much better game all around. Will it guarantee them a win? Not quite yet, but it definitely feels a lot more back and forth than some of the earlier games in this series. They have found ways to slow this team down, disrupt their rotations, and a midfield that was, I'd say, one-sided earlier is no longer that way. It's contentious. Both teams getting those touches, getting those preventions of offenses, and it's resulted in maybe yet another overtime. 30 seconds away from it, with only 1 goal apiece. If they do get a goal now, it surely is the winner.
Like that Team Courtney aren't just trying to escape demos or bumps. They're just trying to tackle each other. They said bring it on, and they'll take each other out. Maybe it gets them out of the rotation, but it's a chaos. Maybe it's kind of the confusion that is needed. Couple more seconds. Gyro against Lilo in the upper corner. Gyro can't get the finish. He's stuck in the net, and there's no second person from Team Courtney to come in and save the day. It's another overtime.
It's an overtime I feel like we should have avoided. That's got to be a heartbreaker. It's great defense as well, and the only reason that it even happens in the first place is exactly what we talked about, Lemon. 2 players going for demo. Both of them get the demo, which then means that there's really nobody in rotation. One player recognizes the awkwardness, tries to seize it the moment, and unfortunately for them, the defense just barely recovers in time. This series has the makings of one that will go down in history and continues to be a brawl back and forth, but in order for this ball to see its distance. They need to be careful here. This goal would go a long way to tying up the series, but instead, more offense required from Team Courtney.
I think Wavy needs a good full tank to work with to pull off the tricks he's trying to. The same way Gyro with the reset dodges the challenge against Ren. And 2 in the box. It's Sanoki, the GOAT, again with the game-winning goal for Team Courtney to tie our series 2-2.
And remember how I talked about, hey, don't give time to any player on the ball. The last player in this lobby you probably want with time on the ball is Gyro. He does a great job, baits out a defender, has them fly right by him, and as soon as the 50 goes in his favor, the follow-up there from Sanoki, and they will tie our series. Team Lilo, this has got to be a little bit tilting if I've ever seen one. 2 games up, 2 games that I would say were relatively dominant in their favor, and after that, 2 overtimes in a row in which Team Courtney clutch it up.
It's just like, I don't know why they have Team Courtney have more shots. They win the overtime, but it's still scary to me. Like, I'm still like it still feels like a knife's edge how they're pulling off these games. Where Team Lilo, it feels like Wavy is still trying to find that footing. He doesn't have the 900 score that we're used to seeing out of him, and he's got less boost than he's used to, so he's not able to just solo dribble across and transition, but he's still someone you have to keep your eye on if you're Team Courtney. But against Sanoki, the rare appearances that she has are the ones you truly appreciate because she scores almost every time she's on the ball, and you love to see it.
I mean, it was before, I would say, a rarity. When we talked about it again, it was the battle between Gyro and Courtney to get the most goals in the last series. This one has completely flipped that idea on its head. Currently, Sanoki is the lead scorer for her team with 4 goals of, I believe, the only 6 the team has across the board. She is the offense for this team, and while I have to give credit to both Courtney and Gyro for facilitating a majority of those with their assists, Sanoki, this is the step up we asked from you, girl, and you are doing so phenomenally.
You just got to give room to Sanoki for her to shine, and he finds her way into the rotation, but can you find your way back into the net? Gyro doesn't let Wavy get away with too much. Now he assesses the field. He's got not a lot of help, and he forces it right to Ren as Lilo, Wavy to the back wall. A double tap. It's as easy as that.
It's only as easy as that for Wavy, though. This man just makes it out of nothing. Touch off the backboard, puts it a bit too high for himself and says, it's fine, I'll readjust. Drop down and in, and that might be the confidence builder they've been looking for.
Man, Team Lilo know how to take over and to win the 50s, to go for, pretty critical demos. There was one in the net that made that double tap look as easy as it was. Now Lilo with no boost, wanted the second touch. Wavy locks it out. All 3 defenders have to scoop this up as Team Courtney got no boost to lead to a fast counterattack. And it's one now that is met with some force by Team Lilo in the midfield.
Oh my goodness, how did Wavy not only dodge the bump there, but is able to turn that into an air dribble? Lilo's going to be thankful for it. It'll afford her a ton of space on the ball. And maybe an extra reset. No, it's actually a pass down. No shot found from Ren, but Wavy well prepared on the back foot. He will half volley this one straight back to midfield. Sanoki, thought she might get punished with it with her life as she does not get sent to the scrap heap, but it does afford them a player downfield. Wavy gonna let this one not roll on in. It's in front of net, but I think he thought someone had a better angle.
There's just a lot of missed touches there, and Team Lilo will not get away with their second goal yet. Courtney clears it, got no boost. She didn't even, looking to now steal some boost from this orange half, and Lilo and friends are looking very awkward. Now it's a clear. Ren continues against Gyro, does a great job of slowing down the play. Will get Courtney into position. Gyro takes his time on the ball, but now is met with some opposition from Team Lilo.
This is getting a little bit awkward. I think you used the perfect word to describe it, as it feels like both teams are starting to kind of throw the rotations to the wind, and individual efforts and rebound plays like this are more the standard. It's still not resulting in goals, though. Team Lilo have just tried over and over and over again to just kind of brute force their way through with double touches, touches in front of the net, passing plays, whatever it might be. And all it's resulted in so far is just a single goal, despite, I would say, they've had almost exclusively offense through the first 2 minutes of this game.
There's a lot of offense right now for Team Lilo, but Lilo herself has just got full coverage on her. Courtney, no boost, can't make contact with Ren. Wanted to maybe center this out in front of the net. Counterattack opportunity, but Ren doesn't have Wavy. He just got demoed. You kind of have to try and pull off offenses 2 versus 3, and that's difficult. Sanoki maybe with an open net doesn't make the touch, but Courtney gets the finish.
I'm wondering if this was a fake from her. She doesn't have a ton of an angle, so maybe instead of trying to shoot this on target, she just dives at the ball and just completely misses, bamboozling the defense. And if she did that, brilliant play. And if she didn't mean that, hey, it works out either way. 1-1 just past halftime. This is the turnaround that Courtney are hoping to continue seizing. Momentum has been in their favor, but for every moment of momentum, there's a moment like this with Wavy.
And he just pulled off such a great team play. If you're Team Courtney off of Sanoki and Courtney, and then you just got Wavy who comes in, freely double taps this. And Courtney made contact with Wavy, but it's just too late. He got the second touch, so you just, all eyes have to be on Wavy. You cannot let this guy have time on the ball. They'll learn that the hard way. Double demo from Wavy himself. And Gyro's in the net, so it's not going to be free.
See if Gyro can get it past midfield, though. Absolutely not. My goodness, this one pinches all the way to the opposite corner. And, of course, Wavy is ready with it on a pre-jump to the ceiling. It doesn't exactly make contact, but they've got him as an option downfield if they can survive on defense. And, indeed, they can. Lilo doing it all herself and maybe even more. Gets it to the backboard. A touch from Courtney, but an awkward one at that. And with no boost, I was going to say she should be getting clean beat, but somehow, some way, she pops it over to the defender and almost sets her team up for a goal. The follow-up will make it in, and we are tied again.
What Courtney can do on low boost is insane. Now she's got boost, and you don't even need her because the setup was all Courtney to transition freely. Gyro got to save all the boosts he collected previously to move downfield and to execute this. And you can trust a guy like Gyro to do exactly that. Tie series or tie game. And there is Gyro giving the lead back to Team Courtney off a kickoff shot.
And this is an unfortunate one. Wavy, you can see he's trying to predict where that's going to bounce out. He immediately veers left, thinking that that's where it's going to just kind of pinch on out. It's where he's going to get the next touch. And unfortunately, as he flies right by it, Gyro says, okay, sure, I'll take a freebie. A freebie that they will desperately need, considering, like we said, it's been a back-and-forth game. Either team will be happy to find an advantage here in the final 90 seconds. And maybe an advantage immediately erased. Offense building, Lilo off the ceiling, shot on target, and still Courtney makes the save.
Oh, you're not out of the woods yet, and just the crossbar saves Team Courtney and saves them from facing a tie game against Team Lilo. But I smell like a Wavy double tap in the air. Like every time they're at a deficit, he'll come in and do that. But Lilo does what she can now on no boost, has to concede that to Team Courtney. Courtney's so good at transitioning this, she even gets the second touch, and Sanoki the GOAT! You can't stop her!
And this is unfortunately why, if you're going to play that near post, you got to play it absolutely tight. Even giving a little bit of room is all that is necessary, as Lilo's just planted center of net, and Sanoki says, oh, girl, you made a mistake. You made a mistake, letting us get back into this series after 2 games unanswered from Team Lilo. It's the next 3, if this result stands, for Team Courtney. They will move on a series point, and again, after the first 2 games, I don't think this was the expected outcome. Gyro seems to disagree.
Gyro with the hat trick this game too, a huge part of the success from Team Courtney. And this was a Team Courtney that got beat down. I wouldn't say beat down, they got beat in that winner's final at the very limits of that series. And they could be getting some very sweet revenge against Team Lilo. Wavy and Ren, though, do a good job of connecting on the pass, but it's the defense that has been difficult to get past.
It's just been so many stellar last-second saves, and combine that with a team that has finally found a rotation, something that we've been asking for them to find. Again, we were concerned looking at Team Courtney. They had a couple of plays in the last series where they were cutting off rotation. It didn't really feel like the third one was getting involved in the plays as much as necessary, and now I can't say that. Of the 5 goals they have scored this game, 4 of them are assisted, and it's 2 assists to Courtney and Sanoki apiece. They have found their roles. They have found ways to flow with an efficient offense, and they have found themselves 1 game away from a championship. They will move on to Game 6 with a 3-2 advantage. Again, a comeback 3-2 advantage after dropping the first 2.
I can appreciate Team Lilo keeping the ball in the air. More time to get to know each other, you know, but Team Corny are getting to know what the finish line is like. As you said, they are just one game away from being your Ally All-Stars champions. And to make a comeback like this in the grand final against a team that has beat you previously, Team Corny, they look like they're an unstoppable force right now.
Unstoppable, the best way to describe it. Again, it's a game 1 and 2 where they score 1 total goal through 10 minutes of play. Since then, they have outscored their opponents 10-5. Double the amount of goals in the last 3 games. So it's very clear. Team Lilo came into this game with a game plan, with a very ready game plan at that they executed perfectly for the first 2 games. But as soon as Team Courtney caught wind of what that plan was, the adjustments they have made thereafter have been shutting them down, just not giving them the opportunities, not nearly giving them the mistakes that would afford them extra time on the ball like we saw through the first 2 games. Team Courtney, my hat off to you. This is the type of play we said was required to beat Team Lilo, and you've got it in spades.
Adjustments got to come out of Team Lilo. You can't just depend on Ren. Put the boxing gloves on and go take out everybody, okay? You're our fighter on the field in hockey terms. Now Ren has to be an option because Team Corny are starting to bump Demo, Steel Boost back. Team Lilo now have to find a way to dodge that, and this almost just rolled in. Sanoki will just lob it, and Wavy has a chance to put a hand up.
He's only got a hand up, though, and nothing more. 50-50 out of midfield could give a chance here to Ren, but again, just meeting them for the challenges. I think we mentioned this in Game 1. We mentioned it coming into this series, but it was more prominent in Game 1 when we started saying, hey, don't give Wavy time on the ball. Don't give Lilo time on the ball. And they're not. They're meeting these challenges so much more efficiently. They're so much quicker on the ball, and it's resulted in such a solid play style that is suffocating and difficult to play against. Might even result in a goal here. Great back pass to Courtney, but just a bit too high for her to extend the play.
Yeah, I like the pre-jump idea. Everyone from Team Courtney are talking to each other and are not afraid to leave the ball off for someone in a better spot with more boost. Sanoki is still involved, and she wanted to just drill this one down, but the defenders are holding this well for Team Lilo.
And again, they're just not giving time to anybody on Team Lilo, on Team Courtney. Wavy was looking to try and get a play together, and Courtney said, hey, what if I just back passed it to my teammate? They're not even there yet, but I'd rather you not touch the ball, and it worked out great. They have not found a goal from it, but again, possession still feels very much in favor of Team Courtney. It's very controlled. That would have been a great chance for me to eat my words and for this game to turn around, but unfortunately, Lilo can't keep that ball in front of her car and is forced to retreat.
I could see this easily going the distance, series-wise. Like, Game 7, like, it would just fit perfectly to as how their last encounter went. But Ren, it's past Courtney. Sanoki breaks it up. Wavy has Ren on the wing if they wanted to pass, because Gyro's just been on their tail. And it's been tough to have possession of the ball with boost, because there's just really not much time to think.
Gyro, good 50 out of midfield. Maybe this can get something started for his team, if not for the demo from Wavy and the pass out center. Where's the shot? Not on target. Sanoki knows that, so she doesn't even flinch. She's got zero boost on the line. You'd think you'd panic, but no panic on the side of Team Courtney. We talked about it. A team that is communicating so well. Normally in moments like that, you'd let the pressure get to you. You would have somebody jump on the line that shouldn't. And even here again, Gyro and Courtney both on zero boost, but it's so well communicated that Gyro doesn't even move out of net.
Gyro just hard launches it, and look who's up for it, Sanoki, but doesn't get a chance to redirect that on target. Now, but it does buy time for Gyro to get back to the orange half. Corny and Sanoki are jumping up for this. You got to be careful with how deep you're playing. That counterattack from Team Lilo could have hit differently, and it still could, but Lilo didn't make contact.
2 chances in a row. The miss out of midfield could have been huge for the team, and then the miss afterwards could have been huge for the counterattack. Neither one of them really taken advantage of, but I think I'm feeling a similar vibe to what we saw in Game 7 of the last series, with both teams kind of trying to slow down the pace of play so that they don't make mistakes and have that backup just in case of a worst-case scenario, because fortunately, we've seen that worst-case scenario a couple of times so far. Could be another one here. Wavy in a 1v1. Flip reset, and that will do it. Finally, the opening they were looking for.
Oh, just what he does at the end here is what's magical. First, he buys enough speed so Sunoki can't catch up, but then he flips to the side to slot it to the left, knowing the defender was coming from the right. Like, Wavy knows how to make these micro decisions on the fly to take that extra second to do so, and that's why he is so scary in these 1v1s, or really just alone on the ball. And that's just a 1-goal lead, though. But with 90 seconds, Team Courtney gotta seal the deal and stop Wavy from doing stuff like this!
He's just so good at these. If you give him an opening, he's not going to miss. He had a half-tank of boost after he got this first touch, and you knew every ounce of it was going to be used to figure out where to slot this perfectly. Even with Courtney back, he puts it right underneath there and right into the net, and he might have taken his team right to a Game 7. 90 seconds to go. If they can finally find a win after multiple games in a row without success, they will at least be able to halt the momentum and find themselves a spot in Champions Field.
Yeah, if you're Team Courtney, you want at least one person to play aggressive. Like, even if your team's on the retreat, someone's got to let Wavy not get a solid launch and to not dribble it across. But Courtney in the box with everyone surrounding her shines and keeps her team within one.
We keep talking about it. It's the lack of space being afforded. Ren tries to capture that ball out of midfield to assumedly start up an offense. She doesn't even get the option. The immediate challenge that sends it to the backboard, and then Courtney on the follow-up. It's a great play all around, and it might be a play that results in them finding yet another overtime. All they need is one more. And for this team, I would say that's not actually all that easy, but it is absolutely doable.
Oh, Gyro sees Lilo, tries to play the 50, and it almost pitches out towards Wavy, who makes the save. And now he's just drilling this past, and Courtney gets some contact, but Lilo's there with the finish. And now you're worried Team Courtney starting to drown. There's 45 seconds left, and Team Lilo have a 2-goal lead.
Man, just as soon as the game I'm talking about, you know, I'm complimenting them on how they're playing all around, how he's working, or how they're working, and it stopped. It stopped for the moment, and unfortunately for a team that is playing so cohesively on defense, and that has been probably their biggest compliment, they can't afford to just let the rotations drop now in a moment like this. I think it's going to cost them the game, and it could cost them the series if they lose it in 7. 30 to go. Maybe they can find some sort of miraculous turnaround, but they have got to get going, and plays like that being stopped are not going to help them.
Ren, great touch on the ball. Shake up possession from Gyro. Wavy with a bouncer, but no second player on the right. And Ren was late, or no, sorry, that was Lilo. Ren, third pillar back. All 3 offensive members there. 7 seconds. 1 goal separates these 2 teams. Team Courtney are going to have to pull off something special on the kickoff.
Get ready. I'm already smelling kickoff shenanigans. Get ready for the fake. Get ready for something, because I think this team wants to avoid this loss and go to overtime. Sunoki, no, it's a standard kickoff. Gyro, though, full tank of boost, gets around 1, has Courtney as the outlet, but Wavy in the way. That'll hit the ground and send us to Game 7.
Well, my nose is built differently, because I said I smelled a Wavy double tap, he got that, and I smell a Game 7, and we're getting that. This is going to be such a fun grand final against our 2 best teams, running it back-to-back, extending the series to its absolute limits. I mean, Wavy has done an amazing job, but now he's got more of a team to back him up. The solo plays, though, he's got 2 goals to his name, and Team Courtney able to salvage what they could, but ultimately falling behind. The Game 7 is going to be awesome nonetheless.
I'm very excited for this one. I'm not really sure what version we're going to see of these 2 teams, though, because we've seen a Courtney that I think is really well coordinated in some of these games. I think the team as a whole have been able to find a 3-person rotation that is just so efficient. And then in games like that, you see the rotations break down. Maybe it's because they fell and went behind, and so the pressure starts to get to them. But if there was ever a time to not let the pressure get to you and buckle underneath it, it's here and now. Game 7 is going to have even more pressure, and if Team Courtney start to lose their rotations because of that, this could become problematic. Team Lilo, a great rebound game after dropping 3 straight. Issue for them, though, is they got to do it again.
Yeah, because Team Lilo found themselves behind when they were able to just lean on a lot of physical, just demos, double demos even at some points. Even if it didn't result in a goal, it forced a lot of reset from the Team Courtney side. Now we go to Champions Field to see who will be our Ally All-Stars champions. And it's early pressure from Team Lilo.
Oh, that's a little bit risky out of midfield. Luckily enough, Lilo will be back. Is there going to be an extension to the play? Not exactly. Ren will pop it to the opposite corner. Wavy with no boost will pop it to midfield, but a lot of heavy touches without purpose. And that's how you get punished for them. If you can't get it off the half and they continue to swarm, they will find a goal.
Ren kind of stopped moving, knowing, oh, that was not the touch I wanted. It came off the post and pretty much own goal-ish, own goal adjacent, but Team Courtney will start with the lead. They're pretty happy with that. Courtney herself is up, and non-contact from Team Lilo almost gave her free possession. And again, what Courtney could do on low boots is very impressive, and so far it's a defense that upholds.
I like the ideas we're seeing here for the quick get back from everybody on Team Lilo. They're going for passing plays. They're trying to use the numbers advantage from the offense that keeps on diving in. But unfortunately for them, even when they do get those breakaways, they are low on boost. So there's not a lot of efficient passes they can make. And then not even here in the corner. Ren, no boost in the corner, means multiple players approach, including Sanoki, who can get it to the backboard, but no further. Wavy, a crucial demo in the nick of time, but they might need to do it again. Still, more offense here for everyone on Team Courtney.
Sanoki almost put that on target. She gets another chance at it, but this time a lot more difficult. The aerial opponents she had to go up against. So Gyro with the demo relieves some of the offensive lethality that Team Lilo had, and Team Courtney kind of brew up something. But Gyro's getting contested here in the corner, and Courtney's getting beat by Wavy. So Ren has to try and stabilize the team with Lilo in the net, and I guess they just decide to high five and let that go in.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, this was going to be a difficult save regardless. Perfectly placed, but it does feel as if Lilo probably shouldn't even had to have gone up for that one. Ren had a full tank of boost on the backboard. All she needed to do was bang that one out, but as soon as she doesn't make contact, you can see Lilo going, maybe I've got this, but again, with a perfect precision from Gyro, he was basically baiting out defenders for that top shot to the corner. It's okay. He'll get it right back. Ren, you might not have made contact off the backboard last time. You make contact here.
All started off by Wavy, boost off the sidewall. Courtney doesn't touch the ball off the back wall, and it lands in the box where Team Lilo are setting up, keeping themselves within one. But Team Lilo still have to be wary of these off-tempo shots and how to address them perfectly and not to panic and overreact too fast, as Ren against Courtney just bounces past all of them. But Wavy has to help address this transition, and it's been difficult.
They are just not getting any touches out at midfield uncontested, and it has got to be so frustrating. A great example, Wavy hoping for some clear airspace, does not find it. Lilo hoping for the touch on the rebound, and is blocked out by Sanoki. They are being a thorn in their side that is ever poking, and I don't know how they're going to slow them down at this point. And speaking of slow down, I got to mention it. We talked about earlier how it really had been the Sanoki show to start off the series. Her getting 6 goals in the first, I believe, 4 games was by far the most heavy offense of any player. She hasn't exactly slowed down. She's still getting goals after that one, but it's her teammate in Courtney who is really stepping up. Courtney is averaging a goal a game past game number 3. She has been offensive beyond compare with a goal and an assist average. So she's doing what she needed to. She's stepping up in the moments that matter most, and it has resulted in her team having a lead as we eclipse the first half of this game.
She almost got another goal as you were gassing her up, but Team Lilo had to concede the ball to grab boost. It's been difficult. Now Wavy's getting bumped off, and I like these early challenges from Team Courtney, and Gyro's sailing away, and Lilo will put a stop to that.
Nothing working out here so far. Maybe Wavy can change that. Shot on target. Gyro almost bumped off the ball, but unfortunately almost isn't going to be enough. No contact found, which means the offense that is starting is going to struggle to hold on to it, especially as Courtney dribbles past 2 on the backboard. Wavy setting up, but Ren there to get the first save. Can she get it off the half? Not quite. No boost in the tank. Again, boost starvation becoming a problem. They need to escape their half before they keep getting caught in this. Not only do they need another goal, they cannot afford to concede a third.
Now Lilo has time on. I thought she had time on this. Sanoki's getting aggressive too, and I love to see it, but Wavy has 2 in the net to worry about, and Gyro gets rid of the ball quick, and he's got a full tank. Ren gonna try and challenge this, gets it in front, and Sanoki, it's a hard angle to try and cut. 1 minute left. for Team Lilo to try and respond, or will it be a Team Courtney championship to take?
Courtney trying to get it done herself. A good 50 will ricochet out to the opposite corner where Sanoki is waiting. Off the ceiling, looking for the pass. It's a bit too heavy. The gyro barely going to react to it. Again, time still being afforded. Somebody's got to shut this guy down, and eventually they do, but they can't afford to waste seconds on the ball. Only 30 to play. If they don't find one more, this series is over.
Ren tries to thread the needle. Too many defenders in the net. And Team Courtney just sit and watch as this offense tries to draw them out and find the gap. There's no physicality out of Team Lilo to create these gaps by force. If anything, Team Lilo are losing members. They're losing hold of this series and really this game. A couple more seconds. Team Courtney looking for insurance or buying time. This ball lands on the ground, and Team Courtney are your Ally All-Star champions.
Congratulations to Team Courtney. To say that they did it through adversity would be an understatement. This team getting pushed to the limit in the lower bracket, getting pushed to the limit here in the uppers twice in a row, all across the board. This is a deserved win. Well played to Team Courtney. Congratulations, especially to Courtney, on closing out her career with yet another dub.
With a dub too, with the fam watching, going up against her former teammates, having a former teammate on her team as well, like to face that adversity, to get their revenge against Team Lilo, who are the ones who knocked them into the lower bracket. Like, the writers went crazy on this narrative, I gotta say.
Yeah, this was everything we could have hoped for. I'm looking at my stat sheets, trying to make sure I got everything tracked, and it is literally just every player getting involved in the moments that they needed to. That's what you want to see. You want to have teams and players like this that are able to play cohesively to really win a championship as a team. And I can confidently say that Team Courtney did. Whether the contributions from Gyro, whether the contributions from Sanoki, or the contributions from Courtney, all three players played their role beautifully. I'm hoping that we get to see this team, somehow play again in the future. But considering that Courtney sounds like she's on a retirement path, I'm thinking that might be a little bit wishful.
Retirement, at least from the women's scene, but her future is so bright when it comes to CRL, RLCS, and maybe she could be inspired to come back if we beg enough. Maybe Courtney will come back. Please, pretty please. But also, I was really impressed by someone like Sanoki, who kind of like took a back seat to really let the Jortney shine, if you will. And then Sanoki had her moments where she was, had the confidence to step up, and had also her team afforded the space to step up. But someone's going to have to step up for this winner's interview, and we're going to have to find out who that is. So please don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
be, hey, is Wavy and Lilo and the rest of the team going to just solo their way through this? Or is it going to be the team effort? Is it going to be the chemistry? Is it going to be the vibes? And the vibes prevailed. Barely, but they did prevail.
Yeah, I was very, not surprised, but Team Lilo looked so dominant at the start of the series. Wavy, if you weren't constantly challenging the guy, he would just air dribble double into your net. Like, it was scary, and I was wondering if Ren and Lilo were going to be able to keep up with his sort of play style, but then Ren was allowed to go and demo a lot and take a bunch of boost, and Lilo was a great kind of supportive cast around Wavy, but then Team Lilo were forced to adapt, and Team Corny were then getting physical, and their team play was something that Team Lilo needed to address on all fronts, and then Team Corny took over the series, so it was very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, Bass, you guys talked about it mid-series as well, about, okay, the first 2 games, you're like, uh-oh, is this going to go the way we think it might? And then big adjustments to come out to balance it out and then really run away with it. Obviously, some fight still left over from Lilo in that game 6, but primarily it seems facilitated very well in the midfield by Team Court.
I think they just stopped giving opportunities, and I think that's one of the biggest things. We kept talking about how a lot of the early goals you saw out of Team Lilo were them getting aerial plays, or at least setting up from the aerial, baiting in challenges, going for the touches, going for passing plays, and it worked out great for them, but it didn't work out any better for anybody but Wavy. Again, individual performance from this guy was ridiculous. I don't think we can overstate it by any capacity, but again, despite his individual efforts, it was not enough. All around, Team Courtney, just the well-rounded machine that is able to win this entire thing.
Yeah, congrats to Wavy getting that Ally match MVP in the end, but ultimately, you said it, team efforts. Like, Wavy did a lot of things as an individual, and you're going to see those in the highlight package, but I mean, Kiwi, I don't know the amount of times I heard where it's like, you almost felt defeated where he's like, okay, he's going off the right wall, it's going to be a double touch, and it's either a goal, or if not, it's a pass down to the teammate for the free chip in. Like, it was like almost telegraphed, and it was still happening every time.
Okay, respectfully to Wavy, like, yeah, he's the GOAT, whatever, screw that. My MVP is Courtney, okay? I'm gonna stand up to that. Like, Courtney had to do a lot. Gyro was getting demoed a lot by Team Lilo, so there was no Jortney. It had to be Courtney to transition, and she was able to do it on 0 boost, low boost, against anyone. Courtney was a huge reason why her team was able to have offenses. While Gyro was demoed, she would buy time, she would make her way forward. And then Sanoki got to be part of this equation more and more, if not the solution for Team Corny in this grand final especially. I think all of Team Corny deserved an MVP award at some point in the series for the weight they had to pull against a team as good as Team Lilo.
Yeah, true team effort across the board, but to really hone in on that, obviously we're going to talk with the star, who I think is very deserving of the MVP. It's got to be Courtney. 3rd time's the charm, by the way, today, as we are getting to talk all day. We've had a little bit of a session. We've seen some highs and some lows, but at the end of the day, it's out on top, and I think that's kind of the best way to talk about it, is obviously you've had a pretty phenomenal career. You've had some very high highs throughout your history, and for a lot of us, it's really unfortunate to say that you are calling it quits. So 2 sides to that. One, can you kind of reflect on the beginning of your career and kind of talk about the story of coming into the space all the way to this point now? And then I've got a follow-up question for you after that.
So I still remember the day I switched to PC because I didn't have enough money to afford it. And I had recently graduated high school. It was around July of 2019. And we had my graduation party, and some people were very generous. And I put every single dime towards the computer, like literally every single dime. And, you know, I still remember actually my mom and I built like 75% of it. Like her and I just teamworked it. We'd never built a PC before.
That's so cool.
And literally about a month later was when the women's scene started. It was the first tournament called eGirl CS. I mean, I still remember the early days. I remember Kilk running everything and being able to talk to him regularly. And honestly, I was a completely different player than I am now. And just not just that as a person, like I went through a lot of mental health struggles at the time, and, you know, kept wanting to stop, kept wanting to keep going. And like now, like at least in the past 2 years, I was like in the best mental space of my life. And, you know, this game changed my life for the better.
I mean, it's a lot of people don't talk, you know, same regard for me. It's like, I've been doing this for 10 years and Rocket League's been my mainstay. You know, I've seen so many different iterations and so many different pockets of this community. And one that I hold very dear is the women's scene because of what it provides and how important it is for so many people, to where you're able to see people come together as a collective, and why things like Radiant coming along and providing the Ally All-Star event of course, across the entire year, but historically over multiple events, it is an outlet for many people, and I think it has a really big importance. So for you in particular, to say, "Hey, I'm on to that next chapter," I think is a big stepping stone and kind of bringing in a new era for a lot of us, because you've been there for so long. But at the same time, provides that same curiosity of what was the decision to kind of turn the page and go into that next chapter of life.
So there's some personal stuff I won't go into, but being 23 years old, I have some things I need to take care of. I put my license off for 5 years to literally grind my heart out. I put a lot of things behind, and it was also, I wanted to spend more time with my family. Like this past month, I haven't really played at all, and it's been so nice to be able to just hang out with my family. Yeah. Everybody was doubting me. I remember, Snub, I remember what you said in chat yesterday. You said, I can't be losing to an 80-year-old grandma. Like, I was like, that's crazy.
Well, way to prove those haters wrong, even though I don't think it's necessarily hate. It's just
No,
all banter, but
I love stuff.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if you really consider it a hater, but yeah, I think the reality is like, we know you still got it, but sometimes reality is what it is, right? Like you have to take those next steps, and hopefully this has provided an opportunity to, not only provide awesome experiences and memories, but also give you a step up in life from other experiences or, prize earnings or whatever it is to kind of give you that league up. Because I think a lot of us do take that stuff for granted. After a long period of time, you kind of look back and you have that reflection. And I think that's something that I challenge everybody in chat to do as well, is kind of reflect at what this game, this silly little car soccer game, has provided us through friendships and experiences and memories that we get to have, which are oh so special. So with that in mind, obviously I could gush about all the Rocket League memories and all that kind of stuff, but I want to give you the floor as well and kind of say your piece. Thanks to the mom and everything else. But
Yeah.
to really wrap up the career and tell us, what it means to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say a massive thank you to my family for supporting me, even if times were rough. My mom would literally fly out to watch me play in LANs, and it's my biggest supporter. And shout out all the people I've met in my life. And it's just been an unreal experience, doing what I did. I was I was literally still a kid at the time when I started, and now I'm a full-grown woman, and I've met so many people. I mean, Kira's been one of my friends for 5 years now, like literally one of my day one supporters, and she's been there for me a lot, and I'm incredibly thankful for her, and I'm just thankful for the opportunities. Like, what people don't realize and what I accepted at the end of my career is that it could end at any day, and I wanted to take every day for granted. There was a Salado quote I heard that says, "You'll be working 9 to 5 jobs in the future. Don't worry about it." And so it just made me really appreciate what I had every day, being able to hop on with friends, just literally play a video game. And, I'm honestly really excited for the future. I have a beautiful girlfriend who will actually be taking me out to dinner after this to celebrate. So I'm very excited for that. And I have a lot of mental, personal health things that'll really take care of myself. And to anybody who's trying to go pro or wants to, whether it's in the women's scene or, the co-ed scene, is do it and think smarter, not harder. Go into your strengths and enjoy every moment. It's not going to last every day, and it'll be a story that you can tell your kids someday.
I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that up. Honestly, I think it is. I think it's very important, and I want to say from our behalf too, like Courtney, you've always been a pillar for this community. You've always been a very unique gem, I think, as a vocal leader and stuff like that as well. Any interview you're always willing to do, you always have something insightful to say. So on our behalf, and I know I'm speaking for everybody else, but I know we all mean it. Like, it has been an absolute pleasure, and hopefully we continue to see you around the space.
Hey, maybe I cast, someday, maybe someday, who knows?
I think there's some people that'll put in a good word for Courtney here. So, unfortunately for Bass, Kiwi, and I, we gotta look out for our jobs.
Courtney, stay on the field, please. I like my job, please.
Jokes aside, it has been a crazy day and a lot to recap. So, enough with the tears, and we're gonna lock back in and then go through the rest. So as a general reflection, obviously, Bascu, you guys joined us in the second half of the day, but in the beginning, and if we can pull up the bracket to kind of tell you guys all what went down. It started off with Courtney's team against Team Nacho, where they had a little bit of a bump, but eventually solidified themselves as one of the top dogs. Across the board, we saw some sweeps, we saw some highs and some lows from some different teams, but one thing remained true, which was Wavy and Team Lilo were gonna be in the grand final, Bass.
I mean, we kind of knew that they were going to be in the grand final from the way that we saw them start the day to the way that we saw them end the day. The question was what team was going to join there, and I'm not surprised that it's Team Courtney, especially considering what you saw in the upper bracket, but I also have to give shout out once again to Team Bella. The lower bracket run demons. This is incredible to get dropped in the very first round and still make it to that lower final.
And special for Sanoki and Courtney, who got top 4 in the last Star Chaser Showdown, didn't quite make it to that championship, and for them to get to a championship spot together now with a different third with this format, and to win it all against all odds, because Team Lilo were the ones to beat. They hadn't dropped the series all day, and here's Team Courtney with I would say an upset, because this was a very fun series to watch. And just a big shout out to Courtney and everything she said in her interview, but also what she wrote on her player sheet, which was I quit Rocket League and got a girlfriend.
Hey man, touching grass I guess apparently works sometimes. The reality is with all this, I do think it is pretty crazy to see, like, the only loss you get is in the grand finals in a game 7. We talked about it off camera as well. We could watch both these teams battle it out and it would be a different result every single time with how close the overtimes are, the 1-goal games. A very exciting way to unfortunately close out the season. This is the last one for Radiant and the Ally All-Star events. We had 3 show matches and showdowns come into an All-Star event where we saw the best of the best compete and try to formulate these rosters with some friends and a co-ed. Like, it is a true community effort to bring everybody together, and that's part of the reason why we do this. It's about the memories, and Courtney said it better than other. Like, the ability to meet people and long-standing relationships and friends, their day ones. It's a very special thing that this silly little car soccer game does for all of us. So we can't thank you enough, and I can't thank Ally enough for allowing us to do this. If you guys do not know Ally, they are the main sponsor for this event. They're a proud sponsor of Star Chaser Showdown and the Rocket League Championship Series. They try to balance a 50-50 spread between both men and women and everybody else in this community. They have been nonstop supportive since like 2022. They're absolutely fantastic. If you guys would like to see more details, ally.com/RLCS. Go check them out. Go show the support because they support us as much as they do. So with that in mind, final thoughts. We're going to start with Bass. Obviously, you've been around this space for quite a while. Primarily in the WCB and everything else with the Origins. This year has been a crazy one, to say the least. Can you kind of summarize it from your perspective, and then we'll go to Kiwi after?
I mean, it's just been a pleasure to be a part of. It's awesome to see, events like this regularly coming back. Because again, after, as you mentioned, with the drought after WCB, with nothing really being there to fill in the space, massive shout out to Radiant, to Ally, and to even RL Esports for helping facilitate this and helping all of this happen. These events mean a lot. You hear from the players, you hear from people involved, you hear from the organizations that are being formed literally to help promote this scene, to help the women's scene continue to grow. It's awesome to see everything that has happened here. It's been a really just incredible year. I'm grateful to have been able to be a part of all 4 of the events that have been on down, all 3 of the showdowns, and now here in the All-Star event. So again, I'm grateful, I'm gracious to be a part of these events, and I hope that we get them again next year, man. This is an awesome community. It's an awesome event. I really hope this is, the start of something great that continues till forever.
Yeah, I think Ally MVP should also be Ally themselves, because they just give so much support to this community who deserve it. This community has gone through many highs and many lows and has found a stable partner along with Radiant to make this platform possible, so that we could tell the story of inspirational women like Courtney, from pioneers to Gen G to Vera Momentum. Like, there are many banners who came to represent, and they chose such an amazing woman to be on their team. And I'm wishing Courtney the best in CRL, RLCS, real life, with the girlfriend later, whatever, because she truly deserves it for how amazing she has been in this community. And really all the women who came here today, and also all the co-ed folks who came from CRL, RLCS, who were excited to be here to play with people they're not used to playing with, and to have as much fun as they did. They really put on an amazing show.
Yeah, the only one I won't give her good credit for is casting. Let me keep my job. Thank you. Jokes aside, we would love to have Courtney in the casting booth. I would love to hear the insight and the inside stories and the behind the curtain stuff. It would be amazing to get that live mid-broadcast. Jokes aside, though, yeah, we're all thankful. It is unbelievable to get to be a part of these things. off-season events. There is a whole lot more coming during the off-season, but the number one thing is if you guys can, we appreciate you being in these chats. We appreciate you turning into events because the more you do that, the more we get to provide. So again, without you guys, we're nothing. Without this production team and Radiant and Sapphire and everybody else behind the scenes, we cannot do this. It is a village that it takes to put this all together, and we cannot express our thanks enough. So unfortunately, for the last time this year, Radiant has to sign off. From myself, Lemon Kiwi, and Bass, and the rest of the Radiant team, we appreciate you all. Thank you for tuning in, and until next time, have a great day.
I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, you showed my cards. I took my towels right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. Thought I meant a little more. Don't wanna play no more. Come on, boy, tag me out. 8 points later. 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 I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later. I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my towels right from my heart. You laid them down before my eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time.